Constitution provides the right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. Access to official records and to documents and papers pertaining to official acts, transactions, or decisions, as well as to government research data used as basis for policy development, shall be afforded the citizen, subject to such limitations as may be provided by law. The Senate is empowered, the committee is empowered to declassify this information on the basis of the motion right now of President of Minority Floor Leader uh, Senator Drilon, and has been properly seconded by the gentle lady from Panay Island and from Rizal and other areas. Are there any objections to this motion? There being none, the motion is carried, and the proper orders will be done right away, and we should be able to publish all this documentation. And it is my hope that the BIR will continue to supply us with the necessary information. Senator Dillon? So
Yes,
ordered.
consistent with that last statement of the chairman, may I also move that the committee adopts a resolution urging the Bureau of Internal Revenue to form a task force for the specific purpose of a special audit on the returns made by the suppliers of the medical supplies worth 42 billion. I so move, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple motion urging the BIR, consistent with the opening statement of the chairman, that they should give special attention to this.
I join the Minority Floor Leader, and I'd like to say I just want to expand it to all those who were partook of this money that was for the pandemic appropriated by the Congress properly, and I'd like to expand that into that area as well. Is there any second to the motion as explained by the chairman?
I second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. And are there no objections? There being no objections, the same is approved. And right away, we urge the BIR that to take urgent notice of this and urgently act on all these matters so that we can finally get to the bottom of this. Is there any comment from Senator Lacson on the matter? Senator Lacson, do you have any comment? I just saw your picture. I don't know whether you were able to.
No, just checking the rules of the Senate, and the minority leader is correct. The motion which has been seconded is proper, Mr. Chairman, because the committee can authorize to make public testimonies or documents made in an executive session. So I support the motion of the Senator Dillon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Just to be sure, gusto natin sabihin sa publiko, pinag-aralan po lahat ito at talagang nakikita talaga, nakakaiba talaga nangyayari na talagang kung hindi natin gagalawin ito, makakatakbo na naman ito at makakaalpas. At hindi natin po dapat payagan itong mga bagay na ganito. And also, in addition to that, I urge the Customs Department as well as the appropriate authorities at LTO to find out itong mga kotse na binili nila, at madadagdagan pa ngayong meeting na ito kung saan talaga binili yan, kung pumasok yan formally o pinasok yan na smuggled, at para malaman natin kung talagang nanakawan na naman tayo, hindi lang sa mga gamot at hindi lang sa mga vaccines at saka sa mga PPE, saka sa mask, ngunit pati sa buwis. Binanggit na ni Senator Dillon at saka ni Senator Antiveros at Senator Lacson and the representation, ngunit pati na rin doon sa ibang mga fruits of the corruption, katulad dito mga kotse at mga bahay. So I'd like to urge the Customs Commissioner, I'm sure they're all listening, to do that. Concomitant with that, I'm sure the members of the committee realize that we're being watched by all these government agencies, from the Department of Justice to the Ombudsman and to all the BIR. And I understand the Ombudsman is already initiating certain investigation. I hope that is the case. And also, BIR, I understand, is already pursuing leads coming out of that, and we thank them for that. And I hope it will be like the RITM that investigated the Subic laboratory that, as I understand, being forced to come out with a negative report, eventually came out with a positive report that everything done in the test was good. I urge them to do so in the interest of the Republic, in the interest of the suffering people of this country. Having said that, go ahead, Senator Dillon. You have a comment? I can see your hand being raised.
As a supplemental motion that these government agencies who we requested to make the appropriate investigation, particularly the BIR and the customs, be required to submit the results of their investigation to this committee as part of our effort to look for what possible laws and legislation we can pass in order that this will not be repeated again. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
I second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Was there a motion? If there is a motion, then I will. Was there a motion?
Yes, a motion to require the government agencies conducting the investigation to provide the committee copies of their of the results of their investigation.
Thank you. And it should be a periodic report so that every time we have a hearing, maybe we can see what's happening. If I may amend that properly. Do you accept the amendment, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sponsor?
Accepted, yes.
All right. Senator Antiveros has already accepted it.
The motion, yes, as amended.
There is no objection on the members, and the motion is carried without any objection. Let the appropriate manifestations be sent to the agencies concerned so that they can move post haste. Mabilis na lang magawa ng paraan itong ginagawa ito because ang order so far ng Presidente at di pa tayo nakakapunta sa Supreme Court at papunta na tayo ron ay for their appearance. Pero hindi nangangahulugan yung mga dokumento at investigasyon nila ay mapipigilan itong pagpigil o pagposa sa ating investigasyon ng Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Ang nangyayari dito ngayon ay talagang maganda sa demokrasya yan na matututuhan ng tao na walang isang tao lamang ang pwedeng humadlang sa katarungan at katotohanan at lumalaban rin ang inyong Senado, ang inyong Kongreso. Even I'm sure in the House of Representatives there are people who want this, but there are also certain people that I call jukeboxers na pag hinulugan mo ay tutugtog ng tugtog ng mga talagang matatapang na tumanggap ng pera sa mga tao na talagang katiwalian. Kaya natutokso sila. Hindi naman lahat ng House of Representatives ay kasing sama itong mga ginagawa nito. Kaya ang tukso sa kanila ay sila ay member ng House of Representatives. Ilang gusto ko sabihin. Pamisa-misa naman dapat makatikim ng konti para matauhan at may masbasan yung mga mahilig magsalita para lang lumakas sila sa Pangulo. Having said that, we shall now proceed with the investigation. Are there anybody? We shall now call on the following are supposed to be in order: Senator Soto, Senator Dillon, Senator Marcos, Senator Antiveros, Senator Go, and Senator Lacson, in that order. In the meantime, we can call other witnesses if, right now, if we will. I'd like to call Mr. Michael Young, if that is all right with the other members of the committee, and they're free to take the initial questions if they will. I will follow up lang later on. Mr. Michael Young, you're there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
没你嘛是请求，
谢谢你，谢谢你，
谢谢，Thank you。
Thank you, thank you. Any questions? The other one before I proceed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to make a PowerPoint presentation on the taxes that are supposed to be paid, which which presentation is based on the submissions of the BIR to this committee. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, may I make public and present the potential tax liabilities that we can look at in the course of our investigation.
Mr. Young, Paisi. You understand me? Paisi. I just have to provide the senator an opportunity to be able to show what is happening. We are able to be asked questions. If you lang Paisi, nakikiraan ako. Okay. Go ahead, Senator Dillon.
Thank you. Can I ask my staff to share on the screen the summary of the tax records based on the relevant submissions by the BIR to this committee. Mr. Chairman, may I present the summary of the tax records based on the relevant submissions made by the BIR to this committee. Yes. Mr. Mohit Dargani, for taxable year 2018, we have no information as to what taxes he paid. In 2019, he paid income tax of 22,062 pesos. In 2020, the taxable income cannot be read on the basis of the submission, but it appears that Mr. Dargani paid 92,241 pesos, and the BIR noted suspended status. We do not know exactly what that means. But
Yes, sir. If I heard you correctly, you said 92,000. The PowerPoint presents 97,000.
I'm sorry, 97,241 pesos. Madam Twinkle Dargani in 2018 only paid 29,187. In 2019, there is no information available in these submissions to this committee. In 2020, Ms. Dargani paid exactly 1,000 pesos as taxes. Now, Mr. Huang Chuyen, who is, if I recall correctly, the president of Pharmally, there are no records available for the taxable year 2019 up to the present. The BIR does not have any record of any of the taxes paid. And here is the certification issued by BIR Revenue Region number 7, District Officer number 39 in South Quezon City, and it reads for the record, this is to certify Huang Chuyen with TIN number 752-996-875-000, has no record available for the taxable year 2019 up to the present, validated tax system database of this bureau. Furthermore, our registration system reveals that the aforementioned taxpayer has been registered under Executive Order 98 with registration date of September 24, 2019. So Mr. Huang Chuyen has no record whatsoever of the any taxes paid from the certification of the BIR. Formally, Mr. Chairman, in their 2020 income tax return, formally claimed a credit of 96,089,293 pesos. Its tax due for 2020 was negative 589 pesos 163 centavos. So this is something that we have to look at. Mayroon pa pong reimbursement, the refund claim. If this is correct, may refund claim pa po na 589 pesos 163 pesos. Yan po ang utang ng pamahalaan sa Pharmally, sang-ayon sa Pharmally.
You mean 589,163 pesos, sir? Not 589 pesos, 589,163.
Subject to, because the how do you call this, the submission to us is not clear. It could be 588 pesos 160, 588,163. But the subject to verification. But the point is, they are claiming
Utang pang gobyerno.
may utang pang pamahalaan sa kanila. Next slide, please. Okay, Mr. Michael Young. Interesting. The Internal Revenue returns, income tax returns for for taxable years 2017 and prior years were not filed. No income tax return filed. This is based on the verification made by the district collections section and the income tax returns for 2014 to 2017 could not be found in the records of the BIR. This is from years 2014 to 2017. In 2018, the taxable income of Mr. Yang was at 208,000 and the taxes paid in 2018 was 7,600 pesos. In 2019 and 2020, we're sorry, but the records are not readable. Next slide, please. This is a certification of the BIR, Revenue Region number 10, Davao City, that Mr. Michael Yang did not file income tax returns for the taxable years 2014 to 2017. Next slide, please. The same certification is being shown on the screen that Mr. Yang did not file for the taxable years 2017 and prior years. Next slide, please. Again, this is something interesting. This is Tiger Marketing Corporation. In 2017, the taxable income was only 7,447. The taxes paid, 2,234. In 2018, the taxable income was 305,913. Tax paid, 91,774. In 2019, taxable income, 235,172. Taxes paid, 70,552. In 2020, initially the taxable income declared was 129,742 and the taxes paid was 38,923. Noong sinita po nitong committee ito ang kanilang income when they were subjected to questions from the committee, suddenly they amended their income tax returns and declared a taxable income of 3,263,671, a tax and the paid taxes of 1,138,680.05 centavos. This alone proves, Mr. Chairman, na may nagagawa ding mabuti ang ating committee sa pagdidinig na ginagawa natin. Nagkakaroon ng bagong buhis na binabayaran ang mga kumpanyang kagaya ng Tigerfield Manufacturing Corporation, nagbayad ng 1 milyon, mahigit sa 1 milyon, dahil po tinatanong sila sa committee kung ano ang nangyayari. Next slide, please. If that is all, yes. Okay, the next slide. Green Trends Trading International. This is the supplier of Tigerfield. There is no income tax return filed during the taxable year 2015 to 2021. Zuso Construction Machinery Group, Import and Export Company Limited. There is no income tax return available for the taxable periods 2017 up to the present. The Green Trends Trading International did not file income tax returns during the taxable years 2015 to 2021. And finally, Mr. Lloyd Christopher Lau. In 2017, he did not earn any taxable income and therefore paid zero taxes. In 2018, the income tax returns were filed through the e-BIR Forms online facility, but this could not be viewed by the BIR. In 2020, he did not file any income tax return. Next. And this is the certification issued by the BIR Region Revenue Region number 19 in Davao City, which certifies that Mr. Lloyd Christopher Lau did not file his 2020 income tax return. So note that Pharmally in their ITR claimed a tax credit of 96,089,293 pesos. They did not pay any tax. Most of the ITRs were either not filed, unreadable, or incomplete. The ITRs of the Darganis are incomplete and have several unreadable portions, but the taxable incomes and taxes paid appear to be very low, especially that considering that they were able to buy luxury cars during the relevant periods. Mr. Ong's ITRs are all unreadable. Tiger Phil's taxable income from 2017 to 2019 may be underdeclared considering the big jump in taxable income for 2020, which return they amended after the revelations at the Blue Ribbon Committee. Shushu has no ITR from 2017 to 2021. We are presenting all of this, Mr. Chairman, because under the law and under the regulations, those who bid for the supply of medical supplies, PPE, etc., should submit a certification of the taxes paid, etc. So this again would indicate the need for us to closely review how the PSDBM is able to get away with all of these apparent violations of our existing laws. We submit that, Mr. Chairman. You know, we could have asked government officials if they were allowed to appear. Since they are not allowed to appear, then we have no choice but to make this presentation. And it's up for them to appear here and dispute what the BIR records indicate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Don. Indeed, that is very revealing, and that's because the Blue Ribbon asked for this tax returns to be presented to us. And you can see, not only is it extremely bothersome because they got so much money and they're even demanding may sukli pa ang gobyerno na babayaran sila. Na laki-laki na nakuha na nila, meron pang utang ang gobyerno sa kanila, tayo pa may utang na loob. At if you will allow me, pakisabi lang yung last slide, pakipakita lang yung last slide. Nakita ko si Lincoln Ong doon eh. Pagkandaan si Lincoln Ong, gusto ko makita yung reaction niya na nakalagay doon. Sa last slide, can you ask...
Yes, can we have the staff put back the last slide, please? Can you call them? Yes, oh, there you are. Can we have the last slide? There.
This is the last slide.
Yes.
Ayan.
There.
Yan eh.
Slide, yes.
Normally, in their ITR claim tax credit, humingi sila. Most of the ITRs ay hindi final, unreadable. Yun ang kanilang strategy, unreadable para mahirapan talaga magbasa. Hindi ko malaman sapagkat alam ko, digitize sa lahat yan. The ITRs are incomplete. Yung mga Darganis are incomplete and have several unreadable portions. But the taxable incomes and taxes paid appear to be very low. Especially considering that they were able to buy. Nakabili sila ng luxury cars pero ang baba-baba ng buwis. Eh kaya talagang tatakbo talaga yan. Di ba, Senator Dillon? During the relevant periods. Lincoln Ong's ITRs are all unreadable. Does that mean that he did not pay any taxes, sir? Tiger Phil's taxable income, nakita natin, nag-jump, underdeclared considering the big jump, but I understand meron pa siyang pabayaran dyan. And si Tiger Phil, dahil hindi nakangulugan, libre na siya. Dito ay Twinkle Dargani, nakalagay, did not declare her additional income from her brother's donation to her of the Lamborghini SUV worth more than 25 million. Pero lumalabas dito, 18 million on the donation alone. Twinkle owes the BIR at least 6 million pesos in income taxes. I just wanted to put those observations para naintindihan na mamaya na nakikinig sa atin kung gaano kahalaga itong ginagawang investigasyon. na sinabi na nga natin last week pa na napilitan magbayad itong napakaliit na kumpanya na yung pinakamaliit na in-order na noong unang-una ay ang utang pala nila ay lumalabas na 1.8 billion kung di ako nagkakamali, ang dinagdag 1.8 million ang dinagdag nila. Let me just ask si Juan, Mr. Abrera,
Yes, Mr.
Abrera?
Chairman.
Yes, would you like to comment on some of these because we consult you on this. Do you have anything to say about this?
Mr. Chairman, number one po, wala pa po akong access sa mga pinresent ni Senator Drilon. Kasi po, di ba yan po yung sinabit ng ni Commissioner at kayo lang po naka-access. So,
Hindi ko pwede bigyan, pero ngayon pwede ka lang umaccess dyan. Dineclassify na namin.
yes, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Chairman, I would like to comment also dun sa mga potential tax exposures or tax evasion. If I may be allowed to briefly present something, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead. It will be very helpful to us.
Mr. Chairman, over the since our last hearing po hanggang nitong weekend, nag-overtime po kasi yung mga trolls at bashers at nasabihan po tayo na naggagawa daw tayo ng kwento at inakusahan natin ng tax evader si Parmali at yung ibang supplier. Gusto ko lamang pong klaruhin, and if I may present the slide, you ask me kung grounds for tax evasion po yung mga observation natin. At ang sinagot ko po, grounds for tax evasion. Hindi ko po sinabing tax evader or may tax evasion case yung mga companies involved. Malinaw po sa ating National Internal Revenue Code sa Section 254 na kahit sino na hindi nagbayad ng buwis, hindi nakarehistro sa BIR, whether warehouse yan, facility yan, hindi nag-file ng tax return at lalo na kung hindi nagbayad, at yung mga nag-under-declare ng kanilang sales or nagke-claim ng mga expenses na walang supporting documents, lahat po yan ay criminal violations at of the tax code at grounds for tax evasion po, Mr. Chairman. Ulitin ko lamang po, hindi ko po sinabing may tax evasion sila. Ang sabi ko po, grounds for tax evasion dahil ang may mandato po para mag-assess, mag-imbestiga, tulad ng sinabi ni request ng ating Senator Drilon, BIR po, hindi po ako. So, nag-comment lang po tayo based dun sa audited FS nila. Then, gusto lang ko lamang din pong i-highlight kung bakit mahalaga po ito maliban sa importante ang role ng BIR sa pangongolekta ng buwis. Malaki po kasi yung penalties na haharapin ng mga tax evaders. Kasama po dyan ang fines, surcharge interest, pagkakakulong or imprisonment, at masasama sila sa listahan ng mga tax evaders dito sa Pilipinas. So aabot po sa 10 milyon. Fines pa lang po to, Mr. Chairman. Ang ibig sabihin po, babayaran pa rin po nila yung dapat nilang bayaran pero may multa hanggang 10 milyon. Ang penalty po ay 50% surcharge, 12% interest at may imprisonment na hindi bababa sa 6 na taon hanggang 10 taon, Mr. Chairman. Then, na-criticize din po tayo dun sa estimated tax liabilities na kinoment ko po, Mr. Chairman, last hearing. Lilinawin ko lamang po, ito po ay base doon sa hindi pagpo-provide ng source or supporting documents ng Parmali. Ang ibig sabihin po, bilang dating BIR examiner po, Mr. Chairman, meron kami tinatawag na best obtainable evidence rule. Ibig sabihin po, kung may fraud or hindi nagpakita ng mga dokumento, hindi po pwedeng i-claim yung mga expenses. Tulad po nung paulit-ulit na tinatanong ni Senator Drilon na 7.2 billion purchases, kung wala po tayong makikitang invoices or mga supporting documents, hindi po natin pwedeng, sa BIR po, pag inassess po nila yon, madidisallow po siya. At maliban po doon, yung mga suppliers, ganun din po. So ang total estimated liabilities po na nabanggit ko last hearing na 2 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman, ay hindi lang po income tax. Ito po ay potential exposure sa income tax, value-added tax na 12%, expanded withholding tax, documentary stamp tax, withholding tax on compensation, donor's tax, improperly accumulated earnings tax, ito po ay 10%, at ang fringe benefit tax para po doon sa mga nabibigyan ng pribilehiyo na tumira sa mga kondo or bahay na ang nagbabayad yung kumpanya, or yung mga nabibigyan ng mga sasakyan ng kumpanya dahil sila ay officers or part ng management. Ito po ay subject sa fringe benefit tax, Mr. Chairman. Base po doon sa finorward ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee last week po, Mr. Chairman, ang amin pong naging obserbasyon, meron pong sales discrepancy po. Ang Pharmali, wala po silang binigay na sales invoice. Ang delivery receipt po ay quantity lamang o mga items lamang po ang makikita. Pero ang total na nakolekta nila ay 8.8 billion. Ang ating pong assumption dito, ito ay na-deliver at nabayaran na ng gobyerno o ng customer nila. Pero ang nadeklara lamang po sa kanilang audited FS ay nasa 7.4 billion, Mr. Chairman. At ito po ay may 1.4 billion na sales discrepancy, Mr. Chairman. Pagdating naman po kay Tiger Phil, Mr. Chairman, 3.5 million po ang nadeklara po nila doon sa next slide. 3.5 million po ang nadeklara po nila sa kanilang originally filed audited financial statements. Pero po nung nag-amend po sila, tulad na nabanggit last hearing, na noong September 24, Mr. Chairman, 22 million po ang dineklara nilang sales. So 22 million mula sa 3.5, at ito po ay 85% under declaration po sa kanilang final sa BIR. At sa kanila pong financial statements, lumalabas po 19 million po ang sales nila sa Pharmali. So last time po naalala ko na pag-usapan po natin nasa 11.95 million. Pero sa notes to financial statements po na sinabmit ni Tiger Phil last week po, 19 million po ang lumalabas na sales nila kay Pharmali, at 819,000 po ang dagdag na income tax payment base po sa kanilang sinabmit na amended ITR. Pero hindi po tayo nabigyan, Mr. Chairman, ng kopya ng kanilang amended VAT returns base po dun sa nirequest nyo, Mr. Chairman, last hearing. So gusto ko lamang pong klaruhin po na grounds for tax evasion po kung na-violate po yung pinakita natin kaninang mga criminal violations or common violations ng mga taxpayers. At ito po ay hindi lamang sa Pharmali or mga government contractors. Lahat po kami, lahat po tayo mga taxpayers, tayo po ay pwedeng i-assess o i-audit ni BIR, at ang penalty po ay hindi din po biro dahil dinagdagan po ng Senado ang penalty, tinaasan po nyo hanggang 10 million, at ang pagkakakulong from 5 years, I think tinaasan nyo pa ng 10 years. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman, gusto ko lamang din pong klaruhin na hindi ko po hinusgahan ng Pharmali. Hindi din po ako nagsinungaling, at ito po ay base lamang sa mga dokumento at observation natin, Mr. Chairman. Maraming po salamat.
Samantalang ninanakawan sila nitong Pharmali kung talagang tutuusin. Kaya huwag ka na ma-surprise kung sila ay ginagawa nila yan. Pero talagang nakikita natin na talagang ang tawag natin with ignominy na ito. Hindi na talaga tinatawag na talagang parang nangungutya pa sila na mayroon pa silang return na makukuha sa gobyerno. So having said that, thank you for your Senator Dillon, and thank you for your presentation. Also, it proves that talagang we are diligently searching for all these things, and that's why the hearing is important. The hearings are important, and there will be more and more revelations as we go along. I hope the public will see to that already. Nakita natin nagbayad na ng extra in Tiger Phil, at sigurado magbabayad ng ibang yung mga yan. Now, are there any other questions that you want to raise? Yes, Senator Dillon.
Yes. Do I see Mr. Manalo,
Mariano, you mean Mariano?
Mariano?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Mr. Mariano, is he the accountant or the customs broker? Forgive me for asking, sir. I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, Mariano, you may answer.
Mr. Chairman, good morning po.
Morning.
Sir, outsourced service provider po for Pharmali.
Okay. May I know what exactly That means
Ano po,
provider.
Mr. Chairman, recording po of transactions based on documents na binibigay po sa amin.
Recording transactions based on the documents presented to you. So you're familiar with the audited financial statements of Pharmaly.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Just some preliminary questions. Did you have access to the claimed cost of sales, the documents supporting the cost of sales of 7.2 billion? If I
I
recall
had
correctly?
po, sir.
Yes.
I had access po.
You had access. Do you have copies of all of those documents supporting the cost of sales of 7.2 billion?
Copy po, Mr. Chairman, wala po.
Nasaan na po ito ngayon?
Lahat po, Mr. Chairman, ng original records and further copy nasa client po, nasa Pharmaly po.
Yung duplicate, wala po kayo? Kahit sino.
Pag po kasi, Mr. Chairman, pag outsource po, we don't, lalo pag maramihan po, hindi po kami nag-duplicate. Kumbaga, punta lang po kami doon, mag-record, and then when the day is done, everything is left din po sa premises.
So you are a service provider. You are, as you claim, you are not
Hindi po
executive employee of Pharmaly. Is that correct?
Yes po.
Yes. Did you coordinate closely with Miss Iluminada Sibial
Yes po, for the FS po.
for the FS? Now, did you examine the claimed 33 million in donations claimed by Pharmaly as a deduction?
To clarify po, Mr. Chairman, pag outsource po kasi, we are not required din naman po talaga to examine. In contrast po sa mga auditors, no, we trust, kumbaga, we rely po dun sa truthfulness and veracity po ng mga dokumentong binibigay lamang sa amin.
Yeah. Are you a bookkeeper or an accountant?
I'm an accountant by profession po.
You're an accountant by profession now. Okay. Now, Mr. Dargani, in the course of his testimony, mentioned that Pharmaly aided him in the purchase of the cars that he gave to his sister, 18 million, etc. Do you recall how Pharmaly recorded the 18 million transaction with Mr. Dargani?
Sir, cars po ba yung nabanggit nyo? Cars? Kotse po?
Kotse po, kotse.
Ito po sa kotse, sir, I have no idea po dyan. I believe, sir, parang personal transactions po yung sa cars.
Okay. Hindi ba pinunduhan ito ng Pharmaly ang pagbili ng auto?
Wala kasi sa record, sir. Pero noong 2020 naman po, there was no such instance. 2021,
Yeah.
memory serves me right. Wala po.
Because it becomes more mysterious how Mr. Dargani funded this 18 million, which he claimed was a gift to his sister. Wala naman, the income tax return does not support an income that will justify an 18 million gift from which he didn't even pay a donor's tax. You have no idea what it is, how is this booked in the, if any, in the books of Pharmaly?
Wala po, sir. Yang related po dyan.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I suspend first my questions on Mr. Jeff Mariano. I can go back to him later after I review the previous testimonies and transactions on the financial statement of Mr. Jeff of Pharmaly. So in that sense, I questions on Mr. Mariano. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of the minority leader,
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Mr. Chairman, if I may, just a quick follow-up to the recent line of questioning of the minority leader to Mr. Mariano. Mr. Mariano, sabi niyo po sa minority leader, wala kayong mga kopya niyang mga dokumento ng Pharmally na pumasok sa financial statement. Pero meron po ba kayong kahit Excel files or working files, spreadsheet nung Pharmally sa possession ninyo in connection even with the outsourced work?
As far as ano po, soft copy, Mr. Chairman, yung Word lang po kasi to clarify po, yung books po kasi, doon lang po kami nag-base for the figures and then inilipat na lang po namin sa Word file.
So, Mr. Mariano, meron pa po kayong Word files nung mga dokumento na itinatanong ng minority leader?
Yung FS lang po yun, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Naka-Word po kasi yung FS eh.
Naka-Word.
Yung
FS.
FS lang po, apo.
Pero hindi po yung primary documents na tinatanong ng minority
Hindi po,
leader.
hindi po.
I see. All right. Salamat, minority leader. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Mariano, ang ina-admit po dito, as an accountant, you just said you confirm no cash advances recorded to purchase luxury cars.
Honestly sir, hindi po ako sure kasi po yung books po nasa kanila po eh. Hindi ko po kabisado rin po lahat.
Kasi mo kanina yan eh. Sabi mo, wala kang nakita. May nakita ka ba o wala kang nakita o di mo maalala?
Kasi based po dun sa mga previous series, parang ang dates po ata ng mga yan is parang June this year. So hindi ko na po tanda, Mr. Chairman. Hindi po ako sure, to be honest po, kung na libro po
Nakita ang kotse na in advance, na presyo, na amount? Di ba pag in advance, dapat mag-iingat ka dyan, kahit na donation yun, o in advance, mayroong tax yun, di ba? Anong tax yun pagka in advance?
DST.
Ha?
Doc stamp po.
Documentary stamps. Hindi mo matandaan yan? Dahil siyempre dapat, na ang radar mo nakikita yun, dapat mayroong babayaran tayong documentary stamp tax, di ba? Sure?
Yes, correct po. Pero kung meron po sa akin yung document, Mr. Chairman, Sir Gordon, mas accurate ko po sana masagot. Pero on memory po.
Dapat ang radar mo, alis documentary stamp tax dito, wala kayong binayad na documentary stamp tax. Ibig sabihin, hindi masusi yung ang trabaho nyo, binibigay sa inyo para ma-record yung lahat yung transactions, di ba?
Apo.
Talagang para may protection sila na pagka sinete sila, meron kayong ni-record na transaction, correct?
Correct po.
Yun ba yun? Yung mga undertaking ninyo?
Alin po yan? Sorry, sir.
Ang undertaking ninyo, kaya kayo outsource, kayo ang tigagawa lahat ng mga pinapasa ng mga dokumento na maaaring maging taxable o maaaring magkaroon ng kaso in the future o problema in the future. Yes or no?
Simply record lang po, sir. To record lang po as is. Whatever lang po yung mabigay sa amin, that's it po.
Eh, ano ang pananagutan niya? Wala.
Kami po, sir, wala po naman po
Accountancy
kami.
law.
Po.
Mr. Abreu, may pananagutan ba sila under the accountancy law?
Mr. Chairman, kung tama po pagkakaunawa ko, si Mr. Jeff Mariano po ay outsource accounting lang po. So ibig sabihin po nag-encode that, tama ba Mr. Mariano? Kayo din na nag-prepare
Yes,
ng FS?
Kami po nag-draft, sir.
Nag-draft. Yun po Mr. Chairman.
Well, not draft. That's preparation of the FS, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Pag di-draft mo, yun na yung preparation, di ba? So dapat nakalagay doon, advances nakalagay doon.
Kung ang pinag-usapan po, sir, kasi yung June 2021, wala po yun, sir, sa 2020.
Kailan ba yung auto, Timo? 2020 ata yung auto, mga December eh. Nakita mo ba?
As for 2020, sir, meron po, pero hindi po yung mga
December
subject na pinag-usapan.
2020, binili yung Lamborghini, December 7, 2020. 25 million. Tama ako. Hindi 18 million, Senator Dillon. 25 million yung Lamborghini. Yung laking amount na yun, hindi makakalusot sa iyo.
Hindi sir, yan po, I recall sir, wala yan sa 2020. Wala po ako nakitang ganyan sa 2020.
Sigurado ka na, wala talaga.
Kasi sir, based din po sa financial statements na that the committee has, sir?
Sa pinrepara mo, dinraft mo,
Sir,
wala daw nakalagay na advances na ganyan. Tama?
for 2020, wala po sir.
So malinaw. Alright? So lumalabas na talagang Mohit claimed to have borrowed the money he used to buy the 25 billion peso SUV or yung the SUV yun, yung Lamborghini na dinonate na sa kanyang kapatid, di ba? Bukod sa donor stocks, mayroon pang documentary stamp tax on. Is that correct, Mr. Brea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Saka dapat lalabas sa financial statement yun, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Na advance. O kung yun ay fringe benefit, dapat may tax rin yun. Kung binigay sa kanya para may kotse ang presidente ng korporasyon na si Twinkle Dargani, parang additional compensation yung may fringe benefit tax rin yun. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Pero wala po yan sa kanilang audited FS, Mr. Chairman.
Ang sinabi niya dito nitong si Ginoong Jeff Mariano, siya nag-prepare nung draft ng financial statements at sinabi niya wala yon. Tama ba yun, Jeff?
That's what I recall po sir, Mr. Chairman.
So nagsinungaling talaga si Mr. Dargani.
To clarify lang po, Mr. Chairman.
No, answer the question. Sinabi niya sa amin dito, under oath, na binigay yan, cash advance, sinasabi mo, ikaw nag-draft, wala doon sa financial statements, wala kang nakitang ganon. So lumalabas, nagsinungaling siya.
Sir, wala po akong nakitang cash advances related to a car. Yun po yung ibig ko sabihin, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Huwag ka naman masyadong magpadulas dahil sinabi mo na kanina ikaw nag-draft eh. Hindi pwedeng parang goma yung sinasabi mo na ngayon, tapos baka hindi ko nakita sinabi mo na wala kang nakita kanina, correct?
In relation
I'm
sir,
holding you
sa
to that.
car po.
Ha?
Po, sir, in relation to the car po.
Kotse naman ang pinag-uusapan dito eh, di ba?
In relation to car, sir, wala po kung malalang cash advance.
Ano sasabihin niya cash advance? Hindi mo ba tinatanong kung may cash advance, hindi mo tatanungin kung saan ginamit yan?
Hindi na po, sir, kasi taga-record lang naman po kami. Kung cash advance po,
Mr.
sir.
Brett, pagka naglagay mo cash advance, dapat may rason nyo kung ba't binigyan ng cash advance. Would that be correct? Saan ginamit yung cash advance?
Mr. Chairman, normally po kasi pagka nag-record, Mr. Chairman, ang reference nila dapat is yung request na in-approve po siya ng management.
Lalong wala nakita siguro to si Jeff. Meron ka ba nakitang ganon? Yung request sa management?
In relation to car, sir, wala po eh.
Or any cash advances?
Normally po kasi, sir, pag management po nagsi-CA, plain CA lang nakalagay.
I don't understand what the CA is.
Sorry po, cash advance po.
Cash advance.
Normally po pag management po.
Okay,
Ganun
I just want to be sure. Kasi pwedeng commission appointment yun or pwedeng court of appeals. Nabibiro lang ako. Just to be very precise. Alright? So lumalabas talagang wala. So nagsinungaling na naman si Mr. Dargani dito. According to Mr. Dargani, I don't remember this, but when sinasabi sa akin ng staff ko, nakita niyo ba sa TSN ito? Sabi niya, in-approve raw ng Board of Directors. Verbally. Now, again, I go back to our expert. Pwede ba yung verbal na magbigay ng cash advance? Di ba delikado yun?
Mr. Chairman, pag board po, dapat po yun may board resolution. Notarized din po.
The resolution has to be in writing.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Tama. Okay, Jeff. Yung mga sinasabi namin sa'yo, tandaan mo yan, ha? Dahil meron na pala mga bago na yung recording lang ang ginagawa ninyo. Pero dapat meron rin pa na... Ano pala nagutan nyo? Paano malalaman tama yung recording nyo? Ba, nag-imbestiga kayo ng BIR? May pananagutan ba kayo pagka yung sinabi nyo, wala palang cash advance na gano'n? May pananagutan ba kayo under the law? This is for purposes of in aid of legislation. Because you're a new byproduct or a new animal, so to speak, na inimbento para kung ano, para mga derivatives yan. Nag-iimbento sila ng kung ano ng derivatives, di ba? O, ito ngayon, parang bago ito, na lumalabas sa kayo ay recording lang. May pananagutan ba kayo?
Siguro sir, kung mali lang po yung kasi po mangyari, bibigyan nyo kami ng documents, tapos siguro kung nagka-typo po kami or transposition numbers, siguro up to that extent po. Pero whether ano po yung nature of the transactions, in reality po kasi sir, pag encoder, wake of the ship na lang po kami.
Ano yan? Wait off, ha?
Wake of the ship na lang po sir, tapos na po eh. Nangyari na po.
Nangyari na
sir,
po.
Wake of the ship, sir. Wake. Kumbaga, dumaan na po yung barko, sir, tsaka lang po kami.
The wake of the ship. Bago yun,
Yes po.
Okay. Layo doon sa accounting nun. Wake of the ship. Para ba ang sinasabi mo, yung barko ninyo, you're like two ships in the night that pass, hindi na malayan yung isa. Hindi mo na malayan na mayroon palang cash advance.
Hindi naman po sagot. But tapos na, sir. I mean, i-question nyo lang po kanina.
Hindi, tinatanong ko.
Responsibility.
Kasi, ginagamit mo maritime terms. So, tanongin kita, can you answer, yung bang, pumirma ka ba doon sa FS? Financial statements? Because an accountant signs the FS.
Hindi po, sir. Pumipirma lang po dyan, sir.
Alam mo sino pumipirma ng FS? Sorry, go answer my question first and then the follow-up question.
Ayun, sir. To answer, sir, hindi po ako pumirma sa FS.
Sa pagkaalam mo, sino pumirma ng FS finally?
Based on yung sa kanila, ayan, sir. In general po kasi ang required is President, Chairman, Treasurer, tsaka yung external auditor.
And this external auditor, si Illuminada ba yun?
Yes po.
At sinabi niya na pumirma siya, binayaran lang siya ng 4,000 pesos. Is that fair?
Is that fair, sir?
Is that fair? 4,000 para pumirma ka, tapos ikaw sasabit kung sakaling may mali-mali. Mr. Repreya, is that fair? Hindi fair yan, di ba?
4,000 po?
Oo.
Hindi po. That's so cheap.
In other words, may exploitation pa ng tao na siguro para lang magkaroon ng kliyente. Wala naman sinabi si Illuminada na binayaran pa siya ng iba. Just goes into the nature of the character of these people. Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow up on the chairman's questions to Mr. Mariano. Bilang non-accountant, I just can't seem to get this out of my mind. It's bugging me eh. Mr. Mariano, sabi niyo nga po kanina, yung mismong financial statement nasa Word file. Pero habang hinahanda niyo po yung FS, saan niyo po nire-record yung mga amounts, yung mga dokumento habang in the process of preparation po kayo ng FS? Sa Excel file nga po ba? Sa spreadsheet nga po ba? Until you complete yung preparation ng FS. Saan po niyo nire-record yung mga yon?
Sa manual books po.
Manual books. Saan po ngayon yung mga manual books na yon?
Sa office po ng Farmally.
Sa office ng Farmally. Sa office po ng Farmally ninyo, hinanda yung FS? Yun po ba yung sinasabi nyo?
Apo.
Okay. All right. Salamat, Mr. Mariano.
Okay, to continue, Mr. Marino, may I ask you this question? Who signs off on the transactions that you as an encoder make? Does the encoder check if each entry was authorized to be entered in the books? If so, who authorized the entries?
Authorized as in approved po ba, sir? Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, ito lang may authorization yan, di ba?
In the process po,
That an encoder makes. Siyempre, pinipirma mo yan, tama?
wala pong signature, sir, sa encoding.
Ano pala ang undertaking niyo kung wala kang pirma? Pwede mong i-deny.
I-record lang po, sir, kung ano po yung binigay sa amin. Yun
Can
lang.
you help me here, Mr. Abreu? Pwede ba yun?
Mr. Chairman, ang to my understanding po kasi kapag record keeper o bookkeeper, literally nire-record nila sa either manual, tulad na nasabi ni Mr. Mariano,
Yeah.
books of accounts, or sa accounting software, Mr. Chairman. Ang hindi ko po sure, Mr. Chairman, kung ano po yung source document na tinitingnan nila Mr. Mariano, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, it's very loose arrangement kung ni-record niya na, wala na siyang pananagutan. Wala ba kayong pananagutan? Again, in aid of legislation yan, tanong ko yan. Dahil bago yung animal na nagre-record. Eh. Would that be in right direction, Mr. Abreu? Pag sinabi ko yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, kasi marami naman po talaga ngayon ina-outsource yung kanilang accounting department, Mr. Chairman.
Dapat may authorization talaga. Meron silang pananagutan. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, hindi po ako sure kay Mr. Mariano kung nakikita po niya yung mga invoice sa bank statement, Mr. Chairman.
Answer the question. Nakikita mo ba yung mga invoices sa bank statements?
Yes po, Mr.
See you
Chairman.
nodding your head.
Apo, yun po yung basis namin for recording, Mr. Chairman.
So may basis talaga kayo. Nakikita niyo yan. So you sign up on that, at least may sasabihin kayo, nabasa namin yung bank statement, nakita namin yung mga pinirma ng board, okay ito lahat, tama?
Yes po. Pero there's
wala
no
talagang walang invoice o wala talagang cash advance na nakalagay doon, wala kayong mapipirmahan, correct?
Pirma in the sense of pirma, Mr. Chairman, wala po.
Pero na nabasa na nyo, na-record nyo lahat.
Apo, kung ano po yung
So sa undertaking is, I hereby sign na na-record ko lahat yung binigay sa akin na dokumento. Yung wala akong responsibility ron. Tama ba yan?
Tama po.
Would that be an accurate description, Mr. Abreu?
As bookkeeper, yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Now, having said that, meron kang dokumento pinagbabasihan pa nag-encode ka, correct?
Yes po.
So, dalawa ka talaga ma-encode kung wala talagang board resolution tungkol doon sa cash advances, correct?
Correct po.
Pinililinaw ko lang para malinaw na malinaw. You understand my question, right?
Yes po.
Do not, please answer yes or no.
Yes po, sir. Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Now, let me ask you a question. Or for that matter, all of us, I'm a lawyer, Senator Giron is a lawyer. Acceptable ba, Mr. Brea, as an accountant, na based on oral approval ng board, pwedeng i-record na sa accounting document yun, may approval na oral, o kailangan may board resolution?
No, Mr. Chairman, at the very least po, meron pa ring document na as proof po. Kasi po, dapat po ang accountant, nagbe-base lagi siya sa supporting documents, Mr. Chairman.
Kasi ang sinabi ni Mr. Dargani dito, I asked for stakeholders advances from the company this year. Diba? So, humingi siya ng advance. Ayan, no? So, tuloy mo, yes sir, sabi niya ni Dargani, I requested the board, who's handling this? If I can, yes, sabi ng board, sabi niya, yes. And do you have a document? Sabi ko gano'n, to prove that. Sumagot bigla si Mr. Wang, the usual lifesaver and chairman. Ang sabi ni Mr. Wang, it's verbal. I think it's a verbal agreement. Mr. Dargani, I think it's a verbal agreement. Sabi, sinigundahan niya yung sinabi ni Mr. Wang. Ang sabi naman, inyong abang lingkod, si chairperson, verbal agreement, and you know that when you have an advance payment from your company, you have to pay documentary stamp tax. Kaya hindi pwedeng verbal dahil magbabayad ng documentary stamp tax. Would that be an accurate statement to show that there must be responsibility on the part of the board because they have to pay the government a documentary stamp tax? Mr. Abreu?
Mr. Chairman, hindi po kasi siya dinisclose sa financial statement. So, it appears na their agreement, hindi po lumabas na business transaction siya.
Kaya, that's a ground na sinasabi, hindi sila talaga nagbayad ng documentary stamp tax.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
May avoidance na, may evasion na, right? At ano nangyayari?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ito sinasabi niya ngayon. All right, so I was going at that a while ago. Despite not getting any dividends last year, wala kayong dividends, di ba? I was getting to the fact that by saying that this year in June or July 2021, I took a loan from Farmali to pay for the car of my sister. It's a shareholders advances. Even that has to be approved by the board, correct? Mr. Abrea.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yan. Yun nga, ang sagot na kay Senator Dillon, can you tell the committee where you sourced your gift to your sister? All right, so I was going on that a while ago, yun yung sinagot niya nga, na I took a loan from Farmally. Tapos sabi ni Senator Dillon, so you took a shareholder's advance. Correct, sir, just for the car. When is the payment of that due? Sabi ni Senator Dillon. Well, my promise to the company was it will be deducted if and when I'm going to receive my dividends, which our plan was to give dividends when we were able to collect from the government. Now, doon sa mga record mo, may dividendo ba? Wala kami nakita mga dividendong binigay ng Farmali. Meron ka ba nakita?
2020 po, Mr. Chairman, based on the financials, wala po.
Wala. 2021, meron na? Ipatapos sa 2021 eh. Meron o wala?
Based on, if my memory serves me right, sir, parang wala pa pong dividends.
Isa nyo quarterly, di ba?
Alin po?
Yung mga pinire-record nyo,
Yung dividends po.
quarterly ba yun o monthly?
Monthly po.
Monthly. So may nakita ka na, wala pa. Kaya mo kanina, wala pa. Based on what you've seen.
Yes, sir. If my memory serves me right po, parang wala pang dividends.
Wala pang dividend. Alright. So talagang nabayaran ng kotse, di ba alam mo kung saan ang galing, pero hindi pa nababayaran yan. Sa kumpanya kung nagbigay talaga ng dividendo o kaya nagbigay ng advance. Correct? So makikita mo, papalit-palit si Mr. Dargani. Una, ang palit niya, advance. Pagkatapos, ang pangalawa, hihintay siya ng dividendo. Ang lumalabas dito, ang palabas mo sa amin, outsource ka lang, job order ka lang, kanina pa sinasabi niya. Kaya ang ilalabas ng record sa iyo ay yung mga dokumento na binibigay sa iyo, hindi ka expected to analyze or make any comments. Yung ba pinalalabas mo?
Yes po, sir. We're not required po to inquire of management. We only rely dun sa ano po, truthfulness and veracity sa mga pag ano po yung engagement.
Find out truthfulness. Basta you assume na truthful yung binigay sa inyo. Sino nagbibigay sa inyo? Yung external auditor o yung kumpanya? Sino sa
Kumpanya po, sir.
Sino sa kumpanya?
Si Mr. Dargani po.
Si Mohit.
Apo.
Sabi mo,
Sa si Mr. Mohit po.
Mr. Mohit ang nabibigay sa inyo.
Apo. At times din po si Miss Grizel. Depende po kung kanino po
Mr. Bago rin at
ang
times.
galing yung galing yung dokumento, Mr. Chairman.
Very informal yung arrangements lumalabas, no? Kahit anong gusto nila gagawin at tatanggapin nyo, hindi mo na-analyzein, ina-assume mo lang na tama yung bigay sa inyo. Correct?
Yes po.
Alright. So talagang, Mr. Dargani, kung nakikinig ka, you can run but you can't hide. That be accurate, Mr. Abrea? Hanapin siya, di ba? Nagbayad ka ba? May nakuha ka ba dividendo? May nakuha ka advance? Kaya tumatago ka dahil lalabas na talaga lahat yung sinasabi na yan. Tama?
Part of the management responsibility, Mr. Chairman.
And part of the management's responsibility in the corporation is a fiduciary duty to protect your stockholders from, very loose transactions na maaaring mawala ng pera ang korporasyon. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Napaka-basic doon, yung fiduciary allegiance ng mga board members. Correct? To the
Yes,
stockholders.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask for Mr. Mariano. So finally, sino ang nag-draft ng final financial statement? And what's the basis of the balances? If you know.
Yung ako po yung nag-draft, Mr. Chairman.
Ang pumirma, pinirmahan lang ni Illuminada.
Yes, sir. Nag-check din naman po, sir, during that time si Ma'am
Paano mo
Lorne.
nalaman? Sinabi niya nga lang, pinapipirma lang siya.
Hindi, sir.
Bago ka magsalita, dahil sinabi niya, pinapipirma lang siya.
Pag ganyan naman po kasi, sir, auditors still have to check po whether analytical or
Sinabi niya, hindi niya chinek. Basta pinirmahan niya lang. I remember that. Mr. Abreu, do you remember that?
Mr. Chairman, ang sabi po ni Ms. Illuminada, Ms. Abial is listahan lang po ang nakita niya, Mr. Chairman.
So hindi niya na in-examine, di ba?
Yung invoices and bank state, yes,
I
Mr. Chairman.
remember very clearly because that was a very tense moment for me because I appreciated ikaw may loyalty ka sa fellow accountant mo, binigyan mo pa siya ng pagkakataon mabawi, pero hindi niya rin binawi. Tama?
That was it, Mr. Chairman.
Tama. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
So just one question, Senator Rivera, bear with me. Doon ba sa recording mo, nakita mo yung mga suppliers ng mga invoices na 7.2 billion purchases?
yes po sir.
Nakita mo?
Apo.
So, nirecord mo. Sa iyong recollection, sino-sino yung mga supplier na yan?
Marami po Mr. Chairman, ayoko pong
Alam ko marami, pero ano ang recollection mo? Bigyan mo ako ng mga idea.
sorry Mr. Chairman kung sasagot po sana ako kung hawak ko po yung record sir.
Hindi, tinatanong ko lang naman kung natatandaan mo
Hindi po sir. Ayoko po sana mag-rely sa memory ko kasi pag nagkamali po ako po yung sasabit.
You know, this really intrigues me because I think we really have to put some controls on recorders such as you. Outsource yung recorders pero parang wala kaming pakialam dyan Basta kung ano iba to sa amin, i-record lang namin, wala na kaming pakialam. Ngayon, nag-iimbestiga kami para sa iyo dahil meron ka rin stake dyan, may tax kang binayad, ginastos yung pera na binayad mo na burara, ang lumalabas wala kang matandaan. Nakakalungkot. Subukan mo lang.
Baka takot po sir, baka pag nagkamali ako ng
Di bale?
tapos mali.
I will liberally construe that. Ano natatandaan mo?
Sa mga suppliers po sir.
I know you know. Laking halaga yan Jake, Jeff, ang tagal mo nawala Hinanap-hanap ka pa namin
Sir,
Sigurado, nausap ka na niya
naputol
pa
po.
Do you think we will not suspect that? Kahit na hindi nangyari yan, we will suspect that. Lumabas ka lang after ilang beses ka hinahanap namin. Hinahanap ka ni Senator Lacson, hinahanap ka ni Senator Dilo, hinahanap ko. Tapos bigla ka lalabas dito, wala ka matandaan. Sigurado, naghanda ka kahit na paano. O at least, meron ba kumausap sa'yo para dumating ka rito?
Wala po sir, to be honest po.
Gawa ka ni Moji Darani?
Wala sir, I've been watching po the hearing since day 3.
Ha?
Hinihintay ko lang din po yung subpoena which I only received last week lang po.
That's not true. Dahil ka ng hearing ka mo?
Hindi sir, I've been watching. Sinusubaybayan ko po to.
Pero hindi ka
16.
nag-attend.
Wala naman.
Yung pangalan mo, ba't hindi ka nag-move forward? Andito po ako, di ako nagtatago.
Hindi ko po alam sir kanino po magre-reach out Wala po akong email address.
Ingat kayo doon sa mga style Pontius Pilate na nag-uugas ka ng kabay. Hindi ko alam. Walang mangyayari talaga sa bayan natin. Anyway, that's all my questions for now. Yes, Senator Antiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mariano, huling follow-up na lang po. Sabi niyo po kasi kanina, pumupunta kayo sa office ng Pharmaly doon sa panahon na hinahanda niyo yung financial statement. So, nakapagtataka kasi parang naalala ko sinabi ni Mr. Mohit Dargani dati na work from home sila. So, yung pala, sa gitna ng pandemic, pumupunta kayo sa office ng Pharmaly?
Opo.
Ganun po. Saan po yung office nilang yun?
Yung registered po, you're asking po ba yung sa BIR na registered?
Hindi, yung actual na pinuntahan nyo nung hinahanda nyo yung FS nila, saan po yung office na yan?
I'm not sure, ma'am, kung allowed po akong sabihin.
Ah, sa anong syudad?
Taguig po.
Sa Taguig. Anong office address doon? Kasi kung legit na kumpanya naman yan, meron namang office address iyan na of public knowledge. Saan pong office itong sa Pharmaly sa Taguig? Kung saan nyo hinanda yung financial statement?
I'm not sure po, Mr. Chairman, if I'm at liberty to sabihin po yung address nila since kanila po yun.
Well,
Yun.
ano naman yan eh? Pag
Oh,
opisina, may
Yun ang may iwas ka, ha? Mag-ingat ka.
Hindi naman po, sir, na
O yun ang tawag
So,
mo
yun.
dyan. Answer the question.
Salamat,
sir,
Mr.
yung registered address po kasi is sa Fort
Yes.
Victoria po.
Fort Victoria. Anong floor po doon?
Um, if I may defer nyo na lang po kila Mr. Lincoln Ong kasi address naman po nila yun.
No, Mr. Mariano, actually, mula nung simulang nagpapadala ng imbitasyon, nagsiserve ng sabina ang komite, ay alam naman namin yung address eh. Fort Victoria, hindi na po bagong pangalan sa amin ito. Tinatanong ko lang yung address ng opisina ng Pharmaly, kung saan kayo pumupunta sa gitna ng pandemya.
yung,
Yung
yung,
financial
sorry.
statement. Mm-mm.
Ah,
Pero saan kayo pumupunta?
Ito rin po yung address, ma'am, nasa financial statements is
There.
Unit 8, Unit 8 and 9, 22nd
Unit
floor.
And 9, 32nd floor, Fort
22 po,
Victoria.
22.
22nd floor.
Apo, based po on the financials.
Sure, fine. Okay, Fort Victoria. All right. Salamat, Mr. Mariano.
Thank you po.
I thought here, sorry Jeff ha. Nakita mo ba yung mga bank statement? Dahil ikaw nag-draft di ba? Ikaw talaga nag-draft ng financial statements, correct?
Yes po.
You already answered that. I just want to be verified that again.
Yes po. Yeah, yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Ikaw nag-draft ng financial statement. May dollar account ka ba nakita ng Pharmaly? Oh, napaka-easy answer yan, ha?
Hindi po ba ako ma-implicate, sir, ng AMLA? Hindi ko po sure. Or
Takot
to
ba?
security.
Ang tira mo, takot palagi. Para may tinatago ka.
Wala naman po, sir. Ayoko lang po makasufa.
Lalong lumalabas siya pag ganyan, nawewet yung appetite namin na may tinatago ka. Yan ang sinasabi namin. Kaya kami tumataas ang tension pagka yung witness nagiging evasive. And you're already exhibiting signs of that. Sabi mo, walang kumausap sa'yo. Palagi ko may kumausap sa'yo. Ganyan-ganyan si Miss Mago. Sa umpisa, akala mo mabait. Yung pala, nandun pala sa loob yung kulo. Ano ba talaga? Nakita mo naman sigurado kung may bank statements na nakalagay yung dollars. Correct?
Yes po.
So nakita mo. Categorically, again, I ask you. Nakita mo may mga dollar deposits. Correct?
Kung magbe-base po ako on the financial statements, yes po.
Wala ka lang pagbabasihan eh. Nagre-record ka lang eh. Makikita mo may mga dollar na pumapasok. So yes ang answer mo, right?
Pumapasok, Mr.
Nakikita mo yung mga dollar entries. Ano ba naman to? Naglulukuhan ba tayo? May dollar account ang Pharmaly. Inadmit na nila yan. Nakita mo doon, di ba?
Yes po.
O, yun. So may dollar account. May forex gains sila. Nakita mo?
Yes po.
Tinanong na namin sila dyan sa forex gains. See, I'm just testing your credibility kung nagsasabi ng totoo eh. You're indicating na natatakot kang sumagot. Bakit ka matatakot? May kasalanan ka ba?
Wala po, sir. Baka kasuhan lang din po ako.
O wala kang kasalanan, huwag kang matakot. Hindi naman kami masasamang tao dito. Okay? So, alam mo sigurado yung mga suppliers at nakita mo ba ang mga invoices ng 7.2 billion purchases? Tinanong ko na sa'yo. O, hindi ko na tatalayin kung sino-sino. Nakita mo yung mga suppliers, correct?
Yes po.
Hindi mo lang maalala kuno, yung mga pangalan. O baka bigla ka may naalala, sabihin mo na kung meron ka naalala. Nakita mo si Tiger Phil, correct?
Yes, sir.
O, nakita mo si Green Trends, correct?
Yan, sir, bago lang po sa pandinig ko. Kaya ko po yung sumagot kasi hindi ko po kabisado. Madami po kasi, sir. Mr.
Hindi,
Chairman.
bigyan mo ako ng ilang example lang. Finally, ilang example lang. Kasi ang Green Trends ang nag-supply sa Tiger Phil.
Green Trends, I'm not familiar po.
Ha?
Hindi po ako
Ah.
familiar with Green
Bigyan
Trends.
mo ako ng ilang supplier na familiar ka. Tandaan mo ang bayan natin, hinahanap ko sino ang supplier. Una, dapat malaman natin kung talagang totoo ang supplier yan o talagang nagbayad ng buwis yan. Ang halaga sa bayan, itong tinatanong namin. Talagang mo, mahalaga ba yung tinatanong namin?
Yes po.
Hindi ba kami nagtatanong para manghuli? Tinatanong lang namin kung talagang saan galing talaga nagpunta yung pera o saan napunta, sa sumusuot. Nakakita ka na maraming supplier, wala kang matandaan? Example lang.
Yung Tiger Phil po kasi, I think yan na po yung pinakaunang transaction.
Alam ko, yun ang una eh. Tapos may sumunod. Sino yung sumunod?
And,
Are you familiar with the Ten Commandments?
yes po, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Natatandaan mo ba yung Ten Commandments?
Yes po.
Ako, natatandaan ko. Kanina umaga, nagdadasal ako, binasa ko yung 8 Beatitudes. I tried to memorize it. Natatandaan ko pa. Ikaw, batikan ka, you're in the practice of the CPA. CPA kay ka mo, di ba? Siyempre, pag nag-examine ka, dahil mo na yung memorya, natatandaan mo lahat yung basic principles, correct?
In terms of memory po kasi,
You
sir,
remember everything, but you remember most of it, correct?
hindi rin po ako ganun ka-bright, to be honest, Mr. Chairman. So, pag dumaan po sa
Baka wala nang kumuha sa'yo.
I mean, in terms of memory po, sir, kasi once it's done,
Again, I ask you the question then. Wala kang matandaan ni ilan?
wala po, sir. Lalo po yung iba, yun nabanggit po before ni Mr. Lincoln noong na Chinese, lalong hindi ko po matandaan.
Si Miao Miao, natatandaan mo?
Hindi po ako familiar.
Sintuy, natatandaan mo?
Ano po?
Sintuy.
Hindi
Mga
rin po.
Chinese ba? Mga Chinese ba lahat? Chinese lahat?
Hindi naman po.
May Pilipino. Dapat matandaan mo yan.
Sir, iba-iba po kasing pangalan, so,
Alam ko. Sinasabi mo sa akin, talagang maiba-iba yung pangalan eh.
mm,
Sino ang pangalan? Halimbawa lang.
forgive me, sir, hindi ko, kung wala ko kong records dito. Kasi, to be honest, hindi lang naman po sila.
But anyway, hindi ko na hahabulin kita. Yung payment sa creditors, nakita mo? Hindi ko makita yan. Nagbayad sila sa creditors.
Creditors po is loans po yan, sir.
Yung mga inutangan nila para magdala ng produkto, di ba? O inutangan nila ng pera.
Yung mga persons po ba, Mr. Chairman?
Come on, you're an accountant. You borrow money from a bank, from a corporation, or from an individual. May nakita ka?
Loans po,
Stop play acting. I'm losing my patience, sir.
forgive me, sir, gusto ko po sanang sumagot kaso kung pahiramin po sa akin yung dokumento ng formally,
I'm just
makakasagot po
testing
ako
your
ng-
memory. Financier, may nakita ka. Dapat naka-reflect sa FS yan eh, di ba? Di ba? Naka-reflect sa FS?
Kung may outstanding lang po, sir. Sir, sir.
Kaya nga, nakita kang outstanding.
At year-end po, Mr. Chairman, wala po akong maalalang outstanding.
So, bayad lahat. Wala silang utang.
Yun po yung definition, sir. Yes po, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Ang may utang sa kanila, gobyerno pa.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Kung nakikinig ka, hindi ka ba nagigimbal sa laki ng pera na binigay dito sa isang korporasyon? Isang damakmak na pera na obviously binigyan ng favoritism? Hindi ka ba nakukutsa?
Sorry po, hindi ko po alam ibig sabihin ng kutsa, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi ka naiinis? Hindi ka nasusuklam? Hindi ka nagagalit na yung pera ng bayan? Ang bilis-bilis binibigay, bilyon-bilyon, isang dali, 3.8 billion. Isang dali, 600 million. Isang dali, same day, 640 million.
Pag ganyan po kasi, Mr. Chairman, as a provider po, I try to be as objective as I can po. So,
Kaya nga,
opo. Objectively speaking, sir, I cannot,
di ba sa totoo lang, to protect yourself, do you protect yourself as an accountant?
yes po, Mr. Chairman.
How do you protect yourself? Ito mo, huwag ka sumali dito sa ranks itong mga parmali na lahat iwas ang iwas. Ha? Pare-pareho kayo, common denominator. Iwas gang. Salisi gang. Sumasali ka na ngayon. Tanong ko sa iyo, ano ang protection mo? Dapat may record ka ng trabaho mo, dapat, di ba? Baka ba binago yung management, hindi mo matatandaan. Ganun ba yun? Yung ba pinalalabas mo sa akin? Now, I'm getting to change my tone.
Ano po yung question doon, Mr. Chairman? Sorry po.
Linaw naman ang tanong. Hindi ba sabi mo, pinoproteksyonan mo ang sarili mo? Bakit mo pinoproteksyonan ang sarili mo? Saan mo pinoproteksyonan ang sarili mo bilang accountant? Keep ng record.
Pag iba-iba po kasi, Mr. Chairman, yung
Yes or
situation.
no? Nakikip ka ng record na sarili mo.
Depende on the engagement
Bakit
po,
ka
sir.
magkikip ng record? Depende ka mo eh. Pero bakit? Kung depende, bakit ka magkikip ng record?
For future reference po.
Future reference. Ibig sabihin, kung binago ng management yung report mo, malalaman mo. Tama?
Pag tinanong ko lang po, sir, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
ibig tinanong, pag binago, there will be liabilities down the stream. Lalo na kung crook yung mga ginagawa mo. Crooked yung mga kliyente mo.
Pag binago po kasi nila, sir, at hindi po kami na-advisean, hindi ko rin po malalaman, sir.
Ito na nga, nalalaman na natin eh.
Okay po.
Hindi ka ng protection dito.
Binago po yung records po ba, Mr. Chairman? Kasi kung ano lang po yung
What school did you graduate? Anong accountant school?
PSBA po, Quezon City.
PSBA, that's a good school. Dito sa may Aurora Boulevard, malapit sa atin na yun, tama?
Yes po.
Diyan ako naglalaro nung bata ako, pag-aari ng mga Quezon yan. Nasa Yusufrak ng lola ko. Kinuha ng PSBA, ginawa ng magandang eskwela. Bilib na bilib ako, laki-laki ng eskwela. Di ba?
Yes po.
So magaling na eskwela yan. You think your school will be proud of what you're saying today? Ano ba ang work history mo? Ngano katagal ka na nagtrabaho dyan?
With Farmally po. Nag-start lang po kami, Mr. Chairman, October 2020.
You were happy because it was a big company. Bilyon-bilyon. Di ka nagugulat? Di ka nalulula? Bilyon-bilyon yung pinapa-account sa inyo? Nakakalula? Ay! Naku!
Nakakalula po in the sense, pero again po,
Kita mo, nalulula ka. Dapat matatakot ka. Sino ba ito? Bilyon-bilyon. Sus Mario Joseph naman, kapatid.
pero on the objective side po kasi, sir, yun po kasi yung requirement sa amin sa accountant.
As much as you want.
Yes po.
Di ba? Speak softly but carry a big stick. Baka ikaw puppukin ng kahoy nila eh. Be objective, but protect yourself.
Yes po.
Nakakalula ka mo, di ba? Lalaki ng amount, bilyon-bilyon. Sandali lang. Tinatanong kita, paano ka na-hire ng Farmally? Ikaw ba sa iyo ba yan o sa iyo? Sa kumpanya nyo?
Sa ano po, company po namin, Mr. Chairman.
Yung may-ari?
Ako po.
Ha?
Ako rin po.
Ikaw pala may-ari. Hindi lalo ka dapat mag-ingat. Naintindihan ko dapat protection mo dahil billion peso itong account na ito eh. Nakahawa ka na ba ng ganyan kalalaking pera?
Hindi po.
O hindi. O di dapat natatandaan mo. Di ba? What do you think, Mr. Abrea? Pag umahawa ka ng billion peso, matatandaan mo. Tama? You'll be worried.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You will be worried, right, Jeff? Come on, Jeff, protect yourself. Don't be like that lady who got paid for it. How much did they pay you? Is it enough to ruin your reputation?
Uh,
Think about it. Is it enough na masisira ka sa profession ninyo? Gagalit ang tao sa inyo dahil sa pinoproteksyonan mo ito na billion na nawala sa bayan natin at the time na may pandemic. Meron ka bang kamag-anak na nasaktan ng pandemic?
ako po, nagka-COVID po. Wala po. Wala pa naman po.
Kaya siguro ganyan ang pakiramdam. Meron ka bang pandemic na nataranta sa pandemic, yung dinala sa ospital? Na kamag-anak mo, nag-worry ka?
Yung household po namin, nagka-COVID po lahat.
Household, hindi ka nag-worry.
Worry din po.
Yan dapat mapunta yan eh, sa proteksyon ninyo, ng mga kababayan natin. And yet, you're telling me, ang laki-laki nito, ikaw pala ang may-ari nito, pinuproteksyonan mo yung billion nila na pasamantala, pero yung reputation mo, kakalibutan mo. Hindi ako makapaniwala, hindi ka makatanda kahit ano eh.
Sir, in my defense naman po kasi, hindi lang naman po sila yung may ganito kaming transaction.
Ganito kalaki,
Services.
billion, meron ka mga iba pa? Ano mga kliyente mo, mga pogo?
Hindi po, wala po.
Wala eh. Oh.
Pero,
I'm not going to waste my time with you. Don't join the ranks of the liars. The evaders. People who don't give a damn. Na niloloko ang bayan. I don't think you are like that. You're soft-spoken. You're starting your company. How long have you been in the business of accountancy? In the profession, right?
13 po.
13 years. Before that, what were you doing? Were you with SGV?
Hindi po, sir.
Huh?
Small firm lang din po, Mr. Chairman.
Small firm. So these people capitalizes on people with small backgrounds like babayaran si Illuminada ng 4,000. Sige, magbili mo na yung kaluluwa mo. Ganun ba yan?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, why don't you answer me? Kumahawa ka ng malalaking bilyon-bilyon. Tinatanong ko sa iyo. Nagkaroon ka ng kliyente ganito. Ikaw ba, you prepared your own working papers, correct? You wrote down notes on the documents presented by Parmalee, correct? Did you or did you not?
Doon sa manual books lang po, Mr. Chairman.
What do you mean?
Yun na po kasi, sir, yung pinaka-working papers namin, Mr. Chairman.
So may working papers ka. Ano sinulat mo doon? Halimbawa?
Hindi, I mean po, sir, yung manual books. Yun na rin po yung working papers namin.
I don't understand.
Yun na po yung basis po namin ng numbers, Mr. Chairman. Yung books.
Wala ka sinusulat to protect yourself.
Wala naman po, Mr. Chairman.
Wow. Kung walang outstanding loans or liabilities, nakita ba yung 61 million na nakalagay sa cash flow statement?
Din po, Mr. Chairman. 61 po.
61 million na cash flow statement, 61 million pesos cash flow kung walang outstanding loans or liabilities, ika mo, wala ka matandaan. Ano yung 61 million pesos sa cash flow statement?
Nakalagay po dito, Mr. Chairman, increase in trade and other payables.
Sorry?
Yung isa lang po yung nakikita kong 61, Mr. Chairman, based dun sa FS.
So may tinitignan ka dyan.
Ito po, sir, yung word file, Mr. Chairman.
O, ano nakalagay dyan sa word file mo?
Increase in trade and other payables po.
O, so may payables. Kanino may payables? Sa gobyerno? O sa creditors? O kanino?
Suppliers po.
Ha?
Suppliers po, Mr. Chairman.
Ano nakalagay na supplier dyan?
Sa financials po, wala pong disclosure ng suppliers. Name po ba? Wala po.
Wala ka nakikita ang pangalan ni ano?
Sa financials po, wala po. Financial statements.
Oh, sa supplies in kind.
Sorry po, ano po, hindi ko po alam ibig sabihin ng supplies and kind, Mr.
Kasi
Chairman.
ano kanina, supplier ng finance, kamo ganon. Sino yung finance? Halimbawa, bangko?
Sorry sir, ano pong, forgive me sir, wala ko pong maalala ang finance. Ano po yung finance?
This is the fourth time you ask for my forgiveness. I'm running out of forgiveness. You know the question I'm asking. Ang linaw-linaw ang tanong ko na nakita mo sa cash flow, may 61 million. Saan galing yon? Payables, kamo. Sino yung kinukuha mo ng payables? Nasa harap yung word, di ba?
Opo, ito rin po sir yung financial statements na meron po kayo. Same lang po.
Para mo nalaman, wala akong tinitingnan na financial statement dito.
I mean sir, yung nasa committee po, sorry po.
O, sige, ano nakalagay dyan?
Increase in trade and other payables po, Mr. Chairman.
Ayon sa Section 29 of the Accountancy Act, are you familiar with that?
Yes po.
You should have working papers and personal notes which you own, which you prepared from the documents presented by Parmali, correct?
In an examination po, Mr. Chairman.
No. You just have to have it, right?
If
Aren't
I
you called to
may,
examine when you record? You don't examine? Are you a robot?
depending po
Are
on
you
the
a
engagement.
robot?
No po, Mr. Chairman.
There is no mental exercise or gymnastics involving your mind when you start recording these things.
Pag recording, sir, not so much po, to be honest.
Robotic ka. No question. Billions ito No curiosity occurs in your mind. Hindi ka magtataka, billion ito. That is very unusual. You
Mr.
try to
Chairman.
believe that you don't have any curiosity whatsoever. Go ahead, Mr. Abreu.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, si Mr. Jeff Mariano po kasi is outsourced accountant, hindi po auditor. The section you mentioned is specifically for external auditors. I think in aid of legislation, that's something that the committee can consider since...
That's why I'm asking these questions, Mr. Abreu.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify lang po.
What legislation can we make? Tinitingnan ko kung ano talaga ang tinatago nito para makumpleto natin ang proteksyon sa gobyerno at sa madla. Hindi ako nagtatanong dito for my curiosity. Lumalabas, aire libre sila kahit ano pwede nilang gawin. Wala silang accountability. Do you see that accountability, sir? Mr. Abreu?
No, sir. No, Mr. Chairman.
Are you saying that they have no accountability whatsoever as a professional recorder? That they cannot testify on how big the accounts are? And that when you account for it, you cannot say, ang lalaki po ng account, and you will just say to protect your client, I don't remember?
Mr. Chairman,
That's the what I mean by looking for legislation.
yes, Mr. Chairman. Based on my experience, Mr. Chairman, ang mga outsourced encoder, Mr. Chairman, they simply record, Mr. Chairman.
So why don't you just get the tape recorder and record everything? In other words, they're like medical stenographers, outsource. Lahat ng binigay na ang tawag doon, yung prescription, dire-record. Ginawa sa California, ginawa sa New York, babato rito sa atin sa Pilipinas, dire-record nila, ganun lang. They're not responsible kung ano yun. But in case nagkamali, titingnan yon. May record sila, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As simple as encoder, Mr. Chairman.
Titingnan yung records nitong recorder na gumawa, correct? So that's what I'm looking at. Kung merong bolilyaso rito, pwede kong tingnan dapat you require the recorder to have records, correct? Like in this particular case, yung tanong ni Senator Dillon kay Illuminada, wala siyang masabi. Ibinato dito sa recorder, kaya binabato na naman niya kay Illuminada, di walang makukuha ang gobyerno, correct?
Agree, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yun ang tinatawag kong in aid of legislation. So why don't you help us, Mr. Jeff Mariano?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Did I bore you?
No, sir.
Alam mo naman tinatanong ko, kaya ka tinatanong yan para doon. Obviously, you don't want to cooperate.
I want to cooperate, sir.
Okay, then tell me. Wala ka natatandaan kahit ano doon sa mga tinatanong ko. Yung 61 million, saan galing yan? Payable. Kanino payable yun?
Various po kasi yun, sir. Various suppliers.
I'm sure it's various.
Opo.
That is something that we are asking you that we do not know. May kumpanya, may tao, may ano? Michael Yang, is his name there?
I don't recall po, sir.
Oh, si Wang, is his name there?
Not familiar, sir.
Oh, anong pamilyar siya yung pangalan?
Ito nga po kasi, sir, masyado po siyang marami in terms of details. Kaya ho,
Bakit marami? Nagsusupply ba sila ng tornilyo? Nagsusupply ba sila ng thread? Nagsisupply ba sila ng bulak? Ayun ba yun? Hindi naman
Hindi,
sila
sir.
supplier ng manufacturer eh. They are just a go-between. Tumutubo sila. They are the preferred partner of choice na hindi sila manufacturer. Wala silang technical capability to manufacture what the government is requiring. Wala rin silang financial capability because ang ginagawa nila, laway lang ang kapital, lakas lang ni Michael Yang, lakas lang nila kay Lau, ang kanilang kapital para makakuha sila ng produkto, tapos tutubo sila. Kaya tumubo si Trends, tumubo si Tiger Phil, tumubo sila kay Farmali at tumubo si Farmali sa taong bayan. Correct? Correct, sir?
yes po.
Now, you see, I raise my voice because nasasama ang loob ko sa kapwa ko Pilipino na nagsisinungaling sa atin. That's only normal. Out of frustration. Puntya na, niyari na ang tao natin. Hindi na nasusweldo yung mga nurses. Hindi na nasusweldo yung mga healthcare. Wala na silang allowance. I will put you in my report. Mga ilang ang sagot mo. Magkano binayad sa yung fees?
25 po, Mr. Chairman. 25,000.
For the whole recording session?
Monthly po.
Monthly? Nagbayad ka naman siguro ng taxes doon, no?
Opo.
Tumoy ko, nagbayad sila, hindi. May utang pa ang gobyerno.
Balik na dyan, nakabili na ako ng charger.
Okay? Can you take a look at Note 10, breakdown ng liabilities? Can you show it to us? And, pakita mo lang. I will just show the committee kung ano nakalagay doon sa Note 10. Financial statement siya eh. Are you familiar with that?
Yes po.
Dali mo na doon. Huwag mo na ako hintayin.
Sir, this is the same.
Nag-aaral rin naman kami dito. Hindi naman kami mga tongo eh. Ano nakalagay sa Note 10?
Sa Note 10, sir, customer advances from officers and employees, payable to government, accrued expenses.
Magkano yan?
Total of 1.7 M po.
May customer advances na 1.4 million.
Yes po.
Nakita mo yung mga in-advances ng customer.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Wala kang matandaan. Ni
Wala
isa,
po, sir.
wala kang matandaan.
Wala sir. Yung nitty-gritty po kasi sir, nasa libro lang po lahat yan sir.
Ito tinatanong yung nitty-gritty, tinatanong ko kung may tandaan. Yung mga sagot na ganyan, iwas yan eh. Wala akong matandaan.
Wala po sir.
Magtaka kung ba't wala kang matandaan.
Wala po Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You're painting a picture of yourself. Advances from officers and employees, 78,000. Ayan siguro dapat yung kay Juan, di ba? Kay Farmali, yung kay Mohit, yung favorite mo. Dalawang kotse yung binili niya. 25 million sa kapatid niya, si Twinkle. 78,000 lang ito. Di, sigurado, wala na yan. Tama ba yun, Mr. Ebrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi na papasok yung 25 million yan. Kapos na.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Hindi po siya kasya.
Payable to government, 16,507. Ano kaya yon?
Yan sir, payable to government po consists of withholding taxes and other statutory payables.
Nakita mo yung sinabi ni Senator Dilon kanina eh. Halos walang binayad, may utang pa ang gobyerno eh.
Yeah. Yes.
Senator Dilon.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just on that point,
Yes, sir.
on the refund, if I may ask questions, just to clarify.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mariano, hingi lang po ako ng paliwanag. Doon po sa financial statements na ginawa ninyo, mayroon kayong entry doon, income tax paid, 95,501,130. Tama po ba yan? Ulitin ko lang, yung financial statement nakalagay, income taxes paid, 95,501,130 pesos. Is that correct, sir?
Yes po.
Okay. Doon po sa ITR, income tax return, ng Farmally, nakalagay income tax due, 95,501,130 pesos. In other words, your financial statement indicate that you have paid income taxes of 95,501,130, and this is also the income tax due under the ITR that you filed. Tama po ba yun?
Yes po.
O ngayon, ano itong tax credit na kiniklaim nyo na 96,089,293 pesos, which results in a claimed refund of 589,163?
Certificate of, ano po yan Mr. Chairman, based on the certificate of taxes withheld po.
Eh bakit ang kiniklaim nyo sa financial statement nyo, ang income tax paid is only 95,501,130 and not 96,089,293? Kung itong tax credit, kasi kitingnan ko yung inyong, hindi ko talaga maintindihan. Ano ba ito? Can you help here, Mr. Abrea?
Mr. Chairman, ito po yung binanggit ko last time na meron po silang dinifer na tax, Mr. Chairman. May deferred tax po sila na related din po sa foreign exchange gains, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm. Mayroon silang alin?
Meron po silang nirecognize na deferred tax na related po doon sa unrealized foreign exchange gains po nila, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Yung foreign gain.
Kaya yung tax credit nila is 96,089,293, ganun ba?
Hindi po. Yung tax credit, Mr. Chairman, base po yun sa withholding tax ng government kay Farmally, which must be supported by BIR Form 2306, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Right. So, are you saying, Mr. Mr. Abrea, that the claimed refund of 589,163, just simply looking at these financial statements, and the ITR is in order?
I cannot comment, Mr. Chairman, if it's correct, but what I can say is it's subject to review assessment of BIR. Kasi, Mr. Chairman, malaki po yung dinifer nila at yung tax credit nila dapat po supported ng BIR Form 2306, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So anyway, as it stands now, they're claiming a tax refund of 589,163. Whether or not that's valid is subject to BIR examination. Is that a correct statement, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Attorney, Senator Mantiveros.
yes, salamat Mr. Chairman. Follow up ulit, Mr. Mariano, kasi kanina narinig ko lang sa inyo, hinanda nyo yung financial statement ng Pharmally. Pero ngayon lang, sinabi nyo na kayo rin yung naghanda ng income tax returns nila. So, una po, ni-record nyo ba yung creditable withholding tax ng Pharmally?
Yes po.
You did. Nakita nyo ba yung BIR Form 2307?
Yes po.
Okay. Sino po yung nag-file ng VAT returns monthly ng Pharmally?
Kami po, Mr. Chairman, October 2020 onwards.
October 2020 onwards. Hanggang ngayon, a
Yes
year
po.
later, kasi October 2021 na, Mr. Mariano. Okay. Therefore, kung kayo po ang naghahanda at saka nagfa-file ng returns ng Pharmally, buwan-buwan, isang taon na, may kopya po ba kayo ng lahat ng Form 2007 nila?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman. Nasa kanila rin po yan.
Nasa kanila rin yun. Wala ba kayong kopya bilang kung kayo yung nag-file nung kanilang Form 2307 na isang taon na?
Mr. Chairman, ano po, to give light lang po dun sa process ng 2307, ang nagbibigay po kasi niyan, yung payor.
Mhm.
So, pag na-receive lang po ng company, ifa-file lang po as in physical filing sa folder, ganun lang po siya.
Kanina pa ako nakakarinig ng panay physical, pero alam naman natin na mostly, completely or in large part digital ngayon yung mga transaction, pati yung pag-fulfill natin ng ating tax obligations. Yung file 2307 ba ng Pharmally na isang taon na kayo nagfa-file, naka-file ba sa RDC?
Hindi ko po alam yung RDC, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Naka-file ba sa RDO, Mr. Mariano?
Ang 2307 po kasi, Mr. Chairman, hindi po yan fina-file sa RDO.
Saan po?
Ano po yan, ang mangyari po, if kayo po yung supplier, babayaran niyo ako, mag-withhold kayo, tapos you give me a copy of the 2307, tapos yun na po yun. Hindi po required yung payee to file with the RDO nung 2307.
So, pero binigyan ba kayo ng kopya ng mga suppliers nitong
Sorry,
2307?
customers po.
Yung customers. Okay. Alright. Salamat, Mr. Mariano. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Leave it at that. Obviously, the witness knows more than he's saying. Ikaw ba rin pala nag-file ng ITR? Ganun ba? Ikaw ba nag-file? Did I hear that correctly?
Kami po yung nag-draft, Mr. Chairman.
Iba yung nag-draft, iba yung nag-file. Ano ba yan? Ano ba kaibahan nun? Pag nag-draft ka, pipirmahan na lang ng kliyente tapos ipa-file niya. Ganun ba yan?
Yes po. If I'm not mistaken po, Mr. Chairman, pag filing po kasi, ito na po yung subject ng SMR, Statement of Management Responsibility.
O sino nagpa-file nun?
Ang responsible po would be the company po, Mr. Chairman.
Si Mujit.
Yes po.
All right. Any more questions from this witness? Senator Lacson, you were looking for him before.
No, Mr. Chairman. May tanong po ako doon sa PSBBM at saka kay Lincoln Ong later.
Yes, sir.
Pagdating ng aking turn.
See, go ahead. Why don't we call Lincoln Ong na muna kagad para we can call them
Either
later.
Mr. Lincoln Ong or anybody from Parmali or anybody from PSDBM. Kasi gusto ko pong balikan, Mr. Chairman, yung issue which I don't think we have resolved, particularly has resolved. Ito yung issue ng net financial contracting capacity, particularly ng Parmali. Now, gusto ko lang malaman from PSDBM first or Mr. Lincoln Ong, ano bang computation? How do we compute an FCC as a requirement for the submission of RFQ, yung request for quotation? Mr. Lincoln Ong?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ping, magandang hapon po. For the computation of the NFCC, if I may recall, meron yan proper na computation, which is I don't have access now. And then
Ako na mag-provide, ipa-plus ko sa screen para makita natin. Paki-plus nga. Ang computation niyan, pagka yung contract, ang duration 1 year or less, times 10, di ba? Ayan. Times 10 doon sa yung capitalization, yung net working capital. So ang makita natin dito, kung ang net working capital ng Parmali, noong ito'y nagrehistro at nagsabit, nasa 599,000 pesos, dapat ang threshold o yung maximum na kontrata na pwede niyang pasukan o pasukin, 5,994,500 pesos. So, ito, magkano ba yung kontrata niyo nakuha? At least yung unang contract from PSDBM doon sa pag-deliver niyo ng face mask.
Mr. Chairman, the first contract, if I'm not mistaken, is around 13 million. 13.
Yes, 13,860,000 pesos.
Yes
Yung
po.
pangalawa, nag-deliver pa kayo ng 2.4 million, face mask ulit, 54 million.
Yes po, yes po.
Lahat ito within the 1 year period. 10 million face mask, nakakawa ulit kayo, 220 million. Sunod-sunod ito. Ayan, andyan yung timelines ng
Yes, po,
pag-deliver. So ang tanong sa PSDBM, bakit hindi nasunod yung sa 9184, yung requirement na yung threshold o yung maximum dapat not times 10 lang. So dapat ang maximum na dapat nakuhang kontrata ng Parmali hindi lalampas ng 599 ng 5.9 million. Bakit pa unang-una pa lang na delivery nasa 13 million na kagad mahigit? So merong violation po dito. So may we hear from PSDBM, Mr. Chairman?
Anybody from PSDBM here?
The reason why I'm bringing this out, Mr. Chairman, is maybe you can include in your interim or preliminary committee report na mayroong maliwanag na violation dito, and this is a violation of anti-graft law, no? Because this is an administrative requirement which was not followed. Kasi hindi dapat nabigyan ng kontrata na mas mahigit pa sa times 10 ng kanilang networking capital. Lumampas sila. Hindi lang yun, nasundan pa ito ng katakot-takot pang mga deliveries. No? Alam niyo yung 500...
Senator Lacson, that
Yes.
they have no financial capability.
They have no financial capability pero pinapasok nila.
That's correct.
So-
Favoritism. Giving
Yes,
undue advantage.
Ang argument ni Mr. Lau dito, Attorney Lau, if I recall it right, sabi niya, hindi raw requirement yung NFCC. And I'd like to find out from the resource person from PSDBM, requirement ba ito o hindi?
There's nobody from PSDBM, Mr. Lacson. They're all covered by the...
Ito tayo, so Mr. George Mendoza ba yun? Taga PSDBM. Nakita ko siya kanina.
and he just receives the supplies that arrive from abroad.
That he should be knowledgeable sa mga requirements, Mr. Chairman. Ayan, nandiyan siya. Yeah, just for the record, may we just hear from him? What are the requirements para sa RFQ?
Opo, ano po, no? Sinabi po ni ano po, hold on. Kami po ay sa inspection po. We do not do with the, ano po, yung sa pre-qualification or the bidding process or how the manner of procurement po. These PPs were, ano po, then, basically, wala po.
So, Mr. George, wala man lang kayong, hindi nyo alam kung ano yung mga requirements para sa RFQ? Wala kayong idea?
Most like, ano po, during the, ano po, kasi sa, ano po ito, sa Bayanihan 1 and 2 na po ito. Pero,
Hindi ko tinatanong ko sa bayan na yan. Kung alam nyo ba yung mga requirements
Opo.
pagsabit ng request for quotation?
Po. Since this, ano po, this procurement po, is under, ano po, no, Bayanihan 1 or Bayanihan 2. Ang familiar lang po ako with the procurement law, yung normal procurement law natin, RA 9184, kailangan po talaga yung NFCC. So,
Okay.
with this, very, ano po, with under po ng, ano po, under po ng Bayanihan 1 and 2.
So, mag-agree kayo sa akin na in-exceed ni Attorney Lau yung kanyang authority o hindi niya sinunod yung alituntunin sa procurement law na dapat times 10 lang yung maximum based sa net working capital. Kasi kanina pinakita ko sa slide na ang limit lang niya is 5.9 million pero umabot siya ng 13.8 million sa unang kontrata. But within the 1-year period, nasundan pa ito ng 54 million and another 220 million. So mag-agree kayo sa amin o sa akin na maliwanag merong violate si Mr. Lau.
Your Honor po, no, sa ano po yan, no, sa RA 9184. Yun nga, as I said po kanina, I'm not very familiar with the, ano po, the Bayanihan 1 and 2, paano po yung mga provisions doon. That exempt po, no, I'm not very, ano po.
Hindi ko masyado marinig si Mr. Mendoza, mahina yung kanyang audio.
Opo, Your Honor, opo. Yung NFCC po na binabanggit, at ay, ano po, no, I'm familiar with, RA 9184 requirement po niya. As I said po kanina, I'm not familiar with the Bayanihan laws, no, 1 and 2.
Sige. Mr. Mendoza, ipapamiliarize ko na lang kayo kasi yung sa Bayanihan, naglabas ng GPPB resolution. Di ba kung natatandaan yung discussion dito before? Yung 03-220, 2020 at saka yung number 16-2020. Ang sinasabi ni Mr. Law noon, balikan lang natin yung nakaraan kasi baka nakalimutan na natin. No? Sinasabi niya, they commonly used yung common, ano tawag doon? CSE, no? Commonly used items and equipment. Commonly used. Yeah, anyway, kinay-claim niya pang infrastructure lang daw, but doon sa GPPB resolution 16-2020 kasama yung goods, no? Yan, commonly used supplies and equipment. So doon sa resolution 16-2020, so saklaw ito yung face mask. So yun lang gusto ko ma-establish dito, Mr. Chairman. So when we prepare our committee report, we can also include this particular issue. And Mr. Lincoln Ong, natatanda mo yung testimony mo noong September 10, di ba, tungkol dito? Kasi tinanong din kita, ako yung nagtanong sa iyo noon, na ano yung mga requirements na sinabit ninyo. Ito yung sagot mo. Requirement, yung mayor's permit for 2020, income tax return, saka yun nga, yung NFCC. Do you confirm that? Can you recall?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can recall na binabasa ko po yung ano yung nakikita ko dun sa papeles. Yes po.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to point that out.
Good question, Senator Lacson. Obviously, the request for quotations require that they explain their capability, and obviously they have not been able to do so. And your facts show that it was honored totally in the breach rather than the enforcement. Thank you. Senator Dillon, you have a question? Go ahead, Senator Dillon. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
Okay, there you are.
Yes.
Okay, now, I'd like to ask a few questions from Mr. Mariano. Mr. Mariano, there is a donation in the financial statements of Farmally amounting to 33,131,314. Do you recall this?
Yes, sir. Ano po, various LGUs po.
Yes.
Various L.
This is in cash or in kind?
Based on my recollection po, sir, mga COVID items po. In kind po.
In kind. Saan ito dinonate?
Wala po ako listahan, Mr. Chairman. Kung pwede ko po i-request from Farmally.
Pwede mong i-request yung source documents nito?
Yung ano po, sir, yung nasa box po kasi siya, Mr. Chairman. Nasa box po siya.
Nasa book siya. So, yung kung kanino binigay, kung kanino dinonate, nandun po yun.
Yes po.
Mayroon, kung sabi mo this is a donation in kind, mayroon bang delivery receipts ito na pinirmahan to show receipt of the donation in kind?
Yes, I recall meron po.
Mayroon. So, can you request that from Farmally?
Sige po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now. Kung po sa financial statement, mayroong inventory and cost of sales, note number 7 and number 12. The inventory purchases is 7,227,252,622 pesos. Now, mayroon bang, have you seen the support documents to confirm the inventory purchases of 7.2 billion?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Mga supplier bills po yan. Supplier.
Yeah. Do you have copies of this?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman. All with Farmally po.
All with Farmally. But did you have an opportunity? Were you just shown a list or you were shown the source documents?
The source documents po.
You were shown the source document. And you have gone through the source documents?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
You have no copies of the source documents?
Due to high volume, sir, kaya po kami hindi nagkikip. We don't have po, Mr. Chairman. Due to high volume po.
Okay. Now, there is a trade payable of 1,453,305 pesos. Is the only customer of Farmally is the PSDBM? Are we saying that you gave cash advances? Customer advances to Farmally?
If I understand your question po, Mr. Chairman, nag-advance po si Farmally sa...
Note number 10
Yes po.
is trade payable. There's an entry of customer advances of 1,453,305. Who is this customer? Is this PSDBM?
Based on my recollection, Mr. Chairman, this is not po.
This is
If
not.
I'm not mistaken, private po ito.
Sorry?
Private po, I think, if my memory serves me right po.
Yeah. Okay. Now, there is advances to suppliers under Note 6. Advances to suppliers of 2,998,033. Does this mean that Pharmally gave cash advances to the supplier?
There are cases po kasi gano'n, Mr. Chairman, mga advance payments po.
Sorry?
There are cases po, yes.
Oh. There are cases that that cash advances were made.
Yes po. Suppliers.
Okay, so that's in the meantime, that's all my questions, Mr. Chairman, on Mr. Mariano.
Mr. Chairman?
The chairman is on the break.
I see.
Let's have a 1-minute break while the chairman is attending to some other matter.
Chair.
So with the permission of Senator Lacson and Senator Hontiveros, let's have and Senator Kiko, unless somebody's willing to preside. Let's have a break until the chairman comes back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, gusto ko namang magtanong sa Xu Zhao, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I would have wanted, Mr. Chairman, to question further Mr. Robin Han, but I don't see him here today. Pero may nakita po akong ibang taga Xu Zhao, si Mr. kanina nagpakita rin sa video, Mr. Ray Isidore Gulyaban, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gulyaban?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may Mr. Gulyaban be recognized to speak?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon po.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Salamat, Mr. Gulyaban. Just for the record, Mr. Gulyaban, yung Xu Zhao ay XCMG, no? Tama?
Correct po, Your Honor.
Okay, so XCMG stands for Xu Zhao Construction Machinery Group. Sino po yung chairman ng XCMG sa ngayon?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but hindi ko alam ngayon kung sino ang chairman ngayon ng XCMG.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to show a slide of the chairman. So, here it is in a moment, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Gulyaban, pwede nyo bang i-confirm na yung chairman ng XCMG ay itong si Mr. Wang Min? Siya po ba? Mr. Gulyaban, kaya nyo bang i-confirm na itong si Mr. Wang ang chairman ng XCMG?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but first time.
Naputol, na choppy yung audio nyo, Mr. Gulyaban. Ano pong sabi niyo?
Nakita yun. Hindi
Mr. Gulyaban,
po siya kilala, Your Honor.
hindi nyo pa siya nakikita. Pero alam nyo ba na siya
Hello?
yung chair? Yes, Mr. Gulyaban. Sabi nyo, hindi nyo pa nakikita si Mr. Wang?
Hello?
Mr. Yes, Mr. Gulyeban. Sabi nyo ba hindi nyo pa nakikita si Mr. Wang? Mr. Gulyeban?
Opo.
Yes.
Hindi ko pa saka siya yun. Narinig po ako. Hello?
Yes, pakiulit yung sagot nyo, Mr. Gulyeban, kasi choppy yung audio niyo.
Hindi ko pa ho siya nakikita, Your Honor. At saka hindi ko po masabi kung siya ang current chairman, Your Honor.
Okay, well, for the record, Mr. Chairman, ito yung batse sa aming research, chairman ng Suzhou. Pero dito sa photo, Mr. Gulyeban, kilala nyo ba kung sino itong taong ito?
Hindi po.
Hindi nyo rin kilala. All right, but for the record, Mr. Chairman.
With your
Yes,
permission,
Mr. Chairman. Yes,
just
Mr.
want to
Chairman.
qualify the witness muna, no? Because
Yes.
ayoko kami babawiin nila. You are the authorized representative here of Suzhou, right?
Correct po, Your Honor.
And you're authorized to appear here and represent them in this meeting, correct? That's why you're here.
For now, Your Honor, last hearing ko kasi, Your Honor, ako sa kasi si Sir Han ang umattend.
Okay nga, pero kung wala siya, ikaw ang sasagot, di ba?
May, in behalf ng company, Your Honor, very limited lang yung pwede kong masagot, Your Honor. Kasi sabi ko nga ho last hearing, Your Honor, ang participation ko lang ho talaga dito sa transaction na to, parang liaison lang ho kasi ako dito.
Hindi ko alam kung paano kita tatatuin. Baka palayasin ka nila kung sumagot ka rito. Hindi ko alam yung liaison. Ano ba talaga? Nandito ka. May authorization ka na humarap dito. Iniwanan ka niya, di ba? So siguro tinanong ko niya. O pag tinanong ko, ikaw sasagot.
Yes, Your Honor.
Malinaw yun, ha? Aalis ako, ikaw sasagot. Di ba?
Apa.
Lakas mo.
Yes pa, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. You're under oath, ha? Sige, okay. So you're authorized. Go ahead, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Gulyeban, and Mr. Chairman, gusto kong magpakita ng another couple of photos ni ex-CMG Chairman Wang Min. Ito po yun. So, dalawang photo po, si ex-CMG Chairman Wang, kasama si Presidente sa harap nung presidential seal at flag. And then, isa pang photo, si Mr. Wang, chairman ng ex-CMG, andyan sa kaliwa, kasama sa isang meeting, no? Kay Presidente din. Tapos, Mr. Chairman, merong lumabas noong February 2017. So, 2017, no? Parehong taon na may courtesy call ang mga formally officials naman kay Presidente sa Davao. May lumabas po sa isang Chinese language website na ayon sa website na iyon, pagkatapos isalin sa Ingles, ganito yung lumabas. Na from Feb 23 to 27, Wang Min, chairman of ex-CMG Group, led a delegation to a visit to the Philippines. And on the afternoon of the 27th, yung huling araw, si Presidente cordially received Chairman Wang, who introduced to the President the overall situation of ex-CMG Group and its operations in the Philippines since 1992. So medyo matagal-tagal na rin, Mr. Chairman. The President expressed his appreciation for the support provided by ex-CMG for the economic construction of the Philippines and showed great interest in Chairman Wang's proposal to increase infrastructure construction and environmental protection in the Philippines and establish friendly cities between the two parties. Bago yung aking follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, kay Mr. Gulyeban, quick na side question lang po sa CPMP, sa Confederation of Philippine Manufacturers of PPEs. Kayo po ba sa CPMP, naimbita ba ever na mag-meet personally kay Presidente? Ms. Carillo, Mr. Chairman?
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of Mr. Chair and with the indulgence of Senator Ontiveros, we prepared a statement. If we can...
I'll be answering the question first. Have
Yes,
you ever been invited, CPMC, to the office of the president?
No, Your
Never,
Chairman.
never.
Never.
Okay,
Now,
napakaklaro, Mr. Chairman, hindi lang pala sa kontrata favored ang mga dayuhang kumpanya, pati sa personal interaction with the head of state of our republic.
just as an observation, they're all in environment, infrastructure development, pero wala yung supplies, ng medical supplies. All right?
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. And precisely yun po yung follow-up question ko kay Mr. Gulyeban before, like I'm sure with the rest of the committee, I will gladly, if the chairman allows, listen to the presentation of CPMP. Mr. Gulyeban, di ba nga, gaya ng sinabi din ni chairman ngayon lang, ang Suzhou nasa business ng construction at saka machinery. Sa pangalan nyo pa lang ano po. So, saan nyo po sinurse yung medical supplies na ibinenta nyo sa PSDBM? Mr. Gulyeban, nag-diversify na ba kayo sa health industry?
Apo.
You did. Nag-diversify na po kayo sa health industry?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can you
Mr. Gulyeban?
Sa aking nalalaman po, Your Honor, yes. Hello?
Yes, naririnig namin
Hello?
kayo. Nag-diversify na kayo sa health industry?
Sa aking nalalaman po, yes po, Your Honor.
Okay, saan nyo po sinurse yung medical supplies na ibinenta nyo sa PSDBM?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, pero yung question po, Your Honor, si Mr. Han lang po makakasagot po niyan.
Naku, bakit wala dito si Mr. Han? Naku, Mr. Gulyeban, kaya lalong magtatanong po ako at baka yung mga kasama ko, bakit wala si Mr. Han dito?
Meron po siyang, Your Honor, meron po ata siyang pinadalang sulat dyan sa inyo, sa committee, na parang hindi po siya makaka-attend gawa nung nagka-COVID po ata.
Oh my God. Well, I hope gumaling sila kaagad for his own sake at para din sagutin itong mga tanong ng aming komite. I guess until gumaling na, until Mr. Han gets well, Mr. Chairman, I will have to wait for the answers from him na saan nila sinurse itong medical supplies na binenta nila sa PSDBM. If indeed, no, kaya ng sinabi ni Mr. Gulyeban, if indeed talagang nag-branch out na sila sa health industry. But at least for today, Mr. Chairman, for the record, yung mainit na tinanggap sa Malacanang noong 2017, as the minority leader also graphically illustrated earlier, tax evader pala ngayon. So parang may pattern na nag-emerge dito sa mga pinaborang mga dayuhang kumpanya to the detriment din di lang ng ating healthcare workers, di lang ng ating mamamayan in general, but also to the detriment ng mga Pilipinong kumpanya, Mr. Chairman. Those are my questions for today for Suzhou XCMG, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Tanungin ko lang si Ray Isidoro, no? Ray Isidoro, kailan ka naging representative nitong kumpanyang ito? Kailan ka naging representative? Nung pa nagtitinda sila ng heavy equipment?
Sa binigay nila sa akin po, Your Honor, na authorization, Your Honor, is April 1, 2020 po.
April 1,
Specific po, 2020 po.
April 1, 2020.
Specific po.
Sino nagsabi sa iyo na pumunta sa PSDBM para makakuha kayo ng kontrata?
Ang unang instruction po sa akin, Your Honor, ni Sir Robin Han, pumunta ako ng PSDBM para maghatid ho ng LOI.
Para ano? Para
maghatid ho ng LOI po, letter of intent po.
saan dala salta? Maghatid ng ano?
Maghatid po ng letter of intent.
Letter of intent. Anong date yon?
Apo.
Pwede bang pakidala mo dito sa amin yung letter of intent na yan? Pa-email mo?
Apo, pwede po.
Sige, pakukuha namin kagad. Tatawagan ka na kung sa may email.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up question, Mr. Gulyan.
Isa.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Muna ako, Senator.
Yes, Mr.
Akala ko tapos ka na eh.
Sorry, I was going to follow up the chairman's question. I will wait. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, napadala ka ng letter of intent. Kailan yun? Anong petsa? April siya.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
March 26 po, Your Honor.
Ano? Ano? Anong petsa?
March 26 po.
March 26,
March
2020.
26.
2020.
March 26, 2020 po.
Pero April 1 ka in-appoint.
Apo.
April 1 ka in-appoint na resident agent.
Yes.
Anong title mo? Resident agent.
Yes po. Apo, correct po.
Meron kang kopya ina-appoint ka na resident agent.
Not really a resident agent po, Your Honor.
Anong appointment mo?
Ang authorization na binigay sa akin is representative to execute and or sign contract, purchase order, omnibus loan statement, and any other documents needed for this procurement.
Okay, would you be kind enough to send that document right now? Email mo lang. Nandiyan ba sa computer mo yan? Email mo lang dito sa amin.
Hard copy po.
Ha?
Hard copy po.
Marunong kang magpadala niyan by email?
Pwede po.
Sige, pa-follow up ka ni Director General Quimbo. Okay? So, lumalabas, March 26, pinadalang kanyang letter na yan. Meron ka appointment April 1, about 4 days later. So, kailan mo dineliver yan? Anong date mo dineliver?
Start po ng delivery namin, Your Honor, is April 10 po.
April 10 mo dinala yung letter of intent?
Sorry po, Your Honor. This letter of intent, Your Honor, is March 26 po.
March 26.
Apo.
Kailan mo dineliver? Ikaw, kailan mo dineliver yan? Sa PSDBM?
March 26 po, Your Honor.
Hindi ka pa appointed doon eh.
Ano lang naman po, Your Honor, pinadala lang, binigay sa akin ni Sir Han, dinala ko lang po sa PSDBM, pinareceive lang po sa guide.
So, dinala mo. Alright?
Apo.
Tapos binigyan ka ng appointment ng April 1, correct?
Apo.
Alright. Ano nakalagay doon? Nag-deliver kayo kaagad kamo ng April 10.
Apo.
Ang bilis Anong dineliver nyo in April 10?
Ang delivery namin, Your Honor, start po ng April 10, natapos po kami ng
Ano ang dineliver mo ang tanong ko? PPE o mask?
una po, mask po.
Mask?
Apo.
Are you sure? Nakalagay
Yes,
sa dito, PPE ang dineliver mo, 2,000 pesos per set. Ano ang sagot sa'yo doon sa letter of intent? Deliver mo kagad, ganun ba?
No po, Your Honor. Napareceive ko dun, nabigay ko yung letter of intent ng March 26. No, April 1, noong April 2, binigyan nila kami ng RFQ.
RFQ. Sino nakapirma? Si Lau. Tingnan mo. Nakapirma, si signed by Warren Leong. Tama ba?
Ay, check ko, Your Honor.
There we go. Kung natin pa-deliver sa kanya, pakita na lang natin.
Padala ko na lang po. Your Honor.
Papakita ko sa yung dokumento, meron kami. Warren Leong ang nakapirma. Pinadi-deliver sa iyo ang 2,000 quantities, correct? 2,000 pesos unit price quantity, 250,000 pesos. Ang halaga ay 500 million. Tama?
Tama po. Correct po, Your Honor.
Malinaw sa lahat 500 million na-deliver ka. Sabi sa iyo, April 1, nadala ka ng RFQ, pero ang bilis mo mag-deliver, na-deliver ka agad on April 2.
No, Your Honor.
Kailan na-deliver yan?
April 10 po. April 10 po.
April 10, ayan, first batch delivered. 20,000 sets ang deliver mo, tama?
Apo, by air.
By air.
Apo.
Anong flight?
Hindi ko po nakuha, Your Honor, yung anong flight number, Your Honor. Pero yun kasi po, Your Honor, galing po China, kinarga ko ng aeroplano. Dinala din po sa PS sa OCD compound, Your Honor, sa Aguinaldo. Tapos doon ko na sa OCD inabangan, Your Honor.
Pati sa Manila International Airport yan.
Apo.
Private flight.
No, Your Honor, commercial flight po.
Commercial flight. Do you remember kung anong plano?
Hindi ko po ma-recall, Your Honor.
Posible naman ikaw, ahente, siyempre kukunin mo yan sa airport.
Hindi po, actually po, Your Honor. Pinadala sa aeroplano, may din po kasing, alam ko broker siya na nag-pick up sa airport, din dinala sa OCD compound. Din sa OCD compound lang po ako nag-antay.
Sa PSDBM warehouse dinala, tama?
OCD compound po, Camp Aguinaldo po.
Sa Camp Aguinaldo dinala, direktaran.
Apo. Aha.
Meron kang papel na tinanggap yun. Siyempre, nando ka na.
Yes, Your Honor.
In delivery receipt, na-receive nila.
Pakiulit po, Your Honor. Naputol-putol po yung line po, Your Honor. Sorry.
Ha? Relax ka lang. Tatagayin kita. Dinala ka mo sa AFP compound. Sumunod ka doon para makita mo kung dumating. Tama o hindi? Ba't ba likot-likot mo?
Hello?
Naintindihan mo yung tanong ko? Dinala sa AFP compound. Sumunod ka doon. Correct?
Apo.
Sumunod ka doon.
Apo, Your Honor, correct.
So may papel ka nakuha na...
Ano kasi, Your Honor, hindi ko marinig. Nag-headset po ako.
Hindi, huwag kang magalaw.
Apo, Your Honor.
Sit tight. Diyan ka lang.
Apo.
Sit mo, nakita mo dumating doon.
Apo, tama po.
Nakuha ka ng papel na tanggap nila.
Tama po.
Meron kang papel dyan na hawak.
Mayroon po sana yun, Your Honor, pero... Apa.
Anong opo?
Mayroon po sana yun. Apa.
Opo, ano?
Ngayon, Your Honor, wala po. Pero the time na dineliver namin yun, Your Honor, meron po.
Nasaan
Wala po ngayon.
Saan yung papel na yan ngayon?
Nawala na naman. wala po akong papel ngayon na hawak, Your Honor, na na-receive nila doon. Pero nung time na
Bayaran na kayo.
wala po.
Do we have payments records?
Hello?
Sa inyo ay 40 million.
Asan tablet? Asan tablet?
First batch pa lang yun, 40 million, hindi face mask, PPE. Sir? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Narinig kita.
Apa?
Binayad sa inyo doon 40 million.
Your Honor, hindi ko na po alam yan, Your Honor, kasi ang pagkakaalam ko po, Your Honor, ang payment ko kasi from OCD, diretso ho sa China.
Doon binabayaran.
Opo, sila si Robin Han na din ang nag-uusap ko doon.
Director Kimbo, can we get a copy of the payment receipt? Director Kimbo.
Your Honor, 2 seconds. Your Honor, we don't have that right now. We will request, Your Honor.
Can you request all payments made for this company, Suzu? Because
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
nakakapagtaka naman, hindi sila makakatanggap. Bakit ang bilis-bilis yun nakapag-deliver? Meron ba kayong prior talks? Ano ba, na kung nag-usap na sila? Ang bilis ninyo eh.
Actually, Your Honor, wala po akong idea, Your Honor, kasi tinawag lang sa akin ni Sir Han ito. Pinapunta niya ako, pina-receive yung LOI sa PSDBM. And then after nun kasi April 2 or 3 ata,
Alaman meron letter of intent. Sino nagsabi kay Robin Hang mag-present ng letter of intent?
ayun ang hindi ko po masasagot, Your Honor. Si Sir Han po makakasagot po nun.
Pilipino ka, tandaan mo ha. Kanino ka ba kampe?
Apa. Siyempre, Your Honor, sa Pilipinas po.
Oh, sige. Buti naman marinig ko sa iyo yan para may konting comfort ako. Lumalabas eh. So lahat, lumabas kagad, lumipad kagad yung 40 million ng pera ng Pilipino sa China. Yumaman ng Chinese, tama? Kano ba sweldo mo sa kumpanya yan?
Actually po, Your Honor, ano lang naman po ako rito, Your Honor. Parang na-sideline ko lockdown. Yung transaction lang naman po na yan ang nakuha ko. Binayaran lang naman po ako dyan ng maliit na halaga.
Kano nga yung maliit?
50 a month po.
50,000 a month.
Opo.
Hanggang ngayon, 50,000 a month ka.
No po. 3 months, 4 months lang po ata. Natapos. Hanggang matapos po ang transaction po, Your Honor.
Deliver na lahat yung in order.
Opo.
Ino ba in order? Total order na. Diyan sa atin yan. Ilan?
50,000, sir. First transaction. Ito, sir.
500 million pesos worth ang in order.
Opo, Your Honor.
Na-deliver na lahat yun, correct?
Opo, Your Honor.
Alright. Ngayon, binabayaran ka?
Nung sahod ko po, Your Honor, nung 3 months po, Your Honor, nung hanggang matapos yung...
Pero ngayon?
Bayad na po.
Ngayon, binabayaran ka ngayon?
Wala na po.
Eh, ba't tumaharap ka pa kung di ka binabayaran?
Meron po kasi akong subina, Your Honor, galing po dyan sa inyo.
Okay. Dapat, nagre-represent kasi nila, dapat binabayaran ka rin nila.
Actually, Your Honor, parang hindi nga po talaga, Your Honor, ako parang in behalf nung itong transaction na to, pwede akong sumagot. But just because meron ho akong subina galing sa inyo dyan, kaya po ako maharap ngayon.
Hindi ba tiga Davao ka, Ray?
No po. My province, Your Honor, is Iligan, Lanao del Norte po.
Lanao del Norte ka sa Iligan?
Apo.
Meron kang property sa Davao?
Ako po?
Ah,
Wala po.
ah. Ikaw ba nagsabi sa kanila, uy, mag-order tayo dito? O may nagsabi sa inyo, mag-order tayo dyan, ang kaibigan ninyo?
No po, Your Honor. Kasi nung lockdown po talaga, Your Honor, wala po akong idea talaga.
All right. I don't think I can get anything from you. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan, and welcome. Senator Pangilinan, kanina ka pa dyan. I'm sorry. I did not recognize you. You really look tired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, earlier there was a manifestation from the local contractors, the Confederation of Philippine Manufacturers. Earlier we discussed, we were touching on Parmalee as well as Usual, the foreign manufacturers. We'd like to get a sense also, if with the permission of the chairman, as to how the Confederation of Philippine Manufacturers of PPE, the CPMP, were treated. Nabanggit na kanina ni Senator Risa na hindi nga sila naimbita. With the permission of the chairman, perhaps we can also hear from Rosette Carillo, the executive
Something we
director.
would all like to hear because we are all second-class citizens in what they think is a Chinese province already. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, then may we allow Rosette Carillo of the Confederation of Philippine Manufacturers of PPE to give the opening statement. If I'm not mistaken, it's a 5-minute or 5 to 7 minute
It's
opening
all right. They
statement.
can take their time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. With the permission of the chairman, Ms. Carillo.
Okay, good afternoon and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Honor.
Welcome.
On behalf of the Coalition of Philippine Manufacturers of PPE or CPMP, Mr. Chairman, honorable senators present, other government officials and other invited groups, magandang hapon po. And thank you for inviting us to this session. I'm Rosette Carillo, Executive Director of CPMP. With me is our board advisor, Marites Hoxon Agoncillo. She's also the Executive Director of the Confederation of Wearables Exporters of the Philippines, or CONWEP. We prepared a joint statement and thank you for allowing us to read it into the records. CPMP was formed because of the pandemic. CPMP was established primarily to provide every healthcare worker in the Philippines with locally manufactured medical-grade personal protective equipment, PPE, that conforms to international standards. Secondly, to attain national health security by creating a national stockpile of medical-grade PPE that can be readily tapped during a public health emergency. We are here today po in aid of legislation and to plead that the Senate act with immediacy on the proposed Pandemic Protection Act pending before both houses of Congress. When we joined the repurposing program of the Department of Trade and Industry, or DTI, we encountered many of the problems that have been the subject of this committee's ongoing investigation. With your indulgence, Your Honor, allow us to narrate these concerns and how the proposed Pandemic Protection Act can resolve them. Our first concern is the standards and testing in the current government procurement process. From the drafting of a terms of reference to the issuance of a purchase request, there is no emphasis on the importance of PPE as a medical device, or the need to pass international standards for testing PPE, or the validation of certifications on the testing. For example, the procurement services of the Department of Budget and Management, PSDBM, technical requirements for bidding on PPE masks do not include any requirement to comply with performance standards. PSDBM merely states that PPE masks should be, quote, surgical, disposable, ear loop, 3-ply wired, unquote. Imported masks are not even expected to have a certificate of product registration from the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA. Now, it might be asked why a less stringent set of requirements would be a cause for concern. It's because if this is unchanged, CPMP will be no match to traders that merely repack substandard PPE. CPMP members, being global players, have to conform to global standards. For instance, a member, Medtex International, exported nearly 46 million PPE masks from January to April 2020. It would not have been able to do so if it did not pass certain performance tests. Another member, EMS, went through the same testing process. The whole point to wearing masks is to protect a person from COVID-19. Merely having masks that are, quote, surgical, disposable, ear loop, 3-ply wired, will not do that. Another example is the presence of an unclear criterion and PSDBM's technical requirements for bidding on PPE coveralls. While PSDBM appears to have set a criterion in requiring conformity to the ASTM F1671 standard or equivalent, the use of the term equivalent is problematic. Without specifying what other standards may be considered an equivalent, the term becomes open to interpretation. For CPMP, whose PPE conforms to the gold standard of ASTM F1671, this loophole is extremely unfair. But for Filipino healthcare workers, this loophole can be fatal. Under the proposed Pandemic Protection Act, this loophole is plugged. Locally made medical-grade PPE must pass international testing standards, administered by certifying bodies that are accredited by TTI's Bureau of Standards, or FDA, and not partner with said government agencies to allow quick validation of certifications presented. Our second concern, Your Honor, is the dumping of substandard PPE from foreign sources. CPMP and other local exporters are unprotected from importers whose predatory pricing endangers healthcare workers as well as the Philippine economy. Every time substandard PPE made by a foreign worker is dumped here, a Filipino worker is always marginalized. The issue of dumping worsened our already bleak prospects during the pandemic. We foresaw in our wearable export sector, cancellation of orders and massive layoffs. While we could do nothing about canceled orders, the jobs of our Filipino workers could still be saved. Repurposing our factories would do that. Our third concern is the preference for traders, importers over local exporters under the current government procurement process. For example, PSDBM would demand short-term deliveries for high-volume, high-value orders of PPE. To our members, this was a disadvantage because before they could even begin manufacturing, their raw materials had to pass international testing standards. They had to go abroad for this, since there is no FDA-accredited testing facility here. They also submitted the finished product for testing. This two-tiered process would add 4 weeks to their production cycle. Meanwhile, traders and importers will not have to bother with any of this. Another example was PSDBM's insistence of procuring PPE sets. Repurposed exporters would have difficulty meeting this. That is because they would choose to manufacture PPE whose manufacturing process closely resembles what they previously made. Repurposed exporters of apparel, for example, would specialize on coveralls because they have similar production flow. They would not specialize on face shields, goggles, or gloves because those would require an entirely different production flow. Once again, traders, importers will not have to bother with any of this. Then there was the matter of high-volume, high-value orders limiting the capability of repurposed exporters to meet the single largest completed contract, or SLCC bid requirement. Newly repurposed exporters would find it impossible to meet the required percentage value of SLCC in a contract worth, for example, 1 billion pesos, because while they have the resources, they will not have the track record. As the local exporters are eliminated from the bid at the pre-qualification stage, not only will traders and importers not have to bother with any of this, it will even allow them to advance easily in the bidding process. Without the Pandemic Protection Act, the local exporters will simply be no match to traders and importers that merely repack substandard PPEs. Our fourth and final concern is to ensure that we maintain a stockpiling program that will allow us to respond in the event of a public health emergency in which all of the Philippines are affected. That will allow our emerging PPE sector to gain foothold. That will allow us to bring back the jobs that were lost during the pandemic and even generate more. When we formed CPMP, we intended to retain the jobs of 7,450 Filipino workers who would be reassigned to our repurposed operations. We were committed to invest $35 million to produce medical-grade PPEs. We were bent on growing a PPE sector at par with global players. We already had the capacity to produce each month 39.2 million surgical masks, and 350,000 seam-sealed coveralls per month. Our factories already had clean rooms, ultraviolet facilities, ISO certified, FDA licensed. Our PPE must pass international testing standards, which would require testing raw materials and testing finished items at a cost of $3,000 to $4,000 each. But none of this will actually matter if government does not improve its procurement process, if it does not collaborate with the emerging PPE sector on planning the production, supply, and delivery of the country's yearly and stockpiling requirements for PPE. With the proposed Pandemic Protection Act, however, we find cause to be optimistic about the future of our emerging PPE sector because the proposed law's key policies on Buy Filipino, stockpiling, long-term sustainability of local production of medical-grade PPE all ensure national health security. This is why, even as most CPMP members have stopped manufacturing PPE, we have not lost sight of our vision to manufacture medical-grade PPE for every Filipino healthcare worker. We have held on to our aspiration to attain national health security by creating a national stockpile of medical-grade PPE that can be readily tapped during a public health emergency. At this point, nagpapasalamat po kami sa Senado for spearheading this legislation and also to the sponsors of the Pandemic Act, Senators Marcos, Pangilinan, Senators Recto, Hontiveros, Revilla, and Angara, and with the ongoing Senate readings by the Committee on Trade by Chairman Senator Pimentel. With the support of the Senate, it is possible to make things right. Our commitment is simple: to provide the Filipino healthcare worker and the rest of the Filipinos PPE that will protect them as it should. Maraming salamat po. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, may we share our screen for a 2-minute video to show the first responders from our industry who set up their factories?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There is no audio.
Welcome to the Luentai International Group's Clean Room, a state-of-the-art, fully automated manufacturing facility that produces medical-grade protective wear of the RB brand. Strategically located in the Clark Special Economic Zone, Philippines, an emerging business, aviation, and tourism hub in the Asia-Pacific region. The facility is an ISO 14644 classified clean room, meaning that airborne particles are strictly monitored and controlled to ensure that all products produced inside the clean room are as free from contamination as possible, enabling us to produce both locally and internationally certified protective wear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Lumenthal, is that a Filipino company, or are you talking about the one by the Ferrers, EMS?
Yes, sir.
Is that EMS as well?
Yes, sir. The second video covered EMS.
And Lumenthal is a separate company. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
It sounds foreign, though. Is it German or something?
No, it's a publicly listed company in Hong Kong, but it's been an investment set up here in the Philippines for more than 30 years.
Unlike EMS, which is totally Filipino, that switched that retooled their company from computer parts to medical products. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Reliance Producer
That is
Cooperative.
the model that I really want to see, flexibility, that when there is sudden demand, we can actually retool. And that is experienced by countries like America in World War II, where they retooled their car companies to create airplanes, trucks, munitions, etc. And that's what we need to do. And we commend you. I commend you personally for this effort. And I'm only sorry that EMS got the raw end of the deal from our own government. And that's why I asked that question earlier that Senator Antiveros started, that we are not even given the kind of day. So long as it's foreign, they get an appointment with the president, and there is really no flag being waved by the president to encourage Filipino ingenuity and production. Would that be correct and accurate, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Yes. Unfortunate, isn't it? But we cannot just keel over and die. And for our part, at least as far as I'm concerned, please be assured. I think I filed a bill also requiring TUCP to encourage Filipino companies. Sa TUCP, the technical, it is supposed to be the source arm of the government, but it has become the parking lot for lazy cabinet officials, no? Ano yan? PITC. I don't know if they've started that. I hope they have. But anyway, I'm happy that Senator Recto, Senator Pangilinan, and Senator Antiveros has come out with this, and we can adopt that as part of in aid of legislation, insofar as this is concerned, if with their permission, of course. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May we raise a few questions to the group? You also presented another company there, apart from Lumenthal, EMS, and Medtex. Is that correct?
Medtech is a Taiwanese company, Brad, owned by a long-time Taiwanese who loves the Philippines, and whom I've helped personally, and who has helped direct us many times in the past.
Yes,
So,
and I'm interested in the
joint venture with Philippine companies, so we learn. Go ahead.
Yes, and Medtex has a manufacturing plant in the Bataan export
correct.
processing zone.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Yes. And they were, as early as February, already manufacturing masks. Is that not that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
If I may interject, we even helped them initially, and I got a lot of flack for it, when they had orders from China, and China at that time was starting. We asked customs to facilitate their export, and then later on they started helping us with masks, etc. And later on we would order from them from Cambodia all the supplies that they had extra, and from Taiwan. And that's just for the record. Thank you.
Yes, the reason why we're raising this issue of Medtex is because precisely the DBMPS, in their negotiations with Parmalee and with Yuzhou, they were all claiming that nagkakaubusan ng masks, and that is why they were forced to buy from importers rather than the local manufacturers. But we are told that Medtex, precisely as early as February, already had the capacity to produce these masks. Is that correct? Ms.
Yes, Mr.
Carillo?
Chairman, that's correct. Yes, Your Honor, yes, that's correct.
Is it not also correct that Medtex, which is a member of CPMP, your group, were already selling masks to the Red Cross at that time, February?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. In fact,
And the price was 8 pesos a piece. Tama po ba yun?
yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
But then it also sold to PITC around 3.2 million masks in April of 2020. Tama po ba yun?
Opo, tama po yun, Your Honor.
But they sold it to PITC and PITC bought it at 22.5 pesos per piece. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Your Honor.
So here we have Medtex providing masks February, March, April, and yet DBMPS did not consider them and went straight to Pharmally and bought masks while Red Cross was buying it at 8 pesos. I understand even Mercury Drug was able to purchase from Medtex. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Would you know? Yes.
Permission of Senator Pangilinan.
Go ahead.
There are horror stories about Medtech trying to provide, and they were rejected several times. They were going to produce early, and they were rejected. Natatakot lang sila na makapahirapan sila, but I do know for a fact, because we deal a lot with them, and they were not given the time of day, and they were always moving the goalposts, as I illustrated in earlier on in the hearings. When a qualified person would come in or corporation would come in, they would always find a new requirement that would disqualify them. And that is really tragic. And one of these days, it will come out in the hearing. It really is, hindi lang yan ang kasalanan nila. Inuuna ko lang talaga na yung favoritism sa Pharmally, ginawa talaga eh. All right? Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Anyway,
Thank you, Mr.
one last final point. Senator Pangilinan, I have a bill. In fact, I'm not just trying to get paternity, but as early as February of 20, my father's death anniversary, in fact, I filed this bill, Senate Bill 1347, that will require PITC to set up companies here that will be made by Filipinos, so that precisely when there are eruptions, for example, of volcanoes or pandemics, we would have the capability to produce our own raw materials, our own products right away. I intend to pursue this again as part of, we'll incorporate this bill with the bill of Senator Recto, your bill, which came out in August this year. Mine came out in February. And we'll incorporate that and make it part of the in aid of legislation for the Committee on the Blue Ribbon, with your permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We welcome this collaboration so that we can fast track the passage of the measures. I go back to the point I was earlier missing. In effect, Mr. Chairman, Madam Carillo, hindi totoo yung sinasabing nagkakaubusan ng mask, kaya bumili na lang dito sa Pharmally. Kaya importer na lang ang kausap kasi madalian daw. Sa totoo lang, totoo madalian pero merong local source, hindi po ba? Ano po ang capacity in February nung Medtex? What was their capacity in terms of mask production?
Nung under Bayanihan 1 period po, nung March to June, 39.2 million for surgical mask po ang capacity per month.
Per month?
Your Honor po, apo.
So they had a capacity to produce almost 40 million masks per month. It's a local company. I mean, it's based in Bataan. So it is, that alone will tell you that it is not true na nagkakaubusan. Is that right?
Yes, correct po, Your Honor.
Again, to intervene with the permission of Senator Pangilinan, that has already been proven, and you are emphasizing that fact, which is great, because we were able to prove that DOH bought at 16 pesos At the time, they bought from Farmally the first time. And then later on, they got from EMS at a much lower rate as well, at 13 pesos, if I'm not mistaken. And you're right, Medtex tried to offer them. In fact, they were there, but they were barred, and kinuha lahat ng China yung ginagawa ng Medtech afterwards. And that we had to go to Cambodia to get some of their products to bring to the Philippines via PRC, via Philippine Refugees.
Yes, thank you. Again, on the matter of jobs, you said you repurposed and you would have hired an additional 7,500 employees. Is that correct? Just to clarify that.
Correct po, Your Honor. Tama po.
There is a figure raised that about 25,000 jobs were lost because we did not provide the necessary market or purchases of these PPEs and other equipment. Nawalan ba talaga ng trabaho? Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, dun po sa number na 24,000 plus, that's referring to the apparel, to the wearable sector. Nung as early as the first quarter po, naramdaman na ng mga exporters na maraming canceled orders. So the idea of the repurposed factories was also to support the retention of jobs. Pero natuloy po yung sa apparel ng pag-retrench ng almost more than 24,000 employees. Yung tinarget po naming 7,450 for the repurposed factories, hindi rin po namin na-maintain because wala nga pong orders.
Again, with the permission of Senator Pangilinan,
yes, please go ahead, sir.
I beg the indulgence of everyone. For the record, if you will recall, we filed the bill that was approved by our Senate and the House, but was rejected by the President, was vetoed by the President. That is the bill that would have provided for a lot of jobs by creating Central Luzon as the rich bill. At that time, Medtech wanted to buy or wanted to set aside 300 hectares that will now concentrate on all these things because they were in Subic initially, and then they went to Bataan, and then they had to go to Cambodia, and they were in China, they moved out of there. We were going to put them here in Subic, but unfortunately, we got vetoed, and there's another group called TICO that wanted to buy another 300 hectares of land precisely to invest in the rich area so we could be self-sufficient in terms of medical supplies. And that's why I had to hurry up with the PITC bill. Unfortunately, we got overtaken already by the pandemic, and hindi na maitulak. But we will push that, as I already pointed out. Really, we can build Dolomite beaches, but we don't want to buy. We don't want to put money into investments in strategic enterprises such as this. And the only hesitation I had was it was also Taiwan, and I wanted it to be more Filipino than Taiwan, but I would be willing to sacrifice na mag-joint venture muna para we learn, as the Japanese did during the Meiji Restoration, to be able to jumpstart our economies sa Philippines. That said, Your Honor, I will keep quiet from here on because I just keep turning my head, and my heart is really burnt very, very badly by all these missed opportunities. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I raise also the matter that was raised in the previous hearing of the Committee on Economic Affairs na as of end of December 2020, the CPMP said hindi pa sila nababayaran ng 660 million worth of procurement. Nabayaran na po ba kayo?
Your Honor, opo, as of July, complete na bayaran na po kami.
July of 2021?
2021, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so at least nabayaran na. Pero ano na po nangyari dun sa repurposed facilities ninyo? Are you, is it still functional? Are you still able to use this?
Your Honor, the investments are there, the machineries are there. Two of our companies have stopped production of PPE. Nag-refocus muna sila ulit sa exports. The others who yung talagang core business nila like Medtex continues to operate po.
So would you say that these companies who were involved in repurposing, nalugi ba sila?
Your Honor, I think with the intention to help the country, it is fair to say that they have not acquired any return on their investment. Their foremost concern was to retain the jobs, magkaroon ng trabaho. Kahit po yun, naapektuhan din po, Your Honor.
There's testimony by Mr. Ferrer that they really lost a lot of money because they brought down the price from 13 pesos to 2 pesos and 45 centavos, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 pesos and 15 centavos. They were forced to accept that by Mr. Lau. Pinapasok lang sila, sinugarcoat lang, kunyari na kumuha ng local, pero with the intention of bringing them down ultimately, and they did. And that is one sin that cannot be forgiven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In effect, they were asked by the DTI to repurpose their facilities, except that the other government entity that was supposed to fast-track the purchases, the DBMPS, dilly-dallied and decided to provide favored importers and traders rather than our local manufacturers. Pinaggastos ng gobyerno para mag-repurpose tapos hindi rin kumuha. Kung kumuha man, nahuli na at matagal pang magbayad. So talagang pinahirapan ang ating mga lokal na manufacturers habang naka-Lamborghini tsaka naka-Porsche yung mga trader at importer. Talagang nakakalungkot at talagang kinakailangan hindi na maulit ang ganitong sabihin na nating talagang napakatinding dagok sa ating local na manufacturers. I'd like to proceed earlier to another set of questions on another matter. Earlier, Ms. Carillo mentioned specifications and standards. You mentioned that you have been subjected to stringent standard specification checks and that these traders have not. Can you clarify? Ano ibig sabihin po noon? Kayo ay binibigyan ng requirement at hinihingan ng kung ano-anong mga requirements habang yung mga to ensure quality ng produkto, habang yung mga importer walang ganung stringent requirements. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, dun po sa, for example, sa surgical mask, on the bidding requirements, we observe na hindi ni-require yung pinaka-importanting specifications in terms of the safety performance or the quality performance of the mask. That one, that's very important. Wala siyang ni-require na testing, no? All of the masks that we produce sa CPMP po ay compliant with the international standards, attaining the highest level of safety for use. So yung napansin lang namin na the emphasis on medical device, hindi po masyadong nabigyan ng atensyon, lalong-lalo na sa pag-regulate ng FDA. Ang local manufacturers are required to be FDA registered with an LTO, saka yung CMDN for each medical device. Doon po sa bidding requirements, hindi po na require yung importers to be FDA registered. And wala po talaga yung testing requirement in the mask, and also for the coveralls merong equivalent which makes it more vulnerable to other interpretation, Your Honor.
Just to clarify, kung kasama yung FDA certification as a requirement, dapat wala yung Pharmally. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, what I can emphasize is the role of FDA. When we started to establish ourselves, we were subject to the strict compliance with FDA, down from the ISO production setup, down to the clean room, down to the manufacturing requirements for a PP as a medical device. So if prudence dictate, dapat po nag-comply for the regulatory requirements for medical device, no? Which is regulated by FDA po, Your Honor.
So are we saying here that in the middle of the pandemic, they loosened the stringent requirements? Like you said earlier, yung agency specification from DOH that were provided to the PSDBM, medyo kulang. Tama po ba yun? Kung tutuusin sa industry practice, maaari ba natin malaman?
Your Honor, when we did the repurposing project with DTI, we did a lot of research. Our exporters, our global players, they're very cognizant of the quality and the standard. And their decision to produce medical grade PPE requires them also to be aware of all the standards, the safety standards and all those things. That being said, we hope that the same thing could have been adopted. Kasi ang nangyari, the focus was on procurement, but the focus was not on protection. That's why we highly support the Pandemic Protection Act, because it really highlights the importance of treating the medical device for protection. Because if the minute it becomes substandard, it compromises its main objective to protect every Filipino from COVID-19 or any other health crisis for that matter. Your Honor po.
Excuse me, again, may I interject with the permission of Senator Pangilinan? Let me remind you that the playing field was never level. We're trying. The Philippines wanted. We wanted our Filipino companies to get in, and they were given rigid and stringent requirements to qualify. Is that correct, Ms. Carillo?
Mr. Chairman, that tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Tama yan. Okay. Now, on the other hand, you have a Pharmally that is an agent. They're not required to show that they have the technical capability. They were not even required to show that they have financial capability. They never went through these requirements in legal, no? And lumalabas talagang walang kalaban-laban talaga ang Filipino company who will start this situation, no? Na dapat kaya naman ng Pilipino, pinagbigyan na yung Pilipino mauna at talagang sabi niyo nga 40 million kayang gawin eh. Ang totoo niyan, di ba, Ms. Carillo, let me ask Ms. Suntay and Ms. Carillo and who else is there? The other lady. Di ba, you don't have to order the whole caboodle right away. You can actually order a preliminary order, maybe a 5-10 million, and then kung nakakagawa kayo ng 40 million a month, is it? Kaya ba talaga yung 40 million a month? Or even 40 million every 3 months? That would even suffice to cover. You can mix importations and production local, di ba? Don't you think so? It just shows competence and just shows the crass greed that the agenda was really to provide all the opportunities to this favored company. I am making these statements not out of license, but out of the observation that this is what actually happened. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Additional questions on the specification. So you are saying therefore that based on the technical specifications on surgical masks, for example, na nabanggit nyo kanina, kulang o hindi kasing stringent, and therefore this gave way precisely to allowing others, importers, traders, to step in. Would you say that would be a fair observation?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. Marites, would you like to say something?
Go ahead, please, if you wish to further clarify that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Let us just qualify that as discussed by my colleague Rosette, the standards were there, and these are international standards. It's been there, and there was just a loophole in the way the standards were implemented and incorporated into the procurement process. Okay, so some of the things that we, as discussed by Rosette, there for a manufacturer, exporter manufacturer like us, who repurposed the factories, there were actually 5 factories that repurposed their existing manufacturing units, and one of them is EMS. There were 4 other exporters. You saw that in Luentai, that's Reliance producer who was doing the coverall. That is LHK Creations, a factory in Batangas for garments, and EMS. And there was another one that was supposed to come in, Taka, an Australian company, of which by chance they are already in the Philippines, sir, producing an exporter in Laguna. And by chance, this group was also requested by the Australian government to repurpose their firm to produce medical grade PPE. So in whole, when we were, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, the standards were there. So what we were just implementing as we were doing our research and development for the team was collect all the standards together with the DTI, who was vetting this out with the DOH and the FDA.
Yes. Thank you. And just to clarify, had the standards been the standards that were already there prior to COVID, then these traders may not have qualified. Is that a fair observation?
If yes, Your Honor, if the standards
the previous standards which were being used prior to COVID were maintained and not altered, as you said, then Parmalee and perhaps Huzhou would not have qualified to supply the said equipment or the said materials.
Yes, Your Honor, it seems like that, if the standards were implemented as it is.
Thank you for that clarification. I have some other questions, but I guess I will allow our other colleagues to go ahead with their questions if they have additional questions with the group. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor. I think the chairman took a break. Maybe we can we can suspend again for a few minutes. There, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. I yield the floor.
Are you done, Senator Pangilinan? So,
Yes.
first of all, I'd like to thank this wonderful group for coming in and showing that the Filipino can. And I wish more Filipinos would come out in the forefront so that we could really show that we don't have to be taken advantage of by foreigners, especially with a big neighbor like China, who has been able to get their job done by use of their population and never say cannot do. We can do. Don't you agree, ladies? We can do.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you're correct. We can.
Mr. Chairman.
And that is the kind of thing that I think we should really encourage our people in doing. And that is why I hope that in the future we don't have to do this. There are many instances when emergencies come, nations step into the plate and they're able to do so. You will remember in World War II, many of the ladies started making airplanes in factories in Seattle, in Portland, in Chicago, in Detroit. They were building tanks, they were building munitions, and to the point that they were building a ship a day, a Liberty ship a day, to supply the world, and it became really what they call the arsenal of the world. Now, China has taken a page from that experience, and certainly we have all the doctors that are qualified and all the nurses. I mean, it's very silly that we cannot even make masks or we cannot even make PPEs. you know, and it's really just a matter of saying, well, you can follow international standards, but we don't have to be dictated on. We can have our own standards, adopting what is out there, and at the same time encouraging and giving incentives to our local manufacturers to be able to do just this. We did that in Subic, and Subic has never looked back. We were never a burden to our country. And later on, Clarkfield followed, and later on, Mariveles Freeport followed. So if we want to, it can be done. And that's what makes my heart really bleed when I see that we could have done this earlier, as I was interjecting many times there, because I'm not a flash in the pan sort of fellow. We want to make sure that we could have prepared for all this all the time. We thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. We cannot thank you enough. And please stay in touch with the Blue Ribbon Committee or for your senators here. We listen and we try to make sure that what you say we can actually push. And that's the only way. We cannot leave it to some of our leaders who, when they get in office, they're filled with power in their heads, and the country runs awry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you all.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat
Thank you
po.
very much. We should be thanking you. You shouldn't be thanking us. Now, what is the pleasure of everybody? We can call Michael Yang now. Would you like to proceed, Senator Dillon, again? Shall we call Michael Yang so that, with the permission, we can continue on. We'll call Michael Yang. Mr. Michael Yang, it's your turn now. I'm sorry that. Yes. Yes. I would like to ask you take off from where we were last time. Do we have a translator, Director Kimbo?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here in Chua.
You will recall, Ms. Translator, that I asked him last time that he started business here. Can you ask him when he started doing business in the Philippines? When was the first time he came here and what business was he in?
OK， 杨先生你好，参议员想问你说，你是什么时候第一次来菲律宾？然后你是从事第一次来菲律宾？然后你是从事第一次来菲律宾是什么时候？来菲律宾是什么时候？
我应该99年、2000年就来了。
To answer your first question, Mr. Chairman, it was around 1999 to 2000 when I first came to the Philippines. 1999 to 2000 came to the Philippines.
Ms. Translator, you had echo.
I don't know. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Is this clear?
Yeah. Mr. Michael Yang, you have an echo in your room. So try to stop the other computer or whatever it is, a device there, so we can hear you well. So you started business here in 1999. What did you bring in when you came into the Philippines?
那你来菲律宾的时候，
我当时很久来的时候就来走走看看，就来这边，跟朋友家住在朋友家，就慢慢看生意，看看有没有事情做嘛。
So to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I came here around 1999 to 2000, and then when I first came here, I went to live with my friend. And then just went around to take a look at what kind of business I can engage in.
And you found the business?
那你有找到可以从事的行业吗？还是生意？
那时候很久了，10几年、20年，当时呢就走走，哪里有走走就看看，那每一个城市走走看看，最后就来大澳，有朋友在大澳，就来大澳看看有没有生意做嘛，就慢慢一步一步慢慢找生意，从小的慢慢找嘛。
So it was actually a very long time ago. So when I first came to the Philippines, I visited a lot of cities, and then I have a friend in Davao, so I also visited Davao. And then from Davao, because I have a friend here, I have a friend in Davao. So step by step, I started to look at what potential businesses I can engage in, and then I started from there.
And what was the business? That was my question. What was the business you went into? What was the business you went into?
那你开始你开始做的生意是什么呢？
已经20年了，很久了。刚开始就帮朋友做安地啊，看看啊，了解。20年了，我也记不太住了。
It was a very long time ago. It's about 10 to 20 years ago, so I cannot really remember very clearly. But I remembered helping my friend and then starting, but I can't specifically remember what business I started with.
You know, I remember my mother started with a big family. Her father died, and she had to help her family of 11. And she was a very bright young lady, and she would sell what we call rice cakes and peddle it on the streets of Subic and Olongapo at the time, but at the same time trying to eke out an education. So she could remember what she did. Could you give us some short answers when I ask you, what was the business that you started? And I cannot believe that you cannot remember.
蔡议员他现在想跟你说，他还记得他妈妈小时候，他妈妈来自个非常大的家庭，他父亲早逝，因为这样子，他需要很小的时候就去工作，他就在街头骑着脚踏车卖这些甜糕，卖这些甜糕，所以这些他还是在学校读书，就是米糕，所以他这么小都。
我刚才有跟你说，我当时来这么多年了，有帮朋友，也有做安地，跑看看哪里有生意做，具体的细节很细的什么哪一年做哪一样我就不知道，当时就来就。我帮人家朋友有些做安地走帮人家看看哪里有谁要货，介绍一点货就这样慢慢就一步做，这后边就在做贸易嘛。刚刚来的时候是帮朋友跑做安地
做安，
帮人家。做安地，刚开始是帮朋友，后边就帮人家看看有谁要货，就帮人家介绍20年了，也记不太住，大概是这样。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, actually, it's to answer your question, Mr. I would just like to say, what I remembered was when I first.
Mr. Yang, please turn off one of your devices because we can hear your device. It echoes. Miss
Yes, Mr. Chairman. To answer your question, when I started doing business here, very specifically, I cannot remember the specific details, but when I started, I helped my friend, and for example, when they are in need of suppliers, I would introduce some suppliers to them, and then slowly I started to engage in the trading business.
Well, I don't know. That's the third time he's answered the same thing. You went to your friends, and you cannot remember the business, but you started supplying them as you're still supplying now with family. What was your initial start of a business of your own?
那你自己做生意的时候是做什么样的生意？做什么样的业务？
当时就跟你说，我们当时来就是没有做生意，帮朋友做介绍一点货帮朋友看看帮忙没有刚开始是这样。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, when I first came here, I did not really engage in business.
Moment, Mr. Yang, turn off your I can hear myself because you have another device there that repeats my question and echoes into both your computers and goes back to us. Only have one device operating in your room, please. Can you translate?
你好像你那边还有另外一个设备，可以把它关掉吗？因为我们可以听到那个回音很。 很大声。
我这边没有，我这边没有别的啊，我不知道，
There are no other devices.
没有别的。
There are no other devices.
Ha? Sa translator, baka meron.
No, Mr. Chairman, just my phone. Just my computer.
Nagbabounce yung kanyang yung kanyang computer o kaya yung device eh. Can you fix it? Lynette?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, is it better now? Or any
Yes.
other sound? Okay.
And did you have something on in your room, Lynette?
There was a phone at the back, but I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
right. The echoing is stopped, all right?
Okay.
So ask him the question again that I asked.
蔡立莲想再问你，那你第一次开始做生意的时候是从事哪一个业务？
当时做生意应该就是在大澳做点贸易，给人家拿点货来卖啊，做一点 R&D 啊，当时是这样的。
So when I first started in Davao, when I first started doing business, I was engaged in trade. So I would get supplies from my friends and then sell it in Davao.
And I was with your friends in Davao. I don't know if I'm hearing things, but there's a double bouncing of your messages there. So pareho pa rin na sinasabi niya na tayo naman ang mag-Tagalog para siya mahirapan. Ang nasabi ko, para paulit-ulit yung sinasabi niya, hindi ba, Lynette?
蔡立莲想说你好像都在重复你的答案。
你问的这些我答的都是你要问我的。
What I answered is Mr. Chairman, actually the term Mr. Yang used is ahente. He was an ahente.
He was what?
An ahente. An agent. Ahente.
Agent. Who did you represent?
那你代表谁呢？你刚才说你是，那你代表谁呢？
我什么代表谁啊？
就是你刚才说你是作为一位 ahente， 作为一位代理人，那你代表谁在提供这些物品？
以前20年前啊，有很多中国人在这边呢做生意，有人有货，我们就都有帮人家做安地卖点，这么久了，也27年了，哪会记得这么清楚啊？
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, that was already.
I think sa iyo, Lynette, sa iyo lumalabas eh.
Sorry, Mr.
Nag-i-echo sa iyo eh. Ano yan? Sige.
Okay. To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, according to Mr. Michael Yang, it's really been a very long time. That's like 20 years ago. At that time, there were many Chinese businessmen doing business here in the Philippines. So I would get goods from them. But I cannot really remember all the specific details.
When did you start out your own establishment?
那你什么时候开始你自己的生意？
应该0506这样还是07，我也差不多这样，我要看一下，还是具体哪一年我也要看一下嘛。一下子以前开始就慢慢写做生意，做安地来就慢慢一步一步做起来了。我们也不是像那什么大生意什么时候开始的。
So I cannot really remember specifically, but it would be around maybe 2005, 2006, or 2007. But I would have to check the specific year. When I started, it was really I started as an agente, as an agent, and then step by step, I started to grow my business. I was not a big businessman when I came here.
Napakasimple lang ng tanong ko, Lynette eh. Anong negosyo ang inumpisahan niya?
那你开始做什么生意呢？你开始的是
就是做一些 IDW 啊，做一些衣服，做的贸易就是衣服啊、杂货啊。
So when I started with RTW, some clothes, and then some goods that I sold. So I was engaged in the trading business.
Magte-trade siya, binebenta niya sa mga tindahan.
So 你就是把这些货物供给其他的店。
以前就来到就是有对做一点这个店面啊，卖点货就是这样啊。
So I had a store in Davao and I was selling those goods in my store.
Ano sagot?
I had a store in Davao and I was selling those goods in my store.
Yung ang tinatanong ko kanina pa, it took him a long 15 minutes to just say that he had a store. Anong store yun?
那个店是什么店？
To answer shortly. Answer the question. Huwag niyo
那
ako
你可以简单的回答吗？可以简单的回答吗？你可以简单的回答那个店是什么店？
那店以前应该我做安地，后面有开店，应该是阳气，有一个叫阳气，我们就有用阳气，后面就用 LCA。
In the beginning, the name of the store was Yangtze, and then
Yangtze. Okay, Yangtze. I'm familiar with that. Yangtze.
Yangtze, and then later on it was
DCLE.
DCLE.
Okay. Nung dumating ka rito sa Pilipinas, ilan ang pinasok mong pera?
那你来菲律宾的时候，你来了多少钱？
我来菲律宾的时候来就，当时也没有什么带钱，应该以前这么早，我们年轻也没带钱，就来就找朋友做生意，写做生意嘛。我们中国人来基本上就是来这边，朋友就开始到个。就来菲律宾看看啊，身边看看有没有生意，有没有帮忙啊，就慢慢来啊，有生意就慢慢做了，就这样。我当时也没有什么，没带钱啊。
At that time, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, at that time when I came here, I didn't really bring money, a lot of money, because I was very young then, and when Chinese people usually come here, they usually just go around and then look at what business opportunities there are, and then I have my friends also here. So that's how I started. But I didn't bring money.
Sino kaibigan mo sa Davao?
那你在Davao的朋友是谁呢？
岛的朋友这边这么多都是有联系的，这么多都是在做生意，都在一个市场上都是很多啊。这个我这么要这么多怎么说啊？有几千个人。
How am I going to answer this question? I have many friends in Davao, several thousands. We are all
several thousands, ha? Ano ba lang i-check sa Davao kagad sa ilang libo-libo?
所以蔡明也在问Davao真的很多中国人吗？几千位。
我说有上千人，我没有说几千人，我说有上千人的人，我都有在这边做生意，都有联系。我联系朋友，你哪有我联系这么多？我怎么说啊？Davao基本上大家都联系吧，在市场上。
So actually, if you are in Davao, more or less you will know everyone there or most of the people there. So I know close to maybe 1,000 friends. So it's also very difficult to list them one by one.
Tumira, sino kaibigan mo tumira?
那你跟谁住呢？当时你说你来Davao第一次，你跟哪位朋友住？
我当时来这边有一个我们村里面的朋友啊。在这边，他现在不在这边了，也不知道去哪里了。以前来刚开始联系他们介绍，后面就我自己租个房子跟朋友啊。
When I first came here to the Philippines, I knew someone. My friend was from the same hometown as I was, but that was a long time ago. He was no longer here. He's no longer here, and I also don't know where he is now.
Okay, never mind that. You brought in Yangtze, you put up a store. How much did you put into Yangtze?
那你开了这个氧气这个店，它这资金是多少？你投的资金是多少？
这个我要看一下啊，我要问我的会计，我看一下这么久了，我也没有，现在没有去看，我要看一下嘛，我要看一下。
For this question, Mr. Chairman, I would need to ask my accountant because it's been a long time, so I would need to check the records again.
You have to ask your accountant. You know, I can tell you a story, no? Mahilig ka rin lamang magkwento. Nanay ko at ang tatay ko, mag-asawa sila in 1940. Nagtayo sila ng Ampaw Factory. May kutsero sila. Naglagay sila ng restaurant na maliit after the war. Nagtayo sila ng sinihan. Nagtayo sila ng restaurant. Nagtayo sila ng rock gas. Nagtayo sila ng piggery. Lahat yan may kukwento ko sandali lang. Ikaw, ang dami mo sinasabi. Will you please get to the point? When you put up that store, ilan ang pinasok mong pera? Huwag mo akong bulahin na sinasabi mo, tataling mo pa yung accountant mo. Nagpapakita ka na, nagtatago ka. Wala naman akong tinatanong sa'yo. Believe nga ako sa'yo. Nagpunta ka dito, tiga ibang bansa ka, tapos ang laki-laki na ng negosyo mo eh. Salim.
蔡议员想跟你说，他刚才有讲一个故事，就是他爸妈1940年的时候结婚，然后他们就开了几间生意，像电影院、猪圈这样子。所以他的记忆还是非常清楚。那他想问你，他这个问题其实是很简单。你开始做生意的时候，开你的店的时候，你投资了多少？
因为我们做生意是慢慢累积，慢慢也不是一次性的。我刚才就刚开始说的，慢慢来的，我也要看一下。我真的这个你一下子问我，我也没有准备这么久的事情，我要去看一下嘛。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, because I already mentioned a while ago that when we did business, it was really step by step, very slowly. So it wasn't just like a one-time engagement. So, and it was a long time ago. So I really need to check again my records.
Magkano pinasok mong kapital?
那你还差不多记得投资多少吗？资金吗？
啊？
投资多？那你差不多还记得你投资多少吗？
我要去看一下，我要问我的会计师啊，我要看一下，我真的不记得了 ，sorry。
I cannot remember. I'm very sorry about this. I will have to ask my accountant.
You're either stupid or a liar. Because you don't want to answer anything. You cannot remember. You have to call your accountant. You cannot remember anything. I don't think you're stupid. And I don't think you want to lie because you're not going to get anywhere with us. And if you think we're not going to get anywhere with you, you have another thing coming.
蔡议员是说，我不知道你是不是愚蠢还是在说谎，但我不认为你是愚蠢的，我也知道你不想说谎因为如果你想，我们就不能为你奈何你错了。
我真的是也不太记得，你要问你要给我们知道了再回答。我现在不清楚，我要问一下，看一下正常吗？
Mr. Chairman, according to Mr. Yang, I really cannot remember, so I really need to check and then answer your question. I think this is normal.
You can play that game, all right? You have a capital now of 10 million dito sa DCLA. I will show you the building that you put up.
所以你现在在 DCLA 有1000万的资本等一下蔡议员会给你看一个照片。
Umiiwas ka kasi, alam ko eh.
我知道你是在回避这个问题。
Dali naman yung tanong eh. Kung wala kang tatago, kung salita ka ng totoo, pero nang tatago ka eh. Ayan, no? Yung building talaga malaking-malaki, pinapakita yung kalye-kalye.
所以这个是个非常大的大楼。
Ayan. Ayan, building mo ba yan?
这是你的楼吗？这个 DCLA 是你的？
这我是租来的，租来的，我不是我的楼，我是租的。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I rented this. This is not my building. I rented this.
You rent it.
Yes, I rented this.
Wala kang pag-aaring building.
所以你没有属于你的大楼吗？还是？
我没有，这我是租来的。
No, this is not mine. I rented this.
Sino may-ari yan?
那这个是谁？这个楼是
这个大楼是监密的，
江一。杨先生可以再说一次吗？
Elinet, ang sama-sama ng sa kanya galing eh. What is the answer?
你可以再说一次吗，杨先生？
Answer.
杨先生。
这个是叫一个他名字叫监密的房东的，他租给我们的。
To answer your question, Mr. Sherman, this one is owned by Mr. Kiam Yi. He is the landlord.
Chang,
Kiam Yi.
spell it please.
你可以把它拼出来吗？以英文拼出来。
英文我不懂得拼，不然等一下看什么时候我再叫人家拿给你们，我要去看，我不会写。
I don't know how to write this name, but later on I can check and then give you the name.
No, you give me the name. You know
你
the
现在
name.
你现在那个名字
You know the name.
监密。
Kiam Yi，
Spell it.
你可以把它
That will you help out?
你可以把它
不，你给我写下监密吧，监密监密我叫我的翻译给我弄一下。
Sa kanya. Sulat mo sa kanya sa papel para makita mo.
他年轻一
我
点，你把它
我叫我的翻译写一下哈。
He will ask his translator to write it.
这些房子都是我租的，我们公司租的。
All this building is rented by our company.
Ano? Alam
This
mo,
building is
can you move closer? I cannot even understand you.
this building is rented by our company.
This building is rented by your company.
Yes, Mr.
Ano yung
Chair.
company mo? Anong pangalan ng korporasyon?
那你的公司的名字是什么
DCA
？DCA.
Yan lang ba ang nirerentahan nyo? Wala lang kayo ibang property na binili.
你只是租这栋楼吗？还有其他的楼你们在租吗？你还有租其他楼吗？
没有啊，DCA 只有这边在这边杨国令这些的。
你可以再讲一次吗？
我们只有在DCA这边租这些的一些店面的，这个是租来租的。
So we only rent shops here in DCA.
Ano ang sinabi doon sa papel kanina?
Okay, 你可以举起那张纸吗？
Ito may papel.
It's not clear also from my end.
Lynette, tingnan mo yung papel.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's not clear. Is it possible?
Ayan. Kian B.
B-E-E.
Is he from Davao?
他也是Davao的人吗？
是。
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
How many buildings are you renting from in Davao?
那你在Davao在租几栋楼呢？
这些就是在这边做生意的了，在这里是做生意嘛。
你
这个
租几栋楼在达包租几栋楼？
它就是这一栋嘛，这一栋就是在这边，这杨国令这些里。
So this is the only one DCA， 只有这一栋吗？只有这一栋吗？
是啊，就是只有在杨国令这些利息的这些。哦。
So only in DCA。
What's the answer?
Only in DCA, this one. In DCA.
What's the answer, Lynette?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you don't hear me. His answer is only this one in DCA.
I show you another building.
那我再让你看看你其他的大楼。
What is the address of this building first? Anong address itong building na ito?
那这个 DCA 它的那个地址是什么？地址。
杨国令。
杨国，听不清楚，听不到。听不到，听不清楚。
马赛杨国令。
Well, Lynette, what's the address?
那个地址你可以报上那个地址吗？
马赛杨国令。
Magsaysay?
Ayan ko rin.
Oo.
Ito mo nakakaintindi ka eh. Niloloko. Anong number?
几号？
他这个没有号码，只有马赛杨利息的这个名字。
There is no number, only Magsaysay and DCA.
There's no number?
There's no number. 没有号码吗？
号码我不知道。
I don't know the number.
Yun lang, ang dami-dami building. Sa akin na sa araw, ang dami-dami. Is that the building? Is that DCLA? Lahat
这是 DCLA 对吗？
这跟那栋连在一起，这都是一个地方。
It is in the same place. It's connected. It's in the same place.
I cannot hear you, Lynette.
Sorry,
Lakas mo yung
Mr. Chairman.
mo.
It's in the same place. It's in the same place. It's connected
I
together.
know it's in the same place. Is that the building?
是这栋吗？
对，这栋跟前面是连在一起的，都是他们的。
So this one and
这个
the
都
one
是一
in
起的。
front are connected together.
Pati ikaw nakikisa. Anong kalye yan? Magsaysay?
所以这个是在Magsaysay街吗？
这一条是在马赛后面一条路，它地是连在一起。
Yes, this was in Magsaysay. And then it's
Anong
connected
iyang
with
ko rin? Yung ayang ko rin, sa kabila ba yan?
那 Angaren 是在后面吗
In other words, magkabila.
对。
？Yes. It's connected together.
Ilang floors yung building? What's the answer?
Yes, it's connected together, Mr. Chair.
What?
Yes, it's connected together.
Ang tanong ko, Lynette, floors. Ilang palapag?
这栋楼有几层？
有2层。
Two story.
Two stories yan?
Two levels, 2层。
是2层。
Two levels.
What is the size of the building?
那这栋大楼多大？它的规模多大？
这个这里是总共应该 也几千平嘛。
It should be several thousand square meters.
Ilan?
Several thousand square meters.
Ilan yung several? 2, 3, 4, what?
2、3千米。
应该有6、7千。
It should be around 6 or 7,000.
6 or 7,000 square meters. Nagpapaupa ka dyan doon sa loob.
所以你就是在里面住。所以你就是在里面住店面，对吗？
我这个是利息的租来，再租给别人的。
So this is rented by DCA, and then I rent it or I lease it out to other people.
You're renting spaces there, right? For other people.
所以你就是在里面租店面给其他人。
对对对，以前公司有做这个物业租给人家。
Yes, our company does that. We rent the space and then we rent it.
With bosses mo, then I really find it obnoxious. Can you raise your voice a little bit? Nahihirapan kami sa bosses mo. Nahihirapan pa kami sa kanya eh.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. I don't, there's an echo.
Just speak with authority. Go ahead.
Yes.
As a stator, dapat nakukuha mo yung boses na, yung stance na, kung arrogante siya, pakikita mo, yung talagang magaling na translator sinasabi, nangiinig siya, obviously, nangiinig siya di ba? Obviously, alam niya yung sagot eh. Naintindihan niya ako, sigurado eh. Pero gano'n, gusto ko makuha yung kanyang sense. Nangaasar siya. Di ba? Ang tono niya, nangaasar siya eh. Parang, sasayawan kita, papatagalin ko. But anyway, it's alright. I will wait patiently here. I will continue asking him questions until 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever it takes.
蔡立员说他会继续问你问题。
I didn't ask a question. All I asked is, I didn't ask a question, Lynette. Just sagutin mo lang yung tinatanong ko, sabihin mo, yan. Yan ba rin yung building, yung likod ng building na yan? Yan ba yung sa Oyango rin?
这个就是那栋大里面吗？
是。
Yes, you're on.
Okay. So ang ganda ng lokasyon mo, dalawang kanya, may entrada ka.
所以你的位置是非常优势的，你有两个出口。Yes.
Ilan ang upo pa sa'yo? Marami.
有很多人向你租店面吗？
这边呢也有啊，也有人租啊。现在疫情都跑光了，疫情都没人租了。
There were people who were there, but because of the pandemic, there's no one there anymore.
I didn't ask you about the pandemic. Ilan ang umuupa sa'yo?
那有几个人向你租店面呢？
我这个我要看啊，我这个我没有，有时候我很少，我也有时候要看看，我不确定几个人。
I need to check how many people because I cannot really say for sure how many. I would need to check.
Alam mo, Mr. Yang, ako, dating ko sa'yo, wala akong iniisip na masama. Pero tinitingnan ko lang kung ano sagot mo. Pero marami rin nanonood sa'yo at marami nagte-text sa akin dito. Ang sinasabi, arrogante ka, nangaasar ka, yan ang tingin sa'yo ng tao. Ikaw ay isang banyaga sa bansa namin. Yan ang tingin sa'yo ng tao. Walang natutuwa sa'yo. Kaya magpakatino ka. You tell him that.
其实我没有对你想什么坏的，但是我有很多人在看电视看你的时候，他们对我反映说你很傲慢，他们对我的反应说，他们觉得你很傲慢，好像你很得意，而且你是一个中国人，在我们的本地是一个中国人，是个外国人，在我们的本地。
我来菲律宾。
Let me just finish. Di ba lalabas dito, bisita ka namin, nagbagandang loob ang bansa namin para makapagnegosyo ka. Ngayong malaki ka na, akala mo, kaya mo kaming, paikutin. Nanonood ang buong Pilipinas dito at nakikita yung ugali mo. You are not a good representative of your country right now. Mainis sa yung lahat, yung mga Pilipino dito. I can tell you that right now. Tell him. Kaya kung
Sorry,
manginginig ka, talagang papakita ko sa'yo na talagang masamang tao ka. Yan ang sasabihin nila sa'yo. Go ahead.
你是我们在菲律宾的一个访客，我们对你都是很友好的，但是现在你已经做得很大了，你的生意做得很大，你就变得非常傲慢。其实我可以说，你不是你国家一个好的代表。
我来这边，我真的也是很简单，也很喜欢菲律宾。我没有骄傲，我也不知道人家怎么想，我是非常配合的，也非常简简单单做事情的，谢谢。
To answer your, I would like just to say, Mr. Chairman, I came here to the Philippines and I really love this country and I am not arrogant. And I really don't know what other people think of me, but I'm just really simply doing business here. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I cannot hear you.
Tanong mo, sasabihin ko sa'yo, sasagutin mo ako 4 na beses, so wala kang kilala kundi mga kaibigan mo. So, naiinis yung mga tao sa'yo. Marami na nagte-text sa akin dito, kung mumukhang masamang tao ka. Ayoko mangyari yon. Gusto ko malinis itong investigasyon. Oo yung ginagawa mo. Disente ba yung negosyo mo? Ilang. Wala kang masama. Ganda naman ang negosyo mo eh. Can you talk to Frank? Call him. Did you tell him?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, there's an echo. I cannot hear very clearly also.
Kanino ang problema sa iyo? Okay, Michael yan.
I'm also not
You
sure,
want to ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, follow-up question. Salamat,
Senator Dillon is recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, just a few questions on Mr. Yang related somehow to the questions raised by the good chairman. Mr. Yang, can you tell us what is your source of income in the country today?
杨先生参议员想问你一个问题，也是跟刚才参议员问的问题有关联，就是你能告诉我们你在国内的收入的来源吗？你在国内的收入的来源吗？你有？
我在国内的资金来源我不方便透露。
Regarding my income in the country, I am not at liberty to disclose this.
Yes. The BIR submitted to us your income tax returns. All right. On the basis of what was submitted by the BIR, you did not appear to have paid any income tax for the years from the years 2014 to 2017. Zero income tax payments. Do you dispute this?
参议员想问你，就是依照税务局提交给我们的你的报税表，就是依照税务局提交的内容，从2014年到2017年，你都未缴纳所得税。
我要问我的会计师看一下。
你对此有异议吗？
我不懂。
To answer your question, Your Honor, I would have to check with my accountant about this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I could hardly understand, Mr. Chair. Something's wrong with our gadgets. I'll ask the question again. Per the submission of the Bureau of Internal Revenue to the Senate, it would appear that for taxable years 2014 to 2017, no income tax return was filed in your behalf on the basis of the certificate of the report submitted to us. Would you confirm this?
25,000.
参议员想问你，就是税务局他有提交给参议员你的所得税，就是你的税务报表。然后就是你在你的税务报表里面有看到说，你从2014年到2017年，你都没有缴纳所得税，你对此有异议吗？
我听不懂。给他说我要问一下我的会计师。
I don't really understand this, but I will need to check with my accountant.
Who prepares your income tax returns, Mr. Yang?
那杨先生是谁在为你准备你的税务表呢？
要公司的我们有在负责人，我要问一下吧，好。
For a company, we have someone who is responsible. I will have to ask the person.
我公司有负责人，我要问公。
So I will need to ask my company. There's someone who is responsible for this.
In 2018, the report of the BIR per the income tax return submitted by the BIR to the Senate, you had a taxable income only of 208,000 for the entire year of 2018, and you paid a tax of 7,600. Do you confirm this, or this is for the records of the BIR?
就是依照税务局他们提交给参议员的报告，就是你2018年的时候，你的总收入，就是你总收入是20.8千，然后你缴纳的所得税是7600块，你可以确认这一点吗？
要是说这个上面的是显示这样应该是的，因为这个会计师做的，我应该是对的。
If that is what is reported, I think it's correct because that is prepared by our accountant and filed with the
Okay. So at least you confirmed that you only paid 7,600 in 2018. What was the source of your income of 208,000 in 2018?
所以这个2018年你的总收入是20.8万，你可以讲一下这收入的来源吗？
这我要问我的会计师，我对这边这个不太懂，我要问我会计师。
I would need to ask my accountant about this. I'm not very clear about this.
You confirm? You mean you did not know where your income came from in 2018? That's barely 3 years ago.
你不知道你收入是从哪里来吗？2018年你收入是从哪里来？不知道吗？
我要问一下，我怕打错了，我要问一下，好。问一下再。
I would need to ask my accountant because I'm afraid I might commit a mistake in answering, or I might make the wrong answer.
All right.
So I would need to check again.
All right. Can you also, the record submitted by the BIR to the Senate, the income that you made in 2019 and 2020 is not readable. would you be willing to submit a more readable one to the BIR?
蔡议员想问你说，因为你提交给税务局你的报表就是2019年跟2020年提交给税务局的报表无法看懂，就是不是很清楚。你是不是愿意再提交一份报告给报税表给税务局？你是否愿意？
可以啊，我到时候我叫我们税务局提交嘛，会计师嘛。
Yes, I am willing. Yes, I am willing. I will ask our accountant to submit another report.
Okay. Thank you very much. And when you ask your accountant to submit another set for the years 2019 and 2020, can you also submit can you submit an explanation why there are no income tax returns filed in your behalf from 2014 to 2017? Can you include that in your submission to the Senate?
所以，如果你叫你的会计师在提交这个2019年到2020年的税务报表，你也可以顺便提交一份解释吗？为什么从2014年到2017年你没有交这个税务报表？2014年到2017年为什么没有交税务报表？没有交，你可以
这我要问那个会计师，到时候要是可以，他一起去汇报吧，哦。
Yes, I will ask my accountant if this is okay. I will submit this together with my income tax returns for 2019 to 2020.
Yes. So going back, okay, let's go to Farmally. Did you extend any monetary assistance to Farmally to help Farmally fulfill its contracts with the Philippine government?
我们再回到Farmally， 蔡议员想问你，我们再回到 Farmally， 你是否曾为 Farmally 提供经济上的一些经济上的资助，让他们能够完成跟政府的这个合同？
个人没有，我个人没有。
Personally, I did not. Personally.
Well, you are saying that Mr. Lincoln Ong was telling the committee a lie when he said that you provided or assisted Farmally monetarily to help in the execution of Farmally's contract, although Mr. Ong said, I cannot reveal the amount. Are you saying that Mr. Ong is not telling the truth?
所以你现在是说Lincoln Ong 先生他是在撒谎吗？因为他说他跟蓝带委员会说你有资助他们，你没有帮助他们完成他们的合同，所以但是他不能够透露具体的金额。那你是在说 Lincoln Ong 在撒谎吗？
林坤欧没有在撒谎，我是介绍朋友，介绍电机的人给他，他没有在撒谎。我们有说我是介绍跟电机的朋友给他。
Mr. Lincoln Ong, to answer your question, Your Honor, Mr. Lincoln Ong is not lying. I did recommend friends who advanced payments to help him.
Yeah. I will, in the next hearing, I will confront you with but maybe I can just ask my staff to review the answers and the statements of Mr. Lincoln Ong under oath and expressly stating that you provided them with financial assistance, but Mr. Ong did not want to reveal the amount. All I'm asking is, this is already a testimony on the record under oath. Are you denying this, sir?
在下一次听证会，我会让我的下属让你看一下林公翁他的答案，在宣誓下他做的答案，因为他很清楚的声明说是你提供了他们金钱，是你借钱给他们，但是他不能够透露具体的金额，所以你是否认这一点？
你说的能不能再说一下？我听得不太清楚意思。
就是在上一次林公翁他有跟参议员们说，是你借钱给他们，让他们完成对政府的这个合同。
I'm sorry, Lynette, I do not understand your translation. Can you say it again, please?
Sorry,
slowly and
sorry, Your Honor, I'm still translating to Mr. Yang.
Yeah, okay. Sorry,
Mr. Your Honor. 杨先生，我再说一次，就是林肯翁先生他有跟参议员透露说，是你提供了经济上的这个资金给他们，是你提供了资金给他们，让他们完成对政府的这个合同，而且他是在宣誓下做这个证词，你是否认这一点吗？
我已经有说过，我们是介绍朋友，跟电机的人给他去做这个事情。林冠翁跟那个黄他们都也有说过了。
I already answered this question. I already said that I introduced friends to him who made advance payments. I already answered this question.
Lynette, can you say that again? I did not catch your answer.
Okay,
Can you say that again?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Michael Yang said that I already answered this question. I introduced friends to Mr. Lincoln Ong who were the one who made the payments.
I see. All right. I can suspend my interpretation at this point, Mr. Chairman. I will just review the transcript of notes, stenographic notes, so that we can clarify everything. So yeah, I suspend my interpretation in the meantime, sir, and would yield to Senator Hontiveros.
Just a moment, Senator Hontiveros. I just have to follow up
Yes,
on
Mr.
the
Chairman.
question. Mr. Yang, I tried to start off with you on the right foot. Let me try again. You say that it was your friends who you introduced Mr. Ong against what he said here in the Senate. Paki-translate mo.
杨先生，我想再问你这个问题，就是你是说你介绍的朋友给林冠翁先生吗？
And you did not answer whether he was lying because he said nakakuha siya ng pera sa'yo.
所以你是在反驳林冠翁先生他说是你借钱给他们，是你在反驳这一点吗？
Now, would you say also,
Mr.
Mr. Wang also is lying when he said, actually, you lent them money?
所以你是说王先生也是在
Michael Yang lent us money?
因为他说是 Michael Yang 借我们钱，你也是说他们在撒谎吗？
他们说这些是我介绍朋友的，不是我个人的钱。
I would like to answer, Mr. Chairman, that this was not my money. I'm the one who introduced friends to them.
No, that's not the question. The question is, when Mr. Ong was under pressure from the Senate, he was about to be meted out contempt the first time. Mr. Wang rescued him and said, actually, Mr. Yang really lent us money. In no uncertain terms, you provided money to Farmali. That's the question.
所以王先生当时他在参议员的压力下，他有可能被起诉藐视参议员，所以当时王先生为了救他说，其实是你王先生真的借了他们钱，资助了他们，就是你为 Farmali 提供了资金，是对还是不对？是对还是不对？
当时有解释完，黄也有解释，是我介绍朋友 因为他们的理解我不知道，我是介绍朋友电机帮他们的啊，他们的理解我不知道，我是只做这个是帮他们介绍电机已经帮忙。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I don't know how they understood what I did, but what I did was really just to introduce friends to them, friends who were able to provide the needed financial, the money to help them.
You can continue to insist that, but I'm concluding that you're saying Mr. Wang is a liar, Mr. Ong is a liar. Because you just keep saying, you don't admit to the fact that they said that you provided money and support, but you keep saying you just got friends who supported them, which is a downright lie.
所以参议员是讲说，王先生，你这样子讲，就是代表说你在说 Mr. Ong 先生还有王先生，他们都是骗子，他们在撒谎，因为你不承认是你提供了他们这个金钱的帮助。
这我没有说他们撒谎，我是这样做，他们理解怎么样，还是他们说怎么样，我不知道。我确实是做这样的事情。
I am not saying that. To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I'm not saying that they are lying or that they are liars, but maybe that is what they understood. But what I did was to introduce friends to them who helped them financially.
Mr. Yang, you're very sly. But how do you account for the fact that you also said you never knew Farmali? And the only time you met Farmali was when you brought them to the president. And then when we brought you here, after avoiding 2 summonses from the Senate, you said that the people there in your house did not know, and that eventually you said that you were confronted with that testimony by Mr. Wang and Mr. Ong. And I will recount to you what you said later in the transcript.
参议员说，我觉得你很狡猾所以因为你刚开始的时候你是说你不认识，你从来不知道 Farmali， 但是你只知道 Farmali 就是2017年你跟他们在一起的时候，可是后来我们向你提出2次的传票后你还一直辩称说你家人都不知道你在哪里然后现在面临这样子的证词，你还是一直推脱。杨先生有听到吗？
后面没听见。
就是参议员说，因为你唯一一次，你刚开始你是说你不认识 Farmali， 然后后来你又说你只有一次，就是2017年的时候把他们跟总统会面遇到他们，但是就是你的供词都是不符合的，而且我们发出蓝带委员会发出2次传票后，你都一直说你家人不知道你在哪里，然后面对这些证词，你还是一直反驳。
第一，花米粒是17年，这个花米粒我跟你说我认识，后面他们注册，他们黄子妍跟他们都说他不敢给我说，也没有给我说，他们做这个生意也去拿这个单用花米粒，也没有给我说，这个在参议院他们都有回答过了，这个证实我没有撒谎。第二个，你说那个参议员第一次发传票，当天9点收到我不在，第2次发到我家，我人不在，因为我出国已经很久回来了，回来我也没有回到那个19号，最后知道我要参加律师也回函，2次都有回函给参议院蓝代会，我没有什么不参加。
To answer your question, to answer your statement, Mr. Chairman, I know the first family, the one from 2017, I know them. But the second family, I really don't, I really am not aware of them, of the second family. I did not know that they had this purchase order from the government. I also did not know that they are using the name family to set up a company called Family. I was not aware of this. And then on the second, about the summons, during the first summon, I was not around, and I only got it late in the morning, and I was not around. And the second summon, I was out of the country, and when I came back, I was preparing to attend, but my lawyer instead sent a letter to the Blue Ribbon Committee. I think I clearly stated all of these before.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, I will just quote to you what Mr. Wang said. I just wish to state, according to Mr. Wang, on record, that we did receive Mr. Michael Yang's help. We borrowed money from him to pay for and then I interrupted him, the chairperson, you borrowed money from Mr. Michael Yang. And the answer is, tuloy naman nyo.
The company.
He borrowed money from the company, Frank, is that it?
Yeah.
So that's what they said, right? Mr. Yang. And besides, you're splitting hair. Doesn't matter whether it's Farmali Biology or Farmali International. The people that you really know are the Wangs. You brought the two Wangs to the president. And these are the other Wang is now here. And you cannot say they're different because they're the same people. It just shows the kind of mindset that you're trying to split hairs to get yourself off. It's unfortunate. Go ahead, translate please. Translator? Translator?
Translator signal is poor.
I don't think so. It's just again, Mr. Wang said the company, not me personally, the company. All right? Mr. Wang said again, I think Mr. Lincoln Ong, and I know Mr. Wang can understand this. I think Mr. Lincoln Ong was hesitant to say that because it was just courtesy. Because at the time when we really needed help to source and pay for these things, he offered help, meaning Mr. Wang. So Mr. Lincoln was just, that's why I want to put it on statement that perhaps this is what caused him to be evasive. And since the money was borrowed, Mr. Lincoln was to account and we paid for it. Therefore, his statement that it came from a corporate account is correct and factual. So I just wish the company to take that into consideration and I cite him to contempt. Okay? That's what Mr. Wang said very clearly. And I'll let it stay. Did you understand that, Mr. Wang? You can read from the transcript and you can translate. Lynette.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 杨先生，这个就是黄他的证词，在宣誓下他的证词，他说 Lincoln Ong 他也许不敢直接去说，因为他对你不好意思，因为当时他们需要这些帮助的时候，是你帮助了他们，是你提供的这些资金。也许他也对你不好意思，所以他不想，所以他一直回避这个问题。
One would understanding and exercise a bit.
所以他们很确定的是，他们很确定的。
Bakit doon nakaset ang?
Kasi may durian ako pinili. May durian. Hindi maamoy.
O, pag umulan.
杨先生，就是 他们很明确的说，他们有得到你们的帮助，得到你的帮助，你也有借钱给他们。
我已经给他们说来找我，我介绍您帮忙跟电机，他们也在参议院也有说过，我确实是介绍跟帮忙朋友帮忙的。
I already told them. I already told them that.
我不知道。
I introduced friends to them who helped them with the finances.
What's the answer?
I already told them that I introduced friends to them and who shouldered the finances.
All right, you can say that for as long, on and on until you're blue in the face, but there are two people. One was your former interpreter who, according to Mr. Wang, out of courtesy, did not say it directly, and that's why he said you guaranteed him. And then Mr. Wang said, actually, he borrowed money from you and you allowed it. There was no mention of friends. But anyway, we will leave it at that. I just want you to know that those are very serious statements that show you're lying. And I'm sorry, I have to say that. There's no other way to say that. You're lying. Now, say go ahead, Senator Santiveros. And then Senator Pangilinan.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Yang, kanina sabi niyo kay Chairman na meron kayo sigurong 1,000 friends na sa Davao. Pero siguro yung pinaka-importanting friend, yun yung gusto kong itanong. Mr. Yang, paano niyo unang nakilala si Presidente?
杨先生，刚才你有提到说你在达沃差不多1000个朋友，那你怎么会认识？那我想知道你这些重要级的人物的朋友，你是如何认识总统呢？
我来大澳这么久，来这边有本地人，有这边做生意的人，来20年，当然有朋友啦。后面就有我当时有解释，有一些场合商会认识的市长，就有时候就会在一个场合认识，就慢慢认识了。有时候他就慢慢做朋友了。
So I have been in Davao for more than 20 years, so I really have made a lot of friends. And through my business, and then I was attending a lot of the business associations gathering. And slowly, from there, I slowly met the mayor. And then from there, we slowly cultivated a friendship.
Anong taon niyo nakilala si then Mayor?
所以你是什么时候认识总统，就是当时的市长呢？什么年？你是什么？
这个应该我当时跟你说2020年还是2003年2004，我也大概忘记了啊，就到现在练习就慢慢练习，大概是这样嘛。
I cannot remember clearly, but that would be about 2002 or 2003 or 2004, maybe around those years.
Oo, salamat Mr. Yang. Mukhang around that time nga. Kasi may nahanap po kaming article sa isang dyaryo sa Xiamen na ang pangalan ng dyaryo ay Haixi Chenbao o Sun News. 2016 article ito. Tapos nakasulat dun sa article, more than 10 years ago, so ibig sabihin earlier than 2006. So tama yung sinabi nyo, bandang 2002 or 2003 or 2004, nakasulat sa article na more than 10 years ago, Yang Hongming, Michael Yang, chairman of the Fu Desheng Group, Fulwin, founded the Yangtze River Group in the Philippines, engaged in investment in department stores and real estate. At that time, the headquarters of the Yangtze River Group was located in Davao City, and the mayor of Davao City was the current President Duterte. So, nakalagay sa article na engaged kayo sa investment sa department stores. Yun ba yung DCLA dun sa mga photos na pinakita ni Chairman?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will translate. 谢谢你的回答，杨先生。我想因为我们最近有看到了一篇来自厦门的文章，它的中文名字是《太阳新闻》，这是2016年的报道。厦门的一个报道，那个文章说10多年前，就是差不多2006年，就是刚才或是比2006年还早，所以你刚才说的对，就是10多年前这个文章他有提到说，杨宏明先生他是这个Full Wind 的创办人，然后他也设立了这个杨寨公司。然后这个杨寨公司，它有涉足到这些百货公司，它有百货公司，有地产，所以它这里，而且这篇文章有提到说，当时Davao的市长就是 Duterte， 就是我们现在的现任总统Duterte， 所以这里他所说的这篇文章所说的百货公司是指 DCLA 吗？
应该是吧，因为那些写的也以前人家报道的，我也没有太注意，应该是吧？哦。
I think it would be DCLA, although because those reports, these old reports, I am not really aware of them. But it should be DCLA.
Yes, it should be DCLA na yun yung investment nyo sa department stores or isa sa mga investment nyo sa department stores. Yung investment nyo naman po sa real estate, alin po yun sa Davao City?
这应该就是在指 DCLA， 所以你在投资百货公司，你也有在投资房地产，那可以请问你这些房地产是指哪些房地产呢？
就是做一些商场嘛，就做一些这些商场那些写的，我不知道谁，我也不太清楚谁写的。
I think it talks about the department store. It should be talking about DCLA. I'm not aware of this article and what it really meant.
Oh, it was very diretso lang yung article, Mr. Yang. Nakasulat talaga na engaged in investment in department stores and real estate. So, anong real estate investment sa Davao ang ibig sabihin dito sa Hi-C Chenbao o Sun News?
所以其实杨先生这篇文章的报道是非常直接的。他在报道里面有讲说，你涉足到了百货公司和房地产。那你在Davao有哪些房地产投资呢？
他怎么写我也不太清楚。
那你在Davao有哪些房地产的投资呢？
我没有，我以前没有房地产，我只有做贸易跟一些商场，就是租赁。
In Davao, I don't have any real estate investment. I only rent and then rent them out. I'm into trading.
Well, na-anticipate nyo yung susunod na tanong ko na, are you saying wala kayong investment sa real estate sa Davao? Kung sinasabi nyong wala, further namin na lang i-research ito. Siguro huling follow-up question, Mr. Yang. Mula nung more than 10 years na kayo before 2016, sabi nyo nga possibly since the year 2002, nandun ang inyong Yangtze River Group sa Davao City, engaged in investment in department stores, and then i-research pa namin yung investments nyo sa real estate sa Davao City. Since then, until naging special economic advisor kayo kay Presidente, ano yung dahilan? Paano nangyari na kayo yung inappoint ni Presidente na kanilang special economic advisor? Paano nangyari yon? Ano yung dahilan na kayo yung inappoint?
所以你刚才是说，陈毅也是想问你，刚才是说 你没有在做房地产的投资，那我们等一下，我们下次会再做这里做相关的调查。所以你刚才有提到说，自2020年起，你在打包就有设立这个Yangtze River 集团，然后你就在涉足了这些商店，还有百货公司然后后来你就成为了我们现任，你就成为了总统的前经济顾问，你成为了我们总统的经济顾问。那可以知道你是如何被任命为特别经济顾问呢？你是在什么情况下或是什么原因会被任命做总统的特别经济顾问？
这个你要问总统，我不知道。
For this question, you have Mr. Michael Yang's answer is for this question you have to ask the president. I don't know.
Oh, pero siguro naman, Mr. Yang, bago kayo in-appoint ni Presidente, officially, formally, finally, siguro naman, kinausap niya muna kayo, lalo na matagal na naman kayong magkakaibigan, di naman pwedeng mag-appoint kahit ang Presidente ng sino mang tao na hindi pumapayag yung tao, hindi niya kinausap, hindi alam ng tao bakit siya yung ina-appoint. So, anong understanding ninyo kung bakit kayo ang in-appoint ni Presidente at paano nga nangyari iyon?
但是当时就是你还没有被总统任命做特殊的经济顾问前，总统应该有跟你讲话，或是有跟你说他为什么会选择你做他的经济顾问。因为总统应该会有事先跟你打招呼，或是事先通知你，不是吗？那据你的了解，总统为什么任命你做他的经济顾问？总统为什么任命，或是有什么原因为什么任命你做他的经济顾问？
这个你要问总统，可能他认识我这么多年，他也知道我跟中国，而我是中国人，也对中国人比较熟悉。这个你问总统。
I think to answer your question, Your Honor, maybe this question you can ask the president, or maybe he thinks that because he knows me for so many years, and he knows that I am a Chinese and that I know many other Chinese, so maybe I am more familiar with the other Chinese. But for the question, I think it is best to ask the president.
Sige, susubukan kong tanungin ang Office of the President. Pero huling follow-up question na lang tungkol dito. So, kung ano man ang dahilan ni Presidente, kung ano mang proseso ang ginawa niya para i-appoint kayo bilang Special Economic Advisor, once na kayo na yung Special Economic Advisor, once tinanggap nyo na yung appointment, ano yung mga naging tungkulin nyo at saka trabaho nyo? Ano yung mga aktual na ginawa nyo para kay Presidente bilang Special Economic Advisor?
好的，参议员回答说好的，他会问试着问总统办公室这个问题。那其实不管总统任命有什么原因任命你做他的特殊经济顾问，但是当你成为总统的特别经济顾问，当时你接受了这个总统的聘请，你有什么责任或是职责呢？你有什么责任或是职责？你实际上为总统做了什么？
这是我跟总统的事情，这个是机密，我没办法回答。
To answer your question, Your Honor, this is a matter between the President and me. This is a confidential matter and I cannot answer this question.
Nako, Mr. Yang, kahit nga po yung pagbabawal ni Presidente sa kanilang memo, sa kanilang cabinet officials na makapunta dito sa hearing at sumagot sa tanong, hindi namin tinatanggap yon. And well, dito naman sa Pilipinas, yung aming Kongreso kasama ang Senado, meron kaming hindi lang karapatan, meron kaming obligasyon na magtanong, mag-exercise ng oversight sa gawain ng executive. kapag may mga seryosong issue na lumalabas tulad tungkol dito sa Pharmally. So I really regret na hindi nyo mapaunlakan, hindi nyo mapagbigyan yung tanong ko ng isang klarong sagot. Kasi siguro naman hindi top secret, hindi naman matter of national security, yung trabaho ng isang special economic advisor. So, I guess, Mr. Chairman, iwan ko na muna ito sa puntong ito, itutuloy ko na lang sa susunod. Salamat na lang, Mr. Yang. Mr. Chairman, I can see Sen Kiko raising his hand. Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat. Just a few questions. First, a manifestation. To earlier, upon the interpellation of Senator Drilon, our minority leader, Mr. Michael Yang admitted that in 2018, the BIR income tax return revealed that he paid, he earned 208,000 pesos. 208,000 pesos in 2018, as per BIR ITR records, income tax returns. When asked by Senator Drilon the source of his income, he says he does not remember. Yung 208,000 income is not even 20,000 pesos a month. So, medyo mahirap maniwala, very difficult to believe that sa halagang 20,000 pesos a month na mas mababa pa, hindi mo alam saan galing. Which tends to show or reveal that Mr. Michael Yang is not being forthright with his answers. And it also shows if he has all these investments and he's into trading, bakit 18,000 pesos a month lang ang kinikita niya? So again, a red flag in terms of tax evasion perhaps, which the committee should take note of. And that is our preliminary manifestation. A question to Mr. Michael Yang. Mr. Michael Yang, are you familiar with Philippine United Technic Corporation, PUTC?
杨先生，参议员想问你，你是不是知道这个 Philippine United Technic Corporation？ 你认识它吗？
对呀。
Philippine United Technic Corporation。
你讲中文吗？
但是我不知道它的中文名字。
我也不知道，你说的我也。
Your Honor, Mr. Michael Yang answered that he wouldn't know the Philippine name. Is there a Chinese name for this corporation?
You know, you're a businessman, a foreigner investing in the Philippines. You have certain responsibilities. You do not know the name, the Filipino name, or the English name of a company of which Full Wind is a major stockholder. Philippine United, okay, if you don't know Philippine United Technic Corporation, which I doubt very much, you know how to speak Tagalog or you understand Tagalog. And Philippine United Technic Corporation is English. I think you understand that too. And I find it incredulous for you to say you don't know the English name of this company. I beg you, I apologize for this, or not apologize, but I'm sorry if I feel this way that you are lying to this committee, Mr. Yang. Do you know Mr. Dennis Manalastas?
参议员在问你，你认识 Dennis Manalastas 吗？
意思啥？
你认识 Dennis Manalastas 吗？Dennis Manalastas。
哦，地理系哦，这个是这个认识，这个地理系我认识，我们的以前的法务顾问，以前的。
Yes, I know him. He was our legal consultant before.
He is no longer connected with you, Mr. Yang?
那他现在跟杨先生没有关系了吗？
他今年我们疫情，今年2021年8月份他走了。
2011他几年走？
What is it? What is
没
the
有听到啊？你好像
我应该是2021年8月份走了，我有听我们的领事部说。
I think he left in August of 2021. I heard from our human resource department that he left around August 2021.
But he confirms that he used to lawyer for Mr. Michael Yang.
但是你有确定他以前就是你们的法律顾问，对吗
Consultant.
？Yes, I confirm that I'm a legal consultant.
Yes, and just to inform Mr. Yang, I don't know if he was present in the previous hearing. The reason why it is impossible or it is incredulous for you not to know Philippine United Technic Corporation is that Mr. Dennis Manalastas represented himself as a representative of PUTC, number one. Number two, it's also impossible for you not to know PUTC because PUTC is also involved or has been involved in another scandal involving the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office, wherein the entire Bids and Awards Committee of the PCSO resigned because of a contract and a controversial bidding involving PUTC. And number three, for the record, Mr. Chairman, why I believe Mr. Michael Yang is lying is because in a previous hearing, Mr. Lincoln Ong confirmed that of the, except for one member of the board, kilala, confirmed ni ni Lincoln Ong na kilala nakilala niya lahat ng board members ng PUTC. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Ong? Di ba? You confirmed. Kilala mo lahat sila, hindi ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Kilala ko po sila.
Yes, and the reason why kilala mo sila, because sabi mo mismo, nakilala mo sila dahil ikaw ang interpreter ni Mr. Michael Yang.
That's correct po, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Yang, wag na kayong magsinungaling. Please do not lie to this committee. You know Philippine United Technic Corporation. And we take offense that you think you can lie and get away with it. We are representatives of the Filipino people. Show us some respect. And we would like to place on record, Mr. Chairman, that while we were speaking, Mr. Michael Yang chooses to openly yawn as we are. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Michael Yang?
Your Honor, I will translate your statements. 杨先生，参议员是说，他想跟你说，在你上一次出席的上次的听证会，他觉得，这是不可能，他很难相信你不认识 Philippine United Technic Corporation。因为你刚才有提到说你认识 Dennis Manalastas 先生，而 Dennis Manalastas 先生他自称他是 Philippine United Technic Corporation 的代表，那是第一点。然后第二点，翁先生他也确认了，在 Philippine United Technic Corporation 的全部的董事，除了一位董事外，他认识全部的董事董事会里面的成员，他全部都认识。他会认识他们，是因为你的关系，因为他当你的翻译员，所以他当你的翻译，所以他认识了 Philippine United Technic Corporation 的全部，除了一位董事以外，他全部的董事他都认识。就是因为你的关系，所以他认识他。然后参议员想跟杨先生声明说，你不要对这个委员会蓝带委员会撒谎。 因为你知道，你很清楚的知道 Philippine United Technic Corporation 这个公司你不要认为你可以撒谎摆脱我们，我们是菲律宾人民的代表，你要尊重我们。而且刚才我有看到我在讲话的时候，参议员在讲话的时候，你有在打哈欠，你有什么想对参议员说的吗？
我解释一下，打哈欠可能做6、7个小时累啦。我们这个人可能也会，别人我都会，有时候会累，打个哈欠，我没有别的意思。你跟他说这个。这个给他道个歉，我们没有任何别的意思，可能您做久了累了。
I would like to explain to Your Honor that Your Honor that I don't have any intention, and I would like to apologize about my yawning a while ago. Maybe it was because I have been sitting here for 6 to 7 hours, and maybe I was tired. That's why I could not help myself but yawn, and I would like to apologize for this.
What does he have to say about our view lying before this committee about PUTC? He did not answer that. Did he answer that?
No, Mr.
Can you ask
Your
him?
Honor, I will ask again.
I want
Yes,
his
I will ask him
response.
again.
I want his response that it is my observation that he is lying about PUTC. Precisely because of what we explained earlier. I hope you can remember to interpret.
I interpreted it. Yeah.
Yes,
Your
please.
Honor.
Thank you.
参议员杨先生，参议员想说刚才他不是有提到说，他知道他认为你是在撒谎的，因为你真的是认识，你知道这个PUTC 这个 Philippine United Technic Corporation 你是认识的，因为刚才我再说一次，就是刚才你有提到你认识 Dennis Manalastas 先生，而 Dennis Manalastas 他自称他是 PUTC 的代表，那是第一点。第二点Lincoln Ong 先生他有说他认识 PUTC 的全部董事会的成员，除了你们，他全部都认识，而他能够认识 PUTC 的董事会，是因为你的关系，因为他当你的翻译。所以参议员是在问你，你是在撒谎吗？你刚才说你不认识 PUTC， 你是在撒谎吗？
我 PAC 第一系我认识这个公司，我真的不知道他们注册有这个公司，我没有知道注册，这些人可能认识，可是公司他们没有跟我说他们这个公司。
Regarding PUTC, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, regarding PUTC, I don't know this company per se, but I may know the people in this company. But when they registered the company, they did not inform me, so I am not aware of this company.
Well, Mr. Chairman, obviously, Mr. Michael Young is not being forthright. I'm sorry to say this, but he is not being upfront. He is not telling the whole truth. He's probably saying half-truths before this committee. And therefore, we hope the committee will know. It appears, the lying continues since he first appeared before this committee. And in fact, the lying even began before he appeared before this committee, when the subpoena that was forwarded to his home in Nara Street, they were denying that he was a resident of that home. For the record, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to put that on record, and that I have no other questions from Mr. Michael Young at this time.
Very much, Senator Pangilinan. Certainly, this chair agrees with you. We have had this very sad experience. I hope that I know that Mr. Young understands what I'm saying. Actually, I started to try and be friendly and be forthright with him, almost desperately, because I know that he was going to end up trying to run circles around us. When you ask him a question, he will say he doesn't remember. When I ask about his business, he says he'll have to consult his accountant. Well, next time, Mr. Yang, bring your accountant here. Who is your accountant, Mr. Yang?
I will translate, Mr. Chairman. 杨先生参议员是说，因为他一直是保持友好的态度对你，保持友好的态度，可是好像你一直让他就是没有正面的回答他的问题。他想问你因为他每次问你问题，你就会说你不知道，或是你忘记，或是你还要请教你的会计师。下一次你可以带你的会计师来吗？还有一个问题就是，谁是你的会计师？谁担任你的会计师？
现在会计师是公司请的，我要问公司一下。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, the accountant now is hired by the company, so I will have to ask the company.
What was that? He fired his accountant?
No, his accountant is hired by his company, so he will have to ask his
Which company?
哪个公司聘请？
我看看你要问哪个公司的嘛。
It will depend on which company you are asking about.
Which company is that? DCLA, Yangtze, Peilin, all this company.
所以这些公司杨姐、碧林是哪个会计师？
这个我要问一下吧。好，这个公司。
I will have to ask again.
This is why it's so funny and exasperating. It's gallows humor, actually, of a man who is already caught lying and he tries to be funny. And that's how I look at you. You're a funny man. Because when you say, I don't know, I'm going to ask my accountant, when we ask you for your accountant, you have another reason for an accountant. When I ask you which company, you don't say which company. So, in your country, would you think that those actions or those statements are lies?
其实参议员说他已经没有这个多大的耐心了他觉得说你已经在撒谎，但是你还是变得很可笑我想刚才参议员问你的会计师，你说你要问你的公司，然后问你哪间公司，你又说你还要回去问。如果是在你的国家，就是在中国，你觉得你可以撒这些谎吗？
我没有撒谎，因为这个是他们法务部在负责，我要问我这个内部的问题有些我没有在管，我真的不知道。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I am not lying because these are the responsibilities of the legal department. So many of these are internal matters.
That is
and some of these I'm not aware of.
Your logic doesn't hold, and it is totally unacceptable. A lie is a lie, and you don't answer forthrightly. When you ask somebody what is his name, you don't say, I will consult first my friends what is his real name. That is what you always say. Tell him.
我觉得你这个逻辑呢不成立，而且你这个答辩呢我想不到为什么你不能够直接的回答这些问题。比如说，如果有人问你叫什么名字，你就是很简单很快的回答你的名字。可是现在我们问你问题，你都一直回避不回答。
You know, Mr. Yang, I'm a great fan of Chinese people. I have a great many friends among the Chinese people, especially in this country. I am friends with your Red Cross in China. They respect me, I respect them. And I've never seen anybody like you in China that shows so much disrespect for your alleged friends here in this country. I again repeat to you, I'm happy for you because you came here, as you say, you had no friends, and you kept saying to me that you relied on many friends. For 6 years, that's what you were doing, relying on many friends. Have you ever thought, and I'm going to ask this question, and I hope the translator can adequately provide, napahaba na ako. Ang tanong ko lang, simple lang. Hindi ka ba nahihiya? Pinapasok ka namin sa bahay namin. And then what do? Natutuwa kami, yumamang ka. Unti-unti, yumamang ka. Pero hindi ka pa natuwa doon eh. Nakisaw-saw ka pa dito sa mga negosyong ganito. Meron pang nagdududa sa'yo na involved ka sa drugs. Hindi pa ako, wala pa akong tinatanong sa'yo doon. At ang masakit nito, tingtatanungin ka, lumilihis ka, evasive ka. Nakakalungkot. Sinayang mo yung trust ng Filipino people sa'yo. Tell him.
其实蔡议员 yes, Mr. Chairman, I will start from what you said a while
Don't
ago.
translate it literally. Get the tone on my intent, please. Nagkaroon ng translator.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chairman. 蔡议员想说跟你说，他是中国人的粉丝，他也是在中国的中国红十字，他也是很好的朋友，他们很尊重他，他也很尊重他们。可是他从来没有看过像你这样子的人，你如何能够对待你的朋友，在菲律宾的朋友这样子不礼貌对待我们呢？我很高兴你来到菲律宾，你刚开始来到菲律宾的时候，你又讲说你没有任何朋友，是你的朋友，是在菲律宾的朋友帮助你慢慢的做生意，扩大你的生意。现在你不觉得感到羞愧吗？你来到我们来到菲律宾这个家，我们非常欢迎你。可是你用了什么来回报我们？你从事这些业务都是我觉得还有人很多人现在都是在质疑说你有在做这个毒品买卖的生意我还没有进入那个但是最痛苦的是每次我问你问题，你是一直在回避我的问题，你就是不想回答我的问题，一直在回避，一直在撒谎，所以我觉得这个也是很让我们很失望、很痛心的。听不到。
第一，我没有不回答，也没有不尊重，这个我都说的都细细。第二，我从来没有换毒品，也从来不敢去碰这个事情。这两点我都他们问也调查了，我也没有。
To answer or to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I am not evasive and not being disrespectful. And also, I have not been into drugs and I will never dare to be involved with drugs. I think that has already been investigated on and has been proven.
So this will not be argumentative because your friends there, including your translator for a long time, has already countered your argument. So it speaks for itself. The son of your friend, who is involved in Taiwan, has already said that they borrowed money from you and you still deny it. In other words, in front of people who have confronted you or close to you, you still deny it, that you are lying. I say you are, and I'm sorry about that. I don't usually insult people, but I mean, I have to in this particular case, not in a form of an insult, but more out of disappointment. Tell him. I'm just trying to connect with him. Go ahead.
参议员想跟你说其实你朋友的儿子还有你以前的翻译，他们已经很清楚的声明说，是你借钱给他们，是你借钱是你给钱资助他们，可是你还是一直否认他。我觉得你是在说谎。我不想侮辱人，我也从来不想侮辱人，但是我觉得你真的是在撒谎。
Let me ask you now, what is your educational attainment?
那我想问你，你的学历是什么呢？你最高学历是什么？
我的学历，我是最高学历是后面清华学院，那个清华中国清华那个金融学院EMBA。
MBA 金融学院吗？
在北京读英清华那个金融学院 EMBA。
My highest educational attainment is MBA from the Department of from the Finance School of Finance from Tsinghua University.
School of Finance where?
Tsinghua University in Beijing.
Xinhua in Beijing.
Tsinghua University.
Where is that?
Tsinghua University in Beijing.
Beijing.
Yes.
So you lived in Beijing for a while.
所以你有在北京住一段时间吗？
我们这个是一个月要去读几天，一个月都以前都要去读几天，都要读一个礼拜。
所以你有在北京住一段时间吗？
我说我们这每个月会去北京读一个礼拜。
So I will go to Beijing in a month to study for a few days.
Answer?
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I will go to Beijing. In 1 month, I will go to Beijing for a few days to study.
And he got his master's in business administration that way.
而因为这样子，你有得到你的 MBA 对吗？
什么？
就是你每一个月会去北京住几天？
对对对。
住几天就可以得到这个 MBA 对吗
？EMBA。
对不起，你再讲一遍。
读的是 EMBA。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, his course is EMBA.
Can you speak louder, Lynette? Please speak louder.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. His course, his degree is EMBA.
MBA, Business Administration.
There's an E in front. EMBA.
What does that mean?
E 是代表什么？
这个我也不知道。
I also don't know.
You also don't know. You also don't know. That's pathetic.
这个也就是后面这个清华主席的这些学习以这个金融MBA。
This was later organized by Tsinghua. This was later organized by Tsinghua University. This EMBA.
Hey, we'll check that out. But it doesn't appear that way. But it also appears in Vera News that you were a graduate of Princeton University. That's a very strong university. You go to Princeton University, in truth?
三年前
The
问你
website is PhD, not just a course. You're a doctor, you're a PhD in business administration, Princeton University.
参议员想问你说，你是普林斯顿大学的博士吗？工商管理的博士，是不是？你是普林斯顿大学的博士。听不到。
Please, I know there's somebody.
以前有去以前有到北京去游学，有去办这个，有去游学，也是有去游学。
所以你是普林斯顿博士毕业吗？
也是这种是不是全级的？就是这种游学读书的。
To answer your question, I also
就是
听不到。
一个礼拜去读书几天，这个就是学习。他这个现在都有这种学习班。
所以你去 Princeton 也是去几天学习吗
Are you arguing? Are you arguing?
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was clarifying.
You were?
Yeah, clarifying if he,
What
he
have
understood
you
the
clarified from this Malabo guy?
because he said that yes, he visited Princeton. He was in Princeton University because
And he got
later on.
PhD in Princeton.
So yeah, that's why I'm asking him if he has a PhD in Princeton. 所以杨先生，你有 Princeton 大学的博士吗？
我这个就是以前他们有在中国办这个游学，我有去读，他有颁发给我。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Michael Yang said that before.
I can't hear you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Michael Yang said that Princeton University before had this program in China where they can visit and study in Princeton University.
So he has a doctorate in Princeton.
所以你有所以你有 Princeton 的博士学位，对吗？
他就颁发给我，我当时又去参加他们这个读在北京的这个他们分校那边的这个游学。
Because Princeton University had set up a branch in Beijing, so I was able to participate, and they gave me the certificate.
All right. How long were you in Tsinghua University for your EMBA?
所以你在清华大学多久时间？
我在清华大学读差不多2年，后面疫情就没有过去了。
What years? What years?
什么年？
我说在那边差不多读2年，差不多19年去读，到2020年的这个疫情我就没有再过，就没办法过去了。
I was maybe I studied for around 2 years, but because of the pandemic, I could not go back. So it was around 2019 to 2020. 2019 to 2020.
So in effect, where did you finish your high school or your college degree?
所以你是在哪里完成你的中学还有你的大学？
以前就在中国。
In China before.
When?
什么年？
我以前就在中国中国福建。
什么年？
什么年呐？
对，什么年？
是什么年？我听不懂。
你几年？就是什么年在中国完成你的中学还有大学？
我没有大学，我是后面有候补去厦大读完。我以前在福建先读书，后面没有读了，再到厦门大学再去补 MBA， 今后 MBA。
什么年差点再问你是什么年代，就是几年？
我要看一下，你小学我是在中国读的小学。
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yang answered that he studied in China before in Fujian province. He could not remember the date for the high school. He would have to check.
Well, I'll just make it quick, no? I'm not getting anywhere with this guy because he's just so slippery as an eel. So why don't you tell him to write down all his studies from grade school to high school to college to MBA to PhD in what years and the time that he was in the Philippines in Davao, which he says he claims to have been here since 1999 and he's been here for the last 23 years. Would that be correct? 22 years. Right?
Yes.
Sabihin mo sa kanya, sulat na lang. Brad, sandali lang. I'll be right with you. I'm just laying the predicate. Mahirap eh.
张立元想起你可以写下吗？写下你从小学到中学到大学，还有到你的 EMBA， 还有你的博士，这些哪个学校，还有什么年？你可以写下来吗？然后你可以写下你什么时候来到菲律宾，因为刚才你是说你1999年就来到菲律宾，那差不多已经是22年了，对吗？差不多已经是22年了，对吗？所以可以写一下吗？你的
我后面我记得的是 19年去北京，15年也在厦门读这个MBA 也是MBA 啊，小学以前小学是在中国。
杨先生，参议员要你写下来。
Give it to you and give it to us.
我有的时间不太记得，我要再看一下，知道的我先给你说。
就是参议员要你写下来，你再去查，然后写下来交给他们。
到时候我写下来再交嘛，好。我知道了，先跟你们说。
Would you be so kind as to write it down and just give it to us so we can check?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Michael Yang said he will check again and then write all of them down and
You will
submit.
check again.
We'll
Wow.
check the exact number.
Yeah, really, you know how to tire the patience of people who try to question you. Yes, Sir Pangilinan, I'm sorry. I'm trying to
Mr. Chairman.
question, but I'm going to accommodate you anyway. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand. I just want to clarify. Earlier, he said he received a certificate. A certificate, meaning you completed a doctorate degree, you were given a certificate for.
That's what he said.
Is that what you're saying? Is the certificate proof of your PhD that you completed a doctorate degree? I just wanted to clarify because it could be a certificate of an executive meeting or seminar or workshop, and therefore he went through a workshop in Princeton. But I want to know if it's a PhD or a doctorate degree from Princeton. Was the certificate proof of a doctorate degree, a PhD? Can you ask that, Madam
Yes, Your
Interpreter?
Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. 杨先生，参议员想再澄清一下。
Very simply put, does he have a PhD from Princeton? Yes or no?
所以参议员想澄清一下，你刚才有讲到说你获得了 Princeton 大学的证书，这个证书是博士学位的证书吗？就是证明你有拿到博士学位，会吗？
这个以前是由他这个柏林是有在中国举办，我有去参加去读书，他颁发给我的。至于他这个是什么，我不清楚。我当时去参加，他们是在中国北京有个分校，我去参加。
Mr. Chairman, that was a very long yes or a very long no.
Oh, he's that. You got to get used to him. You got to get used to him.
Okay. Your Honor, according to Mr. Michael Yang, at that time, Princeton University had a branch in Beijing, and he participated in the program. But he is not clear what this certificate is.
Did he get the PhD? As I asked him that repeat. And he said he had a PhD. Now he was asked again by Mr. Pangilinan, and he's saying, did he get a PhD degree?
所以你到底是不是有 Princeton 大学的博士学位？有吗？你有吗？
他这个是他们在北京颁发给我的。
所以你是有 Princeton 大学的博士学位，是还是不是？
一朋友介绍我去读书，朋友介绍我去北京读书，读完去学习，他颁发给我的。这个是他们在北京的分校给我的。
所以你是有博士学位，你是由 Princeton 大学的博士学位吗？你只要回答是还是不是？
我就给你解释他们，你不能问我，我要解释他们当时叫我去北京读书，人家介绍，读完他颁发给我。至于这个怎么样，你要去看柏林市的这个大学。
To answer your question, Your Honors, a friend introduced me, referred me, or introduced me to study in that school, no? Because Princeton University we had a branch in Beijing, and I went there to study and participate in the program. And they gave me a certificate. And what is written in that certificate, it is not very clear. So you would have to ask Princeton University.
Get the PhD.
Yes, he did not get a PhD. He got a certificate, but he's not sure if it's a PhD or not.
And can you imagine somebody saying he has a PhD in his website, claiming that, you know, it's obvious. We will write Princeton. I think we have some connections in Princeton enough to find out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted that clarified.
Thank you. Well, anyway, obviously, the President of the Philippines, His Excellency President Rodrigo Duterte, who is your bosom friend, appointed you as his special advisor for foreign affairs. Did you not feel odd that you were being invited? Filipinos will never get that privilege with Xi Jinping.
You meant special advisor for economics, Mr. Chairman.
Filipinos will never get appointed as advisor of Xi Jinping. Did he not feel odd?
参议员想问你说，当时菲律宾总统杜特尔特他邀请你或是任命你当他的经济特别顾问，你不觉得很奇怪吗？因为参议员是在说菲律宾人永远不可能当上习近平主席的顾问，你不觉得很奇怪吗？菲律宾总统会任命你当他的特别顾问，经济特别顾问。
这你们要问总统。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, this question you have to ask the president.
I'm asking you. Don't tell me who to ask. I'm asking you. It's just a feeling. He cannot express your feeling for you.
参议员是说，我是在问你，不要把问题推到总统身上。我想知道你当时是什么感受？总统任命你做他的特别经济顾问，你有什么感受？我只是想知道你的感受。
哦，这个他怎么骗我，我不知道。我感觉，挺荣幸的，能帮助他，他可能有需要我就找我，我感觉能帮他挺好的。
I don't know why the president appointed me, but I felt very honored that I am in a position to help him. I felt very honored.
Okay, you should be, because he praises you. Pinupuri ka niya. Sabi mo sa kanya, unti-unti ko ito, pinupuri ka niya. Sabi mo sa kanya. Dapat.
所以你应该感到荣幸。参议员说，你应该是感到荣幸，因为 Duterte 总统常称赞你。
Sapagkat sinabi ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas, ikaw raw ang nagbigay ng pag-asa sa kanya na palitan yung policy niya na maging neutral. Sabi mo sa kanya.
因为我们菲律宾总统他有跟我们说，是你给他希望，他改变他的政策，变得比较中立，让他变得比较中立。
Ang sabi niya, itong siyang, kilala ko ito. Sabi mo.
他说：“这个杨先生，我认识他。”
Nasaan? Baba niyo nga. Ayan. Gulo naman ninyo eh. Ang sabi niya, ni President Duterte, ikaw raw nakapagbabago ng isipan niya na maging neutral ang Pilipinas. At alam mo, ang laki ng ginawa mo dahil sa iyo, ang sabi niya, ikaw ang nag-lay ng groundwork, ng legwork upang ang relasyon namin sa China ay magkaroon ng bagong relasyon sa foreign policy. Kinalimutan niya si Secretary Locsin. Kinalimutan niya si Ambassador ng Pilipinas sa China. At lahat ng mga foreign policy people here. Pero pinakinggan ka niya na ikaw lang ang talagang nagsabi na mag-neutral ako para makagalaw ako. Ang galing mo siguro talaga, no? Pakitanong mo sa kanya.
好的，Yes, Your Honor. 参议员是说，菲律宾总统他说是你帮他改变了他的政策，就是变得比较中立。他说，因为你，就是你帮他在中国奠定，就是在中国打好了这个基础，而且你就是帮他做这些跑腿的工作，也因为你 你他的外交政策变得比较中立，变得比较能够随机应变。所以蔡英文也是说，你真的非常行，你可以改变总统的思想。
这个总统的政策他要怎么做，我是没办法评论，也不能去改变他的，我没有这些能力，我没有。这是总统的几项政策，跟我没有。
Mr. Chairman, the foreign policy of the president, I really cannot make a comment on it. And I also don't think I have the ability to influence the president.
No. Kinuha mo tinanggap mo In fact, merong kontrata. Papakita ko sa iyo yung kontrata ngayon.
但是你有接受了菲律宾总统对你的这个任命，我会让你看这份合同。
Kasi nakikialam ka eh. Ang sabi niya, dapat purihin ka ng bansa dahil mukhang gano'n na sinasabi niya eh. And to think that, sabi niya gano'n, every time, yung dating ambassador who is now assigned in Indonesia, yung ambassador ng Pilipinas sa Indonesia, nakalimutan ko ang pangalan, every time napupunta siya sa Malacanang to see me, sabi ni President Duterte, Michael Yang was there. Because we were talking of how to connect to China. Napakagaling mo. Pakisabi mo sa kanya, tinatranslate ko lang yung sinasabi sa Tagalog.
所以蔡英文是说总统他一直在为你做表扬，一直在称赞你而且他当时有一个大使，他每次到总统府，杨先生总统就会说杨先生都在那边，因为你在讨论如何与中国做这个联系，所以蔡英文觉得你真的很行。
Sige, go ahead. Sumagot ka.
好，你可以回答。
这个总统他们的政策我没办法去评论，我也没有去参与。
Concerning the policy of the president, I really cannot comment, and I also did not participate in it.
Okay, I'll accept that. Pero believe na believe siya, napabilib mo siya. Parang si Rasputin doon kay Catherine the Great of Russia, believe na believe sila. Ngayon, ito sabi niya, dahil lang kay Michael Yang, andun siya palagi at pinag-uusapan namin kung paano kami ko-connect sa China.
而且其实总统他对你一直都是很称赞的，他还说每次他们开会杨先生都在。 一直都在，而且你一直在讨论说如何跟中国打交道，如何跟中国联系。
Tutuloy ko. Sabi niya, he, meaning you, Mr. Yang, was the one who parlayed everything. Si Michael Yang ang talagang naglatag ng lahat. Nag-ayos ng lahat. And so, nagpunta ako sa China, ganon, siya yung nag-invest, meaning ikaw, Michael Yang, ngayon yung sloganeering, let us invite everybody to go into business. Akala ko ba we are inviting everybody including the Chinese? Kaya pumunta nga ako doon yun ang sabi ng presidente. Believe ako sa iyo, Mr. Yang. Sobrang galing mo. Believe ako talaga.
参议员杨先生参议员还说总统他一直强调说是你打好了这个基础，跟中国邀请中国人来菲律宾投资是你打好的基础，然后后来他有去中国然后我们就一直邀请很多中国人来菲律宾做生意这是因为你帮他打好这个基础，所以参议员说你真的很行，你真的很好。
Okay? Go ahead. Sagot, please.
你可以回答。
Sige. At pala ko, ultimo Vatican na senador na matagal na si Senator Delon. Believe din sa iyo. Sapagkat sinabi nitong presidente namin na ikaw ay
我也很荣幸，总统的任命也希望说多一点来菲律宾投资 只有这样而已。
I would like to answer, Mr. Chairman, I would like to answer that I am honored that the President appointed me. And of course, I also hope that more Chinese would come to invest in the Philippines.
Dapat nga bilib na bilib nga ako sa iyo eh. Bilib kami lahat sa'yo. Si Senator Drilon, bilib sa iyo. Ang lakas mo eh. Mahirap kumbisihin yung Pangulo namin. Ikaw lang nakakumbisi. Palayo, Senator Antiveros, bilib rin sa iyo dahil ikaw lang nakakakumbising pumihit ang Pangulo. At papatuloy ko lang, bilib ako sa iyo. Bakit? Itong si Michael Yang, middleman lang yan. Ba't naman nilang ka lang bigla? Middleman lang yan. Sabi niya, siya isang taong Chinese doing business and we're encouraging everybody in the world to come to the Philippines and do business. Kaya sabi ko nga, akala ko ba, putang ina, sabi niya ganon, quote unquote, putang ina, bilib talaga ako sa Pangulo namin eh. Akala ko ba, we were trying to invite everybody to do business in the Philippines. Yun ang nangyari. Ang lakas siyang ipagtanggol ka. Bilib ako sa iyo sa influensya mo. Siguro dahil may PhD ka sa Princeton, no? Siguro dahil may MBA ka sa China, no? Bilib talaga ako sa iyo. Bilib kami lahat sa Senado sa iyo. Ang galing mo. Apo, sa Ilocano na laing. Ha? Alright? O, tuloy ko lang, ano? Ang key dyan, ang susi dyan, si Yang. Patuloy ng Pangulo. Yang ay kilala ko. Inaamin ko. Itong si Yang, nakiusapan ko. Sabi niya, I requested na ilatag mo ang bagong legwork on my going to China. Biro mo, galing mo, mas magaling ka kay Secretary Locsin. Pupunta sa China, hindi ka kausapin si Locsin. Alam niyo, noong araw, nasa kabinete ako, magmi-meeting lahat ng kabinete bago papasok sa China. Pero ikaw, sobrang impluensya mo. Ito nakalagay ngayon. Ha? Wala natanong sa DFA, wala natanong sa DTI. Wala natanong sa ambassador, si Santo Romana, hindi tinanong. Ito. At siya ang gumawa na makapasok tayo sa mga bagong deal and a new relations because yung foreign policy ko, nag-neutral ako para makagalaw ako sa ibang. Kasi had I, you know, you stick with America, then limitado ka because they would not enjoy you doing business. Yan. Of course, ang ibig pala sabihin na magninegosyo ka sa PSDBM. Sobrang galing mo. Kaya saludo ako sa iyo. Ewan ko, tumatawa na si Senator Drilon. Saludo rin siguro siya. Dahil sobrang galing mo. Saludo rin si Secretary, si Senator, kami ni Senator Pangilinan, saludo kami sa iyo. Si Senator Antiveros. O sige. Tuloy nyo, ano ba? Ang dami pa na sinabi niya. O yan. Wala naman si Michael Yang, sabi niya ganon. He has no manufacturing factory in Davao. Ganun yan, walang record yan, hindi kriminal yan. Yan ang gusto kong malaman ninyo. Yan. Eh, ang galing mo naman eh. Papakita ko lang sa mga kumpanya mo. Pwede ba? Pakiraan mo lang ako. O ito ang mga kumpanya mo rito. Ayaw mo sabihin, yung accountant mo, tatanungin mo. O papakita ko lang yung mga kumpanya mo, yung galamay mo. Alright?
现在参议员要让你看一下你的公司，因为你一直不想说，还要问你的会计师，所以他想让你看一下你所拥有的公司。
Meron ka nung kanya na pinakita ko na yung malaking kumpanya mo sa Davao. Ha? Na ayaw mo sabihin kung paano mo pinasok yung pera. Paano ka umutang ka ba nung tinayo mo yung building sa Davao? Umutang ba kayo, sir? Nung tinayo mo yung building mo ng DC, umutang ka ba?
当时你建这栋DCA， 你是有借钱吗？你有贷款吗？
我以前都是租的呀，租的。
It was rented. It was rented. It was not built.
Hindi, alam ko rented. Pero nagtayo ka ng building, naglagay ka ng produkto, marami kang binenta, nagpaupa ka, kailangan mo ng kapital. Kailangan mo ng kapital.
但是 你从哪里拿到你的资金呢？你从哪里拿到你的资金？
台湾
你从哪里拿到你的资金？
Saan galing yung pera para matayo yung
这
DCLA?
是
Yun, magkano
这是就这个租来再租给人家，慢慢累积的一些基金就去做嘛。
So we rented this, and then we rented them out, and then slowly, from the money that we earned from the rent, we slowly
Okay,
accumulated.
umami na ang pera mo. Bilib nga ako sa'yo. I mean it, ha? Bilib ako sa'yo. Nagtipo ka ng kapital. Ngayon, pero ang income tax mo, sabi nga ni Senator Drilon, ay kakaparinggit. Ngayon, papakita ko sa iyo, pinasukan mo ng mga kumpanya rito. Ann, pakita mo nga lang, please. Eto, ikaw ay nakatira, ang kumpanya mo sa Davao, Ramon Magsaysay Avenue, at saka doon sa Oranguren. Tapos meron kang nirerentahan na bahay na 19 Nara Street, Forbes Park. Pakisabi sa kanya, please.
所以你就是在达包的公司是在 Oranguren， 然后你也有在 19 Nara 街房子。
Alam mo, marami nangangarap na nakatira sa Forbes Park.
那他在哪里啊？
19 Nara 街租房子。
Ikaw,
我是租房子，我是租房子。
Yes, I rented it. I rented the house.
Ayan. Nire-rent ko lang naman eh. Kalahating milyon isang buwan, di ba?
它是差不多一个月50万租金，对吗？
是
Yes.
Tapos may mga korporasyon ka. Kasama ka sa pilot. Tama ba yun, sir? Board member ka?
你还有其他公司，比如说百利集团、百利控股公司，你也是其中的董事长，你也是董事会的一员，对吗？
是。
Yes, yes.
Ang galing mo talaga, sir. Bilib ako talaga. Ang galing mo, sir.
Mr.
Ito,
Chairman,
Group.
Mr.
Formerly
Chair,
Piley Holdings Incorporated. Sandali lang, Senator Numeros, please.
yes, Mr. Chairman, just before I leave sana by 6 p.m. So I'll wait, Mr. Chairman.
Piley Estate Group, formerly Piley Holdings. You're not an officer, but this corporation is the lessee of the Forbes Park residence where you live, correct?
所以这个百利 Holdings， 它是你在 Forbes Park 住所它的租的承租人，对吗
是的，以前是公司租的。
？Yes, it was rented by my company before.
At saka meron ka ng DCLA. Sabi nga natin yan. Board member ka, pero hindi ko maintindihan sa'yo. Presidente ba yung asawa mo rito sa DCLA? Sabi mo, siya nakakaalam ng pera mo eh. Sa DCLA. Totoo ba yun? Yan, kahit mo?
DCLA 是你太太在管理吗？
就帮忙，他以前在达澳利息，达澳他有在帮忙偶尔管理，现在他回国了。
Before in Davao, she used to help, but now she has returned to China.
I'm sorry? She has returned to China.
She has returned to China, but before in
Nado
Davao,
ka rin sa Yangtze Trading Company. Board member ka rin, tama?
你也是养这公司的一个董事会的成员。
是的，
Yes.
Kasama ka rin doon sa expedition. Ay, kaibigan mo, si Sean Wei.
Sean Wei.
Lin Sean Wei. Kasama doon ang asawa niya, Rose Nono Lim. Hindi ka nga board member, pero may mga common directors kayo sa korporasyon where Yang is also a director. Tama? Papakita ko sa'yo. Kita mo nga yung drawing natin.
Technology，你还是股东吗？其中的股东吗？
Papakita ko sa'yo. Yung kapatid mo kasama dyan sa mga korporasyon na yan. Ha? Ayan. Sige, naka-color. Pakita mo, naka-color para hindi maitanggi. Lakihan nyo ng konti. Ay, nako. Kilala mo si Gerald Cruz, di ba?
你认识 Gerald Cruz 对吗
是啊，认识。
？Yes, I know him. Yes, I know him.
Oh, okay. At Wang Chuyan, kaibigan mo, correct?
王
Presidente
子
ng
妍
Singapore.
是你的朋友对
Sa
吗？
Singapore.
他不是我的朋友，他以前爸爸有来菲律宾，他跟他爸爸来，后面我就没有再见过他了。
He is not my friend. His father before came to the Philippines, and I know his father, but later on I did not.
Pero pinakilala mo siya kay Presidente.
但是你有介绍他们，在2017年你有介绍他给总统。
对，我是介绍他爸爸，还有跟他爸爸一些股东去，他们想来菲律宾投资。17年的时候有介绍完，投资没有来考察完，我就没有再跟他们就没有再来找过我。
Yes, I introduced his father to the president and other investors, but after doing their inspection here in the Philippines, they did not push through with the investment. And afterwards, I did not have any contact with them again.
Lynette, hindi kita maintindihan. Lumapit ka. Kanina ko pa sinasabi sa iyo.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sabi mo, umalis na sila.
Yes, I introduced his father to the president in 2017 and
Pero
other
kasama, sabi mo
investors.
sa kanya kasama yung anak, di ba?
但是当时黄祖贤是在跟他父亲在一起，对吗？
At kasama rin yung kaibigan mo, si Sean Wei Lin.
然后Sean Wei Lin 也是有在那边，对吗？
At kasama rin yung
也有去见。
na si Lincoln
Yes.
doon, di ba? Sa Kristan mo yan di ba?
还有 Lincoln Ong 也在，对吗？
17年的时候过去有，当时林根东是我的翻译，他们都有在一起。
Yes, we were all together. In 2017, Lincoln Ong was my interpreter.
Tapos, dito naman sa Farmally Pharmaceutical, ayan na naman si Wang Chuyan, Vice President naman siya. Si Lincoln Ong, kasama mo. Si Mohit Dargani na nagpapanggap. Di Ubano, sabi niya, assistant mo siya. At saka itong si Twinkle Dargani, mayroon siyang card na konektado sa iyo. Di ba konektado sa kanya? At saka itong si Grisel Mago. At saka si Gerardo na naman, kasama na naman. Kilala mo lahat yan, di ba, sir?
所以这些人，黄子妍Lincoln Ong， 还有 Dargani，Mohit Dargani， 他以前是你的助理，还有 Twinkle Dargani， 他有一个名片，有写着他有跟你有关系，还有Crystal Mago、Gerald Cruz， 这些人都是你认识的人，对吗？
这些人我认识，那个他名片用我的我不知道。
Yes, I know them, but for the card that is has connection to me, I don't know that.
No, I'm not asking a question. Just asking if you know them. Yung Business
So,
Beyond
hindi
Limits, 2018, 2020.
所以你认识
Ginawa
他们吗？
nung bata mong si Mojit Dargani, kasama na naman si Crisel Grace Mago, Ana Marie Chua, Gerald Cruz, Chief Financial Officer, kasama mo doon sa Farmally Biological, at siya rin ang nakapirma doon sa inupahan mong bahay sa Nara, sa Forbes. Tama ba yun?
所以这些人你都认识Gerald Cruz， 他是你以前的首席财务官，他也是在你租那个 Nara 街的房子是他签名的，对吗？
你说什么？我听不太清楚。
Gerald Cruz 他是你的首席财务主管，以前是你的首席财务主管，而且你在 Nara 街的那栋房子是他帮你租的，是他签名的，对吗？
Tapos itong Philippine Full Win, di ba sa iyo yung Full Win sa Taiwan, sa China?
这个菲律宾 Full Win 在厦门的，在中国的 Full Win 是你的，对吗？
Kung sa iyo,
在下面的福音是我的，是我跟人家合作的。
Yes, the company in Xiamen, Full Win Xiamen Full Win Company is my investment with other partners.
alright, okay. Lisa, matatapos na ako. Nakita mo, kalahati na ako dito eh.
Opo. Tungkol lang, Mr. Chairman, sa Philippine Full Win. One
Sige
single...
na, pumasok ka na. Sige. Go ahead, Lisa.
Mr. Yang, itong Philippine na tinatanong ngayon ni Chairman, yung mother company niya, yung Xiamen Fullwin, venture capital company ba yon?
这个是你投资的吗？这个
是什么哪一个啊？
sorry, Senator, do you mean the Xiamen Fullwin?
Xiamen Fullwin, venture capital company ba yon?
这个厦门Fullwin 是一个你创投的公司吗？是你成立的公司吗？
下面的公司是我以前跟一个朋友合作的，投资的。
Yes, this company in China, Xiamen Fullwin, is my
这样解释比较
partnership. No, is in a partnership with other friends.
Well, hindi yun sagot sa tanong ko, Mr. Chairman. Opo, but I leave it at that just for today. But for the record, Mr. Chairman, ang buong pangalan ng Xiamen Fullwin ay Xiamen Fudesheng Venture Capital Limited.
Yes,
And
I'm aware of that.
capitalized po siya, Mr. Chairman, to the tune of 100 million renminbi. So for the record, Mr. Chairman, until the next hearing. Salamat, Mr. Yang. Maraming
Take a look
salamat,
at this.
Mr. Chairman.
It should be very, very clear na ngayon. Makikita mo. Tingnan mo si Rose Nono Lim. Lahat ng mga susunod kasama si Rose Nono Lim. Go to the right, and you will see Rose Nono Lim. Lahat yan. Sa Seanway Technology, pati mga kapatid niya kasama yan. At ang capitalization ng mga kapatid niya umabot ng 100 million pesos. Alright? And then let's go now to Philippine Fullwin. Si Jason Uson, Mr. Yang, kilala mo?
你认识Uson吗 ？Jason Uson.
认识
Yes, I
nasaan siya? Nasaan siya?
那他现在在哪？
他好像疫情好像出去了。
I think because of the pandemic, he has left the country.
He left the country. Matagal na namin hinahanap yan, Mr. Yang. Baka matulungan mo kami.
我们已经在找他，找了好久，也许你可以帮我们。
Kasi siya ang president itong...
因为他是这间公司的总裁。
Si Rose Nono Lim ang treasurer mo sa Fullwin. Gerald Cruz, corporate secretary. Yan yung pumirma ng bahay mo sa board. At si Yang Hong Liang, kapatid mo, ang director dyan. At saka si Yukin Zheng. Di ba? Kilala mo lahat yan?
所
Sir?
以你都认识这些人，对吗 ？Rose Nolan Lim.
哦，这些人我都认识。
Yes, I know all.
Okay po. Salamat po. Salamat po. Pai Hong Realty, February 19, 2018. Pakita mo nga yung litrato ng Aquarius, 76-story building. At habang hinahanap yon, si Lim Wei Song, yung best friend mo, naandyan na naman, at si Jason Uson, director. Nasabi mo ngayon, nawawala. Kilala mo lahat yan. Si Edwin Tan, kilala mo yan. Evangeline Uy Tan, kilala mo. Mary Ann C., Yuan Park, Wen Zai Lee, Pai Hong Realty, kilala mo lahat yan, sir.
所以这些你都认识他，林伟雄，你最好的朋友Jason Uson，Edwin Tan、Evangeline Tan，这些人你都认识他们吗
有一些我都认识。
？Yes, I know them. I know them.
O, yan yung ginagawa na. 76 floors.
所以这是你现在在建的这个建筑，它有76层。
这个我们好像没有投资，我也不知道，应该是没有吧。
I don't think we have investments here. I think we don't. I'm not sure. But I don't think we have investments here.
Lynette, be conscious, ang baba na nga ng boses mo, malayo ka pa, hindi ka talaga marinig.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I don't think we have investments here.
Well, I'll tell you later. Go ahead. Pakita nyo ulit yung Aquarius residence na yun. Balik nyo doon sa diagram kanina. Ina. Yan. O, nakita mo, Aquarius Reyes, si Rose Nonolin na naman ang corporate secretary. Jason Uson, bata mo yan, nawawala ka mo, alam mo kung nasa naroon yan. Sabi mo, umalis na. Si Lin Wei Xiong, best friend mo, sumepa na yan noong March 2020. At hindi na nagpapakita. At hindi mo mga ibang kasama. Kilala mo lahat yan, di ba, sir?
所以杨先生这些Rose Nona Lim、Jason Uson、林伟雄我们还没有看到他，这些你都认识他们对吗？
是啊，这认识。
Yes, I know them all.
Okay. Piley Holdings Corporation, kung saan nakalagay dito, Jason Uson, bata mo na naman yan, presidente. Si Rose Nono Lim, corporate secretary. Lin Wei Xiong, sabi asawa raw ni Rose Nono Lim. Si Ami Nono Plongkingan, kapatid niya, si Yang Hong Ming, Michael Yang, board member. Diba? DCLA Plaza, member ng kasama nyo dyan, Yangtze Group, XRL Holdings. Tama ba yan? Magkakasama kayo sa Piley Holdings?
所以这些人Rose Nona Lim、林伟雄还有DCLA Plaza 这些，你们都是在一起在百利 Holdings 对吗？你们都是在
这个是
Yes.
是的。
Tama.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Piley Estate Group, Piley Holdings, May 15, 2012. Yan ang lessee nung 19 Nara Forbes kung saan nagtago ka dyan at ayaw mo magpakita sa amin. Ang presidente na naman yan, si Rose Nono Lin. At ang corporate secretary nagpapalit, si Jason Uso naman, corporate secretary. Yang Hongjiang, yan yung kapatid mo, director. Jackson Lau, ayaw mo kamag-anak ni Mr. Lau yan. Yukin Seng, yung kaibigan mo, Gerald Cruz ang nakapirma dyan, Michael Yang's contract of lease in Nara Homes of Michael Yang. Totoo yun na sinabi ko lahat, di ba?
还有参议员现在在问你这个百利 Estate Group Rose Nona Lim 他是总裁，还有 Jason Uson 他是秘书长，还有杨洪江是你的兄弟 ，Jackson Lau、尤清晨Gerald Cruz 这些都是你的人，你都认识他们对吗？
这些都认识。
Yes, I know all of them.
Yes, sa Power Mega Mix, June 20, 2017, Rose Nono Lin na naman ang presidente. Jason Uson na naman ang secretary. Tao mo yan. Michelle Hong, Yan Ming Zhao, Fullwing Group na naman, yung kumpanya mo, sa Beijing, sa China, sa Xiamen. Ani Nono Klongkingan, kapatid mo, kapatid ni Rose Nono Lin. So, lumalabas, marami kayong pagulo dyan. Maaaring may dami. I'm just speculating. Wala pa ako sinasabi. Pero sisiyasatin namin niya. Kaya lalalim at lalalim ito. Pasensya na kayo, ha? Dahil masyadong mabigat yung ginawa ninyo sa Farmali. At kasama ka sa galamay sa Farmali, yung iyong, di ba totoo, interpreter mo si Lincoln Ong, Mr. Yang.
是不是 Lincoln Ong 是你的翻译对吗？ Lincoln Ong 是你的翻译对吗？
不在了。
Lincoln Ong 是你的翻译对吗？
以前
Sa Farmali, kasama mo siya.
Lincoln Ong was my
Kasama siya. Kita ko ulit natin yun. Palagi kayo magkasama. Hanggang sa presidente, magkasama kayo palagi, di ba?
你们常常都在一起，就是跟总统会面，你们也常常在一起。
我有些有在跟总统有见面，他会翻译。
Saan kumuha ng pera si Lincoln Ong? Malaki ang sweldo niya. Nakakabili siya ng 2 Porsche sa iyo. At ikaw rin may Porsche, di ba?
那你知道 Lincoln Ong 他的钱是从哪里来的？因为他有2个 Porsche， 你也有一架 Porsche 对吗？
Malaki ba ang sweldo ni
Lincoln Ong 他的薪水很高。
这个正常吧，我正常吧。
I think it's normal.
Normal. Sama mo nga ako sa normal para magkaroon ng Porsche. Wala akong gusto magkaroon. Sama mo nga ako sa normal para magkaroon ng Porsche. Normal pala sa inyo yan.
所以你觉得能够拥有这个 Porsche 是正常的？
Dahil si Lincoln, no, ang pera niya raw, 85,000 ba sweldo mo, Lincoln? Interpreter?
Di po, Mr. Chairman.
Di ba? O, tatanungin kita, alam ko na yung sasagot mo. Saan mo kinuha yung pambili mo ng Porsche?
Mr. Chairman, actually nakatanggap po ako ng 3 LOA from the BIR. So I'm under investigation. So hindi ko muna maisasagot yung mga tanong nyo kasi nga
Tinatanong ko lang kung kano sweldo mo at paano ka nakabili ng Porsche. Especially after this big brouhaha dito sa family. Alam mo, Lincoln, ayaw kitang sasaktan eh. Kaya lang, sana sinabi mo na kaagad yung totoo para nakatulong. Baka natapos tayong mas maaga. Lahat tayo tinatamaan ng hirap eh. Pati ako, minumura ng Pangulo. Si Senator Dilo, minumura ng Pangulo. Senator Pangilinan, minumura ng Pangulo. Hindi ko maintindihan kung ba't kanya pinapagtanggol. Dapat pagtanggol niya, yun nahihirapan dito sa ating bayan. Pero, andun na ako. At pagkatapos, niyan, ito rin naman si yung tumakbo magkapatid, si Twinkle at saka si Mohit, di ba? Mga bata pa sila pero nakakabili ng Lamborghini. At sabihin ko na sa inyo para, alam nyo, I would just like to announce to the committee, Rose Nonolim was supposed to testify today. Nang sinabi ko yung pangalan niya, biglang sumakit ang mata. Nagpaalam na siya, biglang nagkaroon ng appointment sa doktor. At sa susunod na kabanata, abangan nyo, maraming lalabas dyan kay Rose Nonolim. So, ang sinasabi ko lang, Mr. Yang, you are not my enemy. Do not treat me as my enemy. As your enemy. Pakisabi mo lang sa kanya.
杨先生，参议员想跟你说，我不是你的敌人，你也不要把我看成是你的敌人。有听到吗？听到吗？
我没有当他成敌人，他说什么我回答，我是很正规的，我是很诚恳的来参加，我没有给谁当成敌人，我都没有跟谁当成任何人敌人。
Mr. Yang, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Michael Yang answered that he doesn't look at you as the enemy, and he came here to attend the hearing very sincerely, and he sincerely answers all of the questions that you have asked him.
I appreciate his coming, but he's not forthright. Pakisabi mo lang sa kanya. I wish he would be more forthright.
参议员说，他也是很感谢你能够来听证会，出席听证会，但是希望你能够很诚实的回答他的问题。
And for the record, Rose Nonolim is still logged in at the meeting. We're trying to call her attention para matanong na natin siya, pero wala siya. Hindi siya sumasagot. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin, pinakita ko na sa inyo yung buong istorya ng makikita naman nyo yung sa Clark Field, pakita ko ulit sa inyo yung mga litratong nag-invest, yung Piley, kasama, magkakasama sila. Di ba? Kamusta yung negosyo sa Clark, Mr. Yang?
杨先生，Clark 基地的生意做得如何？
Yeah, Clark Majestic World.
这个 Clark
现在疫情都放在那边都不好，都疫情做生意都都没有人了，都没人。
Sarap ng tawa mo. Nakikita mo yung building mo.
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, because of the pandemic, it's not doing well. In fact, there's no people there anymore.
Alam mo, meron kasabihan kasi pag minura ang Diyos, mamalasin tayo eh. Minura mo ang Diyos, sabi ni Brother Villanueva, mamalasin tayo, tatamaan tayo ng pestilence, plague, disease, disaster. Sabi ni Brother Eddie Villanueva yan. Kaya nag-privilege speech ako ng isang araw, nung birthday nung Galian Jesus is Lord. Sabi niya, to insult God to us is a kind of blasphemy in the highest order. The Bible is clear. When you slander God, you are inviting curses not only to yourself, but to the entire nation like calamities. No one can mock God. In Psalm chapter 2, those who are mocking persecuting God's people, the faith of God's people, God is just laughing at them. They are inviting the wrath of God. Kaya, siyempre, hindi mo maalis sabihin, baka nag-pandemic, pero nakakatuwa yung tawa mo eh. Because siyempre, nagsimula ka dito, wala kang dala, kundi mga kaibigan mo, nagsasupply ka lang ng produkto, kung hanggang doon lang, bilib na talaga ako sa iyo eh. Umabot ka na maging presidential advisor. Pero nung pinakialaman ninyo yung paghihirap ng tao sa pandemic na talagang kasama mo si Lau, kasama mo si Leong, kasama mo yung Farmali, na kinorder niyo yung market, kasama nyo itong mga accountant natin na nabibisto lahat, talaga mamalasing talaga kayo. Hindi kayo magtatamasa ng swerte. May salita, alam mo, sabihin ko sa iyo, Mr. Lau, Mr. Yang, marunong ka mag-Hokkien, di ba? Answerin. Ask him.
你会讲福建话对吗？
Paborito ko ito.
福建话。
会啊，我会讲福建话。
Yes, I know how to speak. Yes, I
Natutuwa ko sa Chinese whom I really admire. Trust me, I really admire. Yung work ethic ng Chinese. Yung creativity ng Chinese. Pag nagtrabaho, lalaki. Pinupuri ko ang Chinese. But forgive me, I am not a fan of the Chinese Communist government. I am not a big fan of that. I'm a fan of the Chinese people. Ang paborito ko salita nila, Bo Choi Kang, Bo Tancha. Naintindihan mo ako, Mr. Yang? Bo Choi Kang, Bo Tancha.
你听得懂参议员在说的话吗？
Diba ko siya, naintindihan niya eh.
对，差不多不是很清楚。
More or less I understand. But
Sabihin na, di ba, you don't work, you don't eat?
我最刚我贪假 If you don't work, you don't eat. 我最刚我贪假
Oo mo. Tinuturo sa akin ng magulang ko. Di ba?
Yes.
Sa Bisaya, way kayod, way kaon. Way kayod, way kaon. Pero pag dinakaw mo, tama tayo. Masama. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 6:20. I would like to thank Sheshe, Michael Yang, Sheshe. I would like to thank you. Hindi pa siguro tayo tapos, pero tatawag tayo ulit ng hearing sa November 6? 5? November 4. I'm sorry, November 4. On Wednesday, Thursday, with the permission of our colleagues, para matawag natin sila Rose ng Nolim, lahat kayo, at natapos na natin yung ibang mga dapat tapusin at matanong na natin yung ibang mga tatanungin pa na mahalaga. And I just want to thank everybody for their patience, and I'm sorry kung minsan siyempre hindi maalis talaga na pagka naghahanap tayo ng accountability of public officers, nadadama yung iba. Sana, Mr. Yang, if you can talk to Jason Uson, kilala mo siya, sabi mo sa kanya, papuntahin niya lang dito si Jason Uson.
杨先生，参议员想请你说，你认识 Jason Uson 对吗？那你可以请他出席我们的蓝带委员会的听证会吗？
At saka si
我有过，他好像出国，我现在联系不上他，他现在好像出国，他疫情就出国，他好像就出国了。我会帮他。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Jason Uson is already out of the country since the pandemic. He has left the country, but I will try to, and I have a hard time contacting him again, but I will try to contact him.
Bakit natatakbuhan lang yung mga kaibigan nyo? Pati si Gerald Cruz, hindi nagpapakita. Pakisabi mo lang kay Gerald Cruz, pumunta naman dito.
你也可以请Gerald Cruz 出席听证会吗？
And on that note,
我这个里面传票，他要来参加，他就会来参加就是我也有我现在都联系不上他们。
when you send out subpoena to him, I think he will come because I also
No,
cannot
we have
contact
already
him.
sent sa Pinas. Ang dami na. Pinapahanap na namin sila sa mga NBI, sa police para humarap. Ayaw naman namin na
Ewan ko,
pupusasan pa sila.
because he said he could not also contact Mr. Gerald Cruz now.
So, pagod na lahat ngayon. So, sa Chinese ka, sasabihin Bo Panwat. Tama ba yung Chinese ko? Bo Panwat.
Yes, that's Hokkien. Nei Pan Fa.
Bo Panwat do.
Bo Pan Wat to.
Sabi mo sa, ano ba ibig sabihin ng Bo Panwat do?
There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do.
Wala na. Sobra na, di ba? So, tumatawa si Lincoln. Buti tumatawa ka ng Lincoln. Di mo naman kami tao Kaya lang talaga, nag-iiskrimahan tayo dito para lumabas talaga yung katotohanan. On that note, I'd like to thank everybody, the Senate President, Minority Floor Leader, Senate President Soto, Senator Lacson, Senator Dillon, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Hontiveros, and all the resource persons. And I pray that sana pagtulong-tulungan tayo. And I want to thank, when I look at Tony Lachon, the doctors never were activists. Now they're very active. There are more people now talking. Kanina na andyan yung mga gumagawa ng mga export products na kaya naman palang gawin yung mga produkto na nakuha nitong mga ibang mga Chinese. Like I said, kung mabilisan, kailangan natin ang Chinese. Pero kung kaya naman gawin dito, gawin na natin dito. And I'd like to thank Mr. Abrea, whose contributions are invaluable because lumalabas talaga ngayon. Narinig mo na, Raymond, kinakalampag na raw si Lincoln ng BIR. I'm not happy about that. I hope, anyway, I hope hindi malakas ang loob nyo dahil malakas ang backer ninyo. Pero dapat mas maganda kung talagang lalabas talaga yung katotohanan dyan at maayos natin. Maraming salamat sa inyo. I pray for every one of you. Be safe. A lot of our friends get sick with COVID. A lot of them die. And let us all pray that we all survive because while you are alive, Mr. Yang and all of you, there is still time for forgiveness from the God and for redemption. On that note, I will now suspend the hearing for November 4 at 11 a.m. Good evening, everyone. Shesheni. Maraming salamat po. Dagang salamat. Thank you very much.